Good morning, everybody. Great to be with you once again. Plenty of racing to come. All of the drivers will have 3 qualifying heats coming into this fantastic battle, so there is plenty to get excited about. Hello, everybody. Jake Stanson here, ready for all of the action here on the beautiful Varna circuit. 42 years of motorsport on this particular race circuit. All sorts of action from karting to rallying to rallycross to autocross, but it is very much karting that takes center stage at Varna this particular weekend. The first championship battle of its kind for quite a while in this part of the region, and great to gather the great drivers from Sweden, Finland and Norway. In the future, hopefully we'll get more of our Danish cousins as well as more representatives from Iceland. We only have the one on this particular occasion. But there is so much to talk about. Jenny Nordvang will come into this morning as the pole position sitter in the Cadetti category, the first race of our weekend bill. Marcus Ahlberg lining up second on the grid alongside her. Then we have Angel Solheim and Nikolai Pietras, who did fantastic work in the practice sessions and timed qualifying yesterday. So it's definitely going to be one of the closest battles that we've seen for a long time in the Cadetti categories over here. Great to be starting what we hope is a very long journey for the IAME Nordic Cup as a separate entity to the individual championships that the IAME series have in Finland, in Sweden and in Norway, collecting all the great talents from these nations together to create a fantastic new battle for the future. The last time that a Nordic title of such a big description taking place on the Varna circuit would be all the way back in 1998, when Sweden's Joachim Fried had a fantastic battle with Finland's Kimi Räikkönen. And we all know the outcome of that particular story. Kimi went from that championship title in 1998 to Formula One just 3 short seasons later. And so from this part of the world, some great talents can really emerge, and we've got a huge plethora of amazing competitors that have come out of the karting world from this part. Obviously, Norwegian fans of motorsport will not be unfamiliar with the great talent Martinus Stenzorn, who has come out of the world of karting, not just here in the Nordic regions, but into the world of international karting at FIA karting, and then straight into the world of F4, and now currently racing in FIA Formula 3, hoping to fly the flag for Norway in the future of the premier categories of motorsport. But there are great talents who have come through in recent years from Sweden, none the least of whom, of course, is Marcus Ericsson, who has also been a Formula 1 driver of late. And Finland is garnishing its own fantastic talents. Many people have, of course, written many column inches about the prolific talents of Tuukka Tapanen, the Tiger, as he is being known, and currently finding his feet in the Formula Regional European Championships still taking place. Excuse me, taking place over the course of the season. I don't want to lose my voice before we've even started. Goodness gracious. Well, we've got some fantastic racing to come. Jenny Nordvang, Marcus Ahlberg, Angel Solheim and Nikolai Pietras are going to take their first proper steps into international competition. Having all been very competitive in IAME Norway, they're now going up against the fantastic talents of the drivers across Sweden and Finland at similar levels. This is, of course, the start of a prolific journey for X Promotions and IAME Racing in this particular region, as we are continuing to grow a very nice product as it continues in terms of its great excitement factor. Philip Backegaard and William Tisdevol are going to be on the third row of the starting grid for this one. Then we have Liam Strand alongside Kasper Neset, and then we have Aston Thornborn lining up ninth on the grid for Sweden alongside Theo Sandstrom, with at the back of the grid Lukas Kangasalo of Finland. 11 drivers in Cadetti. Obviously, we start small. We have quality, just a little bit more than quantity on this particular occasion, but the quality of the racing and the battling out on the circuit is going to be sensational. But for the very excited and very nervous Jenny Nordvang, a great performance in qualifying yesterday, putting her into pole position. But as I said to her earlier this morning, it's not about winning. It's not about racing wheel to wheel at this point. It's about learning and having fun. Enjoying yourselves at this level is the prime target for all of these cadets. Winning is obviously very sweet, but in order to get there, you have to learn all of the tasks and all of the individual intricacies of racing at this level. There's going to be 3 competitive qualifying heats for each of the drivers across the 5 categories. So by the end of today, we will have a little bit more of an understanding as to which drivers have got the raw pace that will guide them through the entirety of this race weekend. And there's plenty to go over as we prepare ourselves for the exciting action that is set to come here at Varna. The circuit is still beautiful in terms of bone dry conditions. There are a few more clouds overhead because there is talk of potential rain hitting the circuit tomorrow. Whether that happens today or not is yet to be seen, but certainly the weather forecast seems to believe that we're going to be dry for the entirety of this Saturday of racing. But of course, It's motorsport, so you never quite know whether the weather forecasters have got it right or if the racing gods want to throw a little bit of intrigue into the mix. So, with the competitors lining up on the starting grid ready for the first qualifying heat, we will head trackside as the drivers are sent off into the distance. They will go around the course for one lap of formation, and then we will go into race mode. Very excited to see as the drivers head out onto the circuit. So now let us get on with the business of racing in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. Great to see them. Jenny Nordvang, Marcus Ahlberg. They will be the first two around the course. Angel Solheim, the very talented youngster, he will be beside Nikolai Pietras on the second row of the grid. Then Philip Bjerkegaard and William Tislevold. Liam Strand, Kasper Nesset, Aston Fornborn, Theo Sandström and Lucas Kangasalo. They will be all battling for supremacy around the IAME Varna circuit. So obviously this is a very tricky circuit for the drivers to learn. Some of them have been racing here many times before. Others are literally taking part for the very first time at this level. So it's definitely going to be an exciting challenge for them all. They know exactly what to expect. They also know how tricky the difficulties will become over the course of racing. But everyone is here for exactly the same purpose: to race, to battle, to learn, to develop, and hopefully for the rare few drivers in the mix to get on the podium. So Nordvang, Ahlberg, Solheim, Pietras, Bjerkegaard, Tislevold, Strand, Nesset, Fornborn, Sandström and Kangasalo are going to be up to starters' orders. We wait for the lights to go. There is going to be an extra formation lap, I am told, because the karts are not quite in position as they come off the line. So it has been called that we will have one additional formation lap, and that's just to give the drivers a chance to bed in. Of a lot of them, this is the biggest racing event that they have taken part in up to this point. Some of them, of course, will obviously be old hands at the game when it comes to racing at the national IAME series categories of Sweden, Finland, and of course Norway. But this is going to be a very different challenge for them, racing at the IAME Nordic Cup, collecting all of the Nordic nations together to race competitively. And this is hopefully the first of many incredible challenges for them over the course of their young karting careers. Cadetti drivers, of course, very much competing at national and international competitions at a very high level. For some of them, the very first time, so they will obviously be learning the skills that will help them to progress in the world of motorsport. Jenny Nordvang alongside Marcus Ahlberg on the front row of the grid, then Angel Solheim, Nikolai Pietras, Philip Bjerkegaard, William Tislevold, Liam Strand, Kasper Nesset, Aston Fornborn, Theo Sandström and Lucas Kangasalo. They come off the final turn, and we're going to go racing this time by. The answer is yes, we're under starters' orders, and it's a cracking start off the grid from Nikolai Pietras, who immediately splits the two leaders and could go for the lead. In fact, Pietras has, I believe, taken over the lead of the race through the first couple of corners. Terrific start from Pietras, who has already headed into the lead of the race. Not the best of starts for Jenny Nordvang, who has already fallen back in position, but that doesn't going to look for the overtaking move to get into fifth position. Nordvang had a look there for fourth place on Solheim, not able to make the overtaking move. They go back over the top of the bridge. Great racing, great wheel-to-wheel stuff. The battle for third continues on as Solheim is making the bid for the inside of Tislevold, and it's going to be nearly three wide as Solheim gets the run on the inside line alongside Tislevold. And they're going to be wheel-to-wheel as they come under the bridge as well. It's going to be tricky, but Jenny Nordvang has worked her way forward. Up into fourth place now for Jenny Nordvang. Now trying to take on the move for third place once more. Up on the inside, and that's Nordvang in P7. Sandström is dropping back. So problems then, unfortunately, for Theo Sandström, who seems to have fallen down the fray. I wonder if he's nursing a mechanical issue of some kind, because Theo Sandström has dropped considerably back from the pack. But certainly up in front, Pietras and Ahlberg are having a very strong race of it at the moment, as they are first and second. The Parolin versus the Danado Rossi chassis. And then 10, Angel Solheim running in third position ahead of William Tislevold and Philip Bjerkegaard. Then Strand, Fornborn, Nesset. Jenny Nordvang has got past Lucas Kangasalo. And then in 11th place we have Theo Sandström, who's not quite found the pace yet. I wonder if there's a slight issue with that particular kart. We'll have to continue on to figure out what the issue is there. 3 laps done, 5 to go. And so far, Marcus Ahlberg is threatening Nikolai Pietras. He wants to try and make the early bid to get back into the lead of the race. They go down the hill, up to the hairpin. And this is where Pietras is going to hold on from Ahlberg. But Ahlberg is definitely threatening Pietras. He's not having his race all his own way. So Pietras is having to do the best he can to drop Marcus Alberg, but Alberg is closing right up. And as they come into the final hairpin, Alberg is looking threatening, getting a slightly tighter trajectory, trying to go alongside, side by side down the main straight. Is Alberg going to get the run for the lead of the race into the opening corner? He has a think about it, but Pietras holds him off as they come through the first couple of corners. Now back onto the far side, just trying to get very nice and tidy over the bridge. But Pietras doesn't quite have the momentum that Alberg does. Alberg's going to dive in on the inside line, and that's going to be the lead for Marcus Alberg. Good overtaking move from the DR chassis, and so Marcus Alberg hits the lead of the race for the first time since the start. Excellent work then from Marcus Alberg. Nikolai Pietras still there in second position. A little bit of a gap back now to third place, Angel Solheim. Jenny Nordvang's doing a great job to recover, to be fair, after the little spin earlier on. She now finds herself in P7, closing up on Liam Strand. So it's not going to be too long before Jenny Nordvang is knocking on the door of the top 6. Great battle going on for fourth place as well. We've got William Tiesdevol and Philip Bakkegaard at each other's throats at the moment. And fair play to Angel Solheim, third position, was part of that little battle. So it's going to be interesting to see just how much closer to the leading two he can. A reminder to all the drivers, please be respectful of the gate closing. You do not want to miss the start of your race. So a note to all drivers, please be respectful of the gate closing time. You do not want to miss the start of your race. So please keep an eye on the timetables. It is not going to be very good for you if you miss the start of your race because the gate has closed already. Great battle for fourth place. Tiesdevol and Bakkegaard are dueling away for position. Oh, and back in the lead once again. That's Pietras. So Nikolai Pietras has got back in front of Marcus Alberg. So the duel for the victory has continued, and Nikolai Pietras is now in the lead ahead of Marcus Alberg one more time. So the two leaders are scrapping away. Angel Solheim must be loving this in third place, because the more those two drivers battle with each other, the more time they're going to lose to him. So Solheim does have a chance to close up in this race. It's going to be fascinating to see how the battles continue. But still, Pietras holds his nerve in front of Marcus Alberg. So Pietras working hard to hold the lead as the Paralin driver runs in front of the DR chassis. Angel Solheim on his Paralin trying to stay with them. Fourth and fifth are Tiesdevol and Bakkegaard. Now, who is that currently in P6? It is Jenny Nordvang, I do believe. No, not quite. It is the gold chassis that continues on next up in position. So what has happened to Jenny Nordvang? Nordvang's had a problem. So Nordvang has dropped down the order again, unfortunately. That's rather unfortunate for her. So more problems for Jenny Nordvang. Hopefully that's going to rectify itself for the second race a little later on today. But certainly there are signs that this race battle is going to be continuing on in very close proximity. Marcus Alberg having another look on Nikolai Pietras. Pietras is not letting him come through. They're on the final lap, of course, so this is where things are going to be very treacherous for the competitors. Can Pietras have one final defense on Marcus Alberg? Down to the hairpin. They're getting themselves ready then for this final run for the flag. They come up the hill one more time. And this is where Marcus Alberg has got to try and be a little bit more threatening to try and get the move on Pietras. Is it going to be enough? Holding on very carefully, coming up to the final turn. I don't think Alberg's going to get his shot. Pietras is going to come off the final turn, and the checkered flag will fly for Nikolai Pietras. He celebrates his victory. Excellent work from Nikolai Pietras. A perfect start for him ahead of Marcus Alberg and Angel Solheim. William Tiesdevol just fends off from Philip Bakkegaard. Great racing between them. Excellent work. Kasper Nesset in P6 in front of the Swede Aston Thornborn. There's a great battle coming up towards the line now. We've got Theo Sandström dueling away with Lucas Gangasalo. So they continue, and it is Theo who gets the position over Lucas Gangasalo. Then Liam Strand, who will come home after his battle with Jenny Nordvang ended in disappointment. So where is Jenny Nordvang? Unfortunately, she is out of the race by the look of it. So very unfortunate indeed, but there's plenty more to come in the following two races, and certainly in terms of the speed, we know that Jenny Nordvang has what it takes to fight for supremacy. So there is the provisional result. Nikolai Pietras getting the win in front of Marcus Alberg and Angel Solheim. The fastest lap of the race actually came from Marcus Alberg in the end. Third position for Angel Solheim, as we mentioned. William Tiesdevol in fourth position ahead of Philip Bakkegaard. Then Kasper Nesset ahead of Aston Thornborn and Theo Sandström. Lucas Gangasalo, Liam Strand, and unfortunately a retirement in the end for Jenny Nordvang. So very unfortunate that we had only 10 of the 11 starters taking the finish, but certainly exciting to see how it all played out. So that is the way the first race of the day has settled itself in the Cadetti category. But there is more to come, and we're going to have more great racing to follow. The next class up on the bill is the category from the Minis, and the Minis have definitely provided us with plenty of sensational racing in the past in X30. It's one of my favourite categories in karting because you get so much competition from these karts. Very similar, in fact, to what we see generally from the Cadettis. In the Minis, it's a very similar story because you get so many drivers on the circuit with very little room to play with. And that obviously means that you, with a shorter wheelbase of karts and very impressive competition of order, you're always going to get a really close battle. So the pole position after yesterday's qualifying session goes the way of Vebjorn Danielsen, who will be there in first position on the starting grid. Excited to see what he can do aboard his DR chassis. And then we have Adrian Mikkelsen alongside him, the 10-year-old in his fantastic Kart Republic chassis. Let's see what Adrian Mikkelsen can do from the front row of the grid. Olli Sorti Smistad, I should say. Third position on the grid for Sorti Smistad. And then we have Lucas Emil Lofshus, who was the fastest driver through the practice sessions aboard his Sodi. So let's see what Lucas is going to be able to do in race trim. Marcus Borley Rangard, fifth on the starting grid for him. And then we have in fifth position, a fantastic chance, sixth position, I should say, is young Espen Moe. So Espen Moe on the third row of the starting grid. Seventh place for Oscar Polsberg. Then in eighth position is Magnus Brathen. And then we have Julian Lee in ninth position, along with Theodore Larsen rounding out the top 10. Christian Gette Gundersen, 11th on the grid from Axel Remmenhattel. And then we have Thomas Norway, Robin Paniansveen. And at the back of the grid, we have Silas Savareid Elfsen. So a great combination of great karting chassis made up of this grid, from DR, from Kart Republic, from Sodi, and from Paralin, as well as the Soul Energy course of Axel Remmenhattel. It's really going to be exciting to see what these youngsters can provide for us in the way of a great battle. Cadetti has already shown to be very competitive. I doubt that Mini is going to be any less than that. It's definitely going to be pretty exciting. And the younger categories, obviously, the drivers still learning their craft in racing. But not only that, but the shorter wheelbase and the narrower width of the karts means that the circuit suddenly becomes a lot larger for these youngsters than it is in junior and senior X30. A lot more overtaking opportunities, a lot more racetrack to play with in general. So you'll find a few more choice overtaking bids than perhaps you would have seen in junior and senior X30, where it has to be a little bit more calculated over the whole. But this circuit really does lend itself to good battles in Mini and Cadetti because of its very vast changes in undulation and elevation. So you're definitely going to see some great battles. So we'll wait official confirmation from the qualifying heats, but obviously a very good start to proceedings then for all of the contenders in the first of the Saturday qualifying heats. There's going to be more great battles where that comes from a little bit later on, but certainly a very solid start to proceedings will be coming forward later on. So now we get ourselves prepared and ready then for the first of the mini races, and it will be an interesting one. Vebjorn Danielsen with Adrian Mikkelsen alongside. I think the recovery crews are just ensuring and making sure that everything is A-OK. They're obviously having to place the recovery truck back into its original position so that the drivers are safe to race. So for Vebjorn Danielsen Glent and Adrian Mikkelsen on the front row of the starting grid, this is when the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 starts to get a good position, and they want to take full advantage of being up at the sharp end of the grid. Here is the grid in full. Well, actually, for some reason, we're still looking at the timing loop from the qualifying heat of cadets. So you'll see the competitors from that particular battle a little bit later on. But certainly for the time being, we have the drivers venturing out onto the circuit. We'll show you the grid for that as they go into their formation laps. But here we go. Vebjorn Danielsen Glend and Adrian Mikkelsen are sent around the course as we get ourselves geared up and ready for the first heat of the weekend in Mini. So having just had the Cadetti race, now we move into the Minis, and all 15 drivers will be prepared and ready for an exciting bout around the course. It's going to be fascinating to see what these youngsters can do for us. Vebjørn Danielsen Glend, pole position. Adrian Mikkelsen, P2. Then Ole Sorle Smistad lining up third on the grid alongside Lucas Emil Lofshus. And then Marcus Borli Rangard, Espen Moe, Oscar Polsberg, Magnus Brathen, Julian Lee, Theodor Larsen, Christian Gette Gundersen, Axel Wemmen Hartel, then Thomas Norway, Robin Panian Sveen, and Silas Savarit Elefsen. So all 15 Mini drivers just getting themselves up to speed and ready in position. Hopefully we're going to have an entire field of great Mini drivers battling away for position. They all seem to be pretty good at getting into their rows already. So it's looking pretty positive for the start. So Vebjørn Danielsen and Adrian Mikkelsen off the front row of the grid. They come off the turn. The two rows of the tram lines look pretty confident to me. Are we going to go racing first time? We are, and it's a great start from the front row of the grid. Danielsen and Mikkelsen side by side as they go up to the first corner. Perfect start from Danielsen as he holds the line on the inside line in front of Mikkelsen. They skate their way through the opening chicane, no problems, all the way through the field. Everybody has worked their way through, up and over the top of the bridge. And up to the inside, that's going to be a change of lead. Already, a good charge forward from Adrian Mikkelsen, and the 10-year-old superstar has got himself into the lead here. So a change of lead already as Danielsen is now going to have to give chase to Adrian Mikkelsen, who leads the race. So Mikkelsen has taken the lead halfway round the first lap. They drop down to the hairpin. Everybody getting through A-OK on the first lap. No incidents and no drama. And Danielsen is already pressuring to try and get the lead back from Mikkelsen. He's joined in the mix by Ole Sorle Smistad. So Sorle Smistad is working hard to get into second position. But the top three are already pulling clear. And Ole Sorle Smistad is trying to work his way into second position, but the two leaders have skated through the opening hairpin with no issue. So it's Mikkelsen, Danielsen, Sorle Smistad, Moe up to fourth position. Great start from Espen Moe. Then Marcus Borli Rangard in front of Lucas Emil Lofshus. So there's some good battles already here in the Mini category. Seventh position, that is Magnus Brathen, going very well on the FA kart. That is the Fernando Alonso branded kart out of the Kart Republic group. So certainly the same sort of equipment, just in a different colour scheme, essentially. Up the top of the hill and working their way through to the penultimate hairpin in the left-hander. Bit of a run wide from Adrian Mikkelsen. That could be enough of an invitation for Danielsen to seek a chance. Out of the final hairpin, back on the power. They've got to make sure they run ragged on the far side, but they don't want to trip over the white line as they come through. That's when you're going to start getting tick-offs for running track limits. 10 laps of racing in the Minis. So Mikkelsen out in front of Danielsen, but Danielsen getting a very strong run off the turn. Mikkelsen is going to force him to the outside. He does not want to give him the chance to get into the lead on the inside line. So that was well covered by Mikkelsen. They now dive through the left-hander under the bridge. And there's a gap on the inside, left open by Danielsen. Sorle Smistad thought he had a chance of second place there, but Danielsen holds his nerve as they go down to the hairpin again. No overtaking move. But Ole Sorle Smistad definitely getting confident now behind Danielsen, looking for the overtaking move. They dive in through the left hairpin, hoping for another chance. The Sodis starting to get a little bit spicy in there as well. Lucas Emil Lofshus is having a look there to try and get into fifth position past Marcus Borli Rangard. So 2 laps completed, 3 laps completed in fact now, and there's 7 to go. And it's Mikkelsen, Danielsen, Sorle Smistad, Moe, Borli Rangard and Lofshus. So Espen Moe now sets the fastest lap of the race, a 49.525 as Espen Moe tries to close up on the top 4. But Adrian Mikkelsen has managed to get through as that Sorle Smistad into second place. Ole Sorle Smistad now in P2 in front of Danielsen, and this is great work for Espen Moe. Espen Moe now has a chance to come up into third position down at the hairpin, having a think about it. Doesn't go for the overtaking move. It's very high risk at this early phase of the race. But that move from Ole Sorle Smistad has definitely given Mikkelsen a little bit of a gap. So Adrian Mikkelsen now with a little bit of an advantage on Ole Sorle Smistad, who is in second place. Third place is Vebjørn Danielsen, the man who was fastest in qualifying yesterday. Then Espen Moe, Marcus Borli Rangard and Lucas Emil Lofshus in 5th and 6th. Magnus Brathen 7th, then Polsberg, Dalheim Lai, Panian Sveen doing a great job. Robin Panian Sveen in 10th position, looking good. And up on the inside, that is a return to second place from Danielsen. So Vebjørn Danielsen gets back into P2, back on the inside of Ole Sorle Smistad. Smistad gets him back again into the left-hander at the bridge. These two are squabbling for second place, but they can't afford to do that too often, as that's going to give Adrian Mikkelsen a huge lead up front. They want to start working together, really, to try and close up on the man in the lead of the race. but it's going to be tricky. Who is going to decide? They are the quickest of the two and lead the charge after the leader, Adrian Mikkelsen. Mikkelsen is your leader. Then it is Solesmistad, Danielsen, and then we have Espen Moe, fourth position. Another fastest lap from him last time, 49.437. Looking pretty confident, but the fastest lap of the whole race is Adrian Mikkelsen, who's done a 49.383. And there's a dive at the inside to defend there. That was a little bit of a defensive tactic from Bodil Ragard to hold off Lucas Emil Lufshus, the Saudi driver who was having a think about making the move into fifth position. Didn't get there in the end, but now it looks as though Lucas Emil Lufshus is going to try and get the move on the inside. So Lufshus trying to get there, but Lucas Emil Lufshus hangs back still. Up to the left-hand hairpin, waiting for an overtaking move, just reminding Marcus Pauli Rangard that he is there. So second down to sixth is very close, but now they've stopped racing each other. Danielsen's got back in a second position, ahead of Ola Solesmistad. So there is a great battle developing for second, but they need to close up on Adrian Mikkelsen. And that's the fastest lap of the race from Vebjørn Danielsen. So he has actually made a big inroad there into Adrian Mikkelsen. There's a good chance to keep this bandwagon rolling. If he can get back on terms with Adrian Mikkelsen, then there could be a chance to battle for it. As into the pits, I think we've had was Thomas Norway, that has managed to return. So Thomas Norway down at the back of the field. Adrian Mikkelsen trying his best to get away from Vebjørn Danielsen. Ola Solesmistad third, then Espen Moe, Marcus Pauli Rangard and Lucas Emil Lufshus. Through the left, back on the power, up to the right hand over the hairpin at the end of the lap. It's looking pretty neat and tidy at the moment for your race leader, Adrian Mikkelsen, holding his nerve. But third position, Ola Solesmistad has kind of had to settle for the fact that for the moment at least, he's got to be in P3, just following in behind Vebjørn Danielsen. So Danielsen still running a good race here in second place, hoping to chip away a little bit at Mikkelsen's lead. The gap between them, by the way, is 0.6 of a second, so it's still very achievable to catch up. He runs so wide through that hairpin underneath the bridge. That's one of the toughest corners I've seen in karting anywhere in the world, because it's a blind corner underneath the bridge. And that's a real test of a driver's mettle. So Mikkelsen still trying to get away from Danielsen. It's pretty even between them at the moment. But Adrian Mikkelsen has that crucial advantage and 2 laps of racing left as Lofshus tries again here to have a look at Bodil Rangard. But is there going to be enough of a chance for fifth position? Certainly not at the moment. Espen Moe, meanwhile, is putting pressure on Ola Solesmistad. So Ola Solesmistad working hard, and that's a new fastest lap for Espen Moe. 49.124. Up on the inside, is Espen Moe going to finish that move for third place on Ola Solesmistad? Looks like Espen Moe might get that, and he has done. So Espen Moe now into third position. Ola Solesmistad is going to have to fight back, but Espen Moe has worked his magic to get into third place. So a great battle, and with good timing as well, because this is the penultimate lap. Espen Moe has been working hard to get into that top 3, and after starting 6th on the grid, this is a great race from Espen Moe. Now Lufshus is having a look at the final turn to try and get into 5th. He has to hang back for a moment. 1 lap to go, and Danielsen has caught up to the tail of Mikkelsen. There's only 0.26 between them. Can Vebjørn Danielsen overturn the tables here and get back on terms with the race leader, Adrian Mikkelsen? He's gone right up to him. They're going to be nose to tail as Vebjørn Danielsen sets the fastest lap. Goes for the move on the inside. Can't get there because Mikkelsen defends. They come off the hairpin. Down the back straight. Is there going to be a run under the bridge? Through the left. And Danielsen's really got a good charge after Adrian Mikkelsen. Down to the hairpin. Can the move come? Danielsen has a think about it, not going to make it. And a big slide from Ola Solesmistad. Gets through into third place past Espen Moe. Danielsen has one last chance here to make the bed. Espen Moe back to third position, but runs wide. It's going to be Bodil Rangard that gets third position out of those two. Excellent stuff. And the victory is going to go the way of Adrian Mikkelsen. He beats Danielsen to the line. And in third, a brilliant drive from Marcus Bodil Rangard. Third position from Marcus Bodil Rangard. Excellent stuff to take full advantage of the duel on the final lap between Espen Moe and Ola Solesmistad and work his way into third position, just being in the right place at the right time. Smart thinking from Marcus, and that's third position. Great racing in the first heat of the day for the mini category, and a great battle between Adrian Mikkelsen and Vebjørn Danielsen. And I have a feeling there's more to come from those two over the day. What a start from the minis. Great racecraft from all of the drivers in this mix. And great to see that none of them were a retirement. They all managed to finish the 10 laps of racing. Adrian Mikkelsen taking the win then in front of Vebjorn Danielsen Glent and Marcus Borri Rangard. Great driving all the way through from the top three. Espen Moe just missing out on the podium, but did get, I believe, the fastest lap of the race in the end. Olisora Smistad P5 ahead of Lucas Similovshus, then Oscar Polsberg, Magnus Dalheim Lai and Robin Panian Sveen. Axel Remen Hatler was in 11th place in front of Christian Gether Gundersen. Salas Savred Elfsen in 13th place in front of Theodor Lassen and Thomas Norway. But what a sensational drive that was from not just Adrian Mikkelsen and Vebjorn Danielsen in the top two, having a great race with each other, but particularly from Marcus Borri Rangstad, who did such a fantastic job there. Marcus Borri Rangard, coming home in third position after a brilliant run. That was really hard to pull off for Marcus. He just had to wait and bide his time. And on the last lap, when he saw that Olisora Smistad and Espen Moe were having a great duel with each other, he fancied his chances. He saw a gap on the inside and went, that's my moment. I can take third place here. And did so beautifully. Really well timed from Marcus Borri Rangstad. And he's done a fantastic job there. So Adrian Mikkelsen taking the victory in front of Vebjorn Danielsen Glent and Marcus Borri Rangard. Espen Moe a very happy P4, but frustrated, I'm sure, because that could have been a third place. But there will be other opportunities. There will be chances for the drivers to make more ground. So it'll be exciting to see what happens when we see the mini drivers return to the fray here at KNA Varna a little later on. We'll get more racing shortly from the Junior 60s. So after a very competitive race then in the minis, we get to see more exciting battles from the competitors in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. Now we'll get to see the qualifying heat. Number one in the Junior 60s. 14 drivers ready to take on the battles up front. And it really will be exciting to see who does what with the drivers lined up in position at the pit lane. So we've got 14 competitors ready to take on the KNA Varna circuit in Junior 60. We'll see some terrific battles from them as they gear up ready for an exciting showcase. And it's going to be very exciting stuff from the drivers.
No, it should be correct also.
Perfect. So 2 races done of the morning rotation then, and very exciting to see just how things are likely to be in Cadetti and Mini, 2 very exciting classes. Now we've got the Junior 60 race coming up, and we have Norway and Sweden on the front row of the starting grid. It's going to be a really exciting battle between the competitors as they line up on the grid. And it will be very close in Junior 60. We'll talk you through the grid in full when we show the drivers in their positions at the end of pit lane. It's not quite there in position yet for the drivers. They have not quite made their way through the gate. You could see it as well. I notice already the juniors are preparing themselves and getting ready for the start. It'll be exciting to see what they can do. And it's important for the drivers to be watching these races, even though it's a different style of driving. They'll learn a lot about the track conditions from watching these races. The 2 Falcons then on the front row of the starting grid in Junior 60. Very popular chassis in this part of the world. It's a very useful and trusty ally. Here we go then, the starting grid for Junior 60. Patrick Christiansen on the front row of the grid along with Ludwig Granqvist. Then Norbert Plashevsky and Kevin Garib. On the third row is Alexander Frichberg with Jack Solomonson. Jakob Berget in row 4 along with Liam Nord, the Swede in number 200. Then we have Noel Hallin and Philip Slatlem. Wilton Eckenberg is alongside Dominic Opsal. And then the final row of the grid we have Adrian Forash along with Nicholas Kangasalo, the older brother of Lucas. So there are the 14 drivers in position, ready for an exciting battle here at the IAME Nordic Cup. the first time really that we've been able to put three different nations of Scandinavian IAME series together on one bill, and hopefully it's the start of something pretty special from X Promotions and the IAME Championships in this part of the world. It'd be great to continue the expansion with more drivers from IAME Sweden and IAME Finland returning and continuing on the journey, and hopefully our friends over at IAME Denmark will also be competing in the future as well to continue the journey. Great to see we've already got one Icelandic in the field. We'll be talking about that when we get into Junior X30 in a short while. But certainly here in Junior 60, a very competitive race grid is set to now find its way around the K&A Varna circuit. But certainly a very competitive start to the day then in both the Cadetti and Mini grids. We've already had a really exciting showcase for the drivers at this early stage of the race battle. Interesting how the pole position driver in neither of the races so far has been able to come through for the race victory. So qualifying is one thing, but racing very much another. In cadets, obviously we had a bit of a tough race for Jenny Nordvang, but I guess having a nervous start to the day can obviously teach you a lot as a racing driver. So maybe in the second and third heats, we'll get a much more composed and calm nature of a race. Then in the minis, of course, a very tough battle for Vebjørn Danielsen to try and catch up to Adrian Mikkelsen. With one more lap of the race, I have a feeling we could have had a very different race result. But certainly proof that it doesn't matter how hard you push in qualifying. If you can't get it together in the race, then you're not going to take the victory. It's very, very different qualifying to the race battle. But of course, as I've said time and time again to drivers, and will say time and time again to you, I'm sure, it's not necessarily about winning every race. It's not even about getting a million overtakes. It's not even about beating your opponent. It's all about learning in the world of karting. I keep reminding people that on the current Formula One grid, all 20 of them have been karting racers before, but only a couple of them have ever won a world championship in karting. It doesn't really mean anything to win the world championship title unless you can back it up with pure strength and stamina. A lot of the drivers that win the world championship in karting actually stay in this sport for quite a considerable amount of time. It takes a lot of discipline to win big championships and win titles. And in order to do that, you've obviously got to make the most of the opportunities that are afforded you. And I doubt it's going to be any different in IAME Nordic as the continued battle rises in crescendo and more great drivers come and join us. It is very nice, I have to say, to see so many big names here on the starting grids who have competed in many other categories, such as Ludwig Granqvist, who of course is used to racing in Europe now. We have the Barryberg siblings, Marius in senior and Marie in junior, who have obviously had a fairly decent time of it in Europe. And the likes of Vilma Svan, who is pole position going into Senior X30 a little bit later, who again has good IAME Euro Series experience. Good to see these big level drivers who have gone on to Europe to return to the Nordic region in order to go racing at a decent level. So it will be fascinating to see how it all continues to progress. So obviously the drivers from PDB racing here in renewed foundations. I actually saw Nick de Bruin of the PDB racing team a little while ago this weekend. Certainly very excited to continue the developing work with these young talents, racing in collaboration with Falcon Racing Team Sweden. A lot of drivers that he's looking after in the awning, particularly the likes of Kevin Garib, Jack Solomonson, Liam Nord and Noel Hallin. But there are some other teams in the mix, of course, as well. The STHLM Motorsport team with the LGK chassis for Wilton Eckenberg. And there's a lot of independent teams, of course. The AD Motorsport team, of course, is not a private run entity, run, of course, by Alexander Dahlberg, looking after the Energy Course youngster Alexander Frichberg. So really interesting to see all these fantastic people working to continue the journey for these youngsters. And it's amazing when you have your own karting career to then dip in and give back to these drivers who have put in such an amazing journey through their own karting career, and then to watch them ascend to battle with some amazing young talents of the future. There's something about the ecosystem of karting. It just continues in a revolution. It goes round and round in circles, and in a very positive way too, to see all these amazing young talents continue their racing journey as they continue to make progression. So just waiting then for the signal and the command to be given then for the youngsters in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 Junior 60 category. And there are obviously 3 heats for each driver to come over the course of the day. And once they have completed those qualifying heats, we'll have an understanding as to what the grid positions will look like for tomorrow's Super Heats, which is the final race before the finals tomorrow. And that, of course, is when we'll declare the winners of the IAME Nordic Cup across the 5 different categories. So this is the third of those, Junior 60. A great battle expected from the competitors on the front row of the grid. We saw very close run times from them yesterday in qualifying. Both Patrick Christiansen of Norway and Ludvig Granqvist of Sweden very closely matched in terms of the one-lap pace yesterday. So very hard to know who's actually going to have the advantage between the two drivers in their Falcons over each other. So we'll definitely get to see some very close quartered motorsport between them as they continue their prolific battle so far this weekend. But we'll obviously get to see that in very close proximity as the drivers are still putting themselves into a good position here at IAME Varna, circuit that has had 42 years of motorsport over the years. 1982 was when this circuit first broke ground. In the days when Norwegian motorsport was really starting to garnish a few major talents. I mean, the older motorsport viewer will, of course, know very well the great talents of the Norwegian rallycross star Martin Schanker, who was a real legend of motorsport and is still talked today. When I go up and down the length and breadth of great British racing circuits, people still bang on and on and on about how prolifically exciting Martin Schanker was to watch. And it's amazing how these people are very much embedded into the culture of motorsport for years and decades to come afterwards. So obviously some great performances from the drivers in the past. And great to see those sort of prolific names continue. Of course, it wasn't that long ago that we had more great prolific talents from Norway working their way through. And of course, it hasn't been that long ago since young Martinius Stenzorn was racing in karting at this level. And of course, he has now worked his way forward to the world of FIA Formula 3. A great friend and a fabulous young competitor. Spent many a day in the karting paddocks, mucking around with him, playing football in the paddock before he ended up racing in the world of karting. So a fabulous young character. Great to see him doing such a good job in single-seaters on the international stage. But it is proof to all these youngsters on the grid here today that that is where you can end up from this competition. And we've seen some great battles in the past continue on in that way. Of course, the Nordic Championship title took place here at IAME Varna in 1998. And that saw the Swede Joachim Fried battling away with Finland's Kimi Räikkönen. And we all know what happened to him. A little bit of an issue on the grid for Philip Slatlam. They're trying to get his parallel started. So it looks as though there's a bit of a difficulty for Philip Slatlam to get out onto the starting grid. That's a real problem for Philip. Hopefully they'll be able to get him moving, but certainly not the easiest start to his race. Now, if he gets the engine going, he can join the race, but he'll have to start from the back of the grid. So that definitely puts Philip Slatlam on the back foot going into this first race heat of the weekend, and that certainly doesn't do him any favours. But for everybody else, they have all got themselves into position and are already moving their way well. So the grid looks like this then. Patrick Christiansen and Ludvig Granqvist, Norbert Blazewski and Kevin Garib, Alexander Flickberg and Jack Solomonson, then Jacob Berget and Liam Nord, Noel Hallin, Wilton Eckenberg, Dominic Opsahl, Adrian Forash and Niklas Kangasalo. They're going to do an extended formation lap, I'm told. And I don't know whether that's statutory because of the issue for Philip Slatlam or whether they've just decided to do a second formation lap. But that's exactly what they've done. Philip Slatlam has got going again, but he will, of course, have to take his position at the back of the grid. So just after the bridge, the drivers are now forming up in their two tram lines to get themselves into a positive start. So with all of the competitors now primed and ready to race, it's going to be fascinating to see who is going to take the first victory of the day between Patrick Christiansen and Ludvig Granqvist, or is there going to be another driver that will come through? So Christiansen and Granqvist out of the final turn. They will lead the two tram lines around. We should be able to go racing. First time of asking. We are. Let's race. Good start on the right side from Ludwig Granqvist. He's going to get some support from Kevin Garib. Is that going to be enough to get the lead round the far side? It is indeed. And it's a start from heaven for Ludwig Granqvist, who heads into the lead of the race and has managed to go from the far side to chop across and hold the advantage. So Ludwig Granqvist leads the race after a terrific start. They now go underneath the bridge, and Granqvist is your leader. Excellent start for the number 204 into second position. That is the 218 of Patrick Christiansen, who's been able to hold on to his advantage. I think that's Frikberg, who has actually come up into third place from the second row of the grid. So an excellent start from Frikberg to move his way into position. So the 285 for AD Motorsport definitely going well at the start. The Falcons are first and second, but Granqvist has turned the table on his rival. So Patrick Christiansen second place. Then it is Frikberg, Garib, Berget, Salomonsen. And there's a wheel-to-wheel battle further back in the pack that looked to me like a move for about 11th place. I think that was Adrian Forash versus Liam Nord. But I didn't quite figure out which of the two drivers it was that managed to run in front. So certainly in the lead of the race, Granqvist has got the advantage over Patrick Christiansen. Frikberg is under some pressure now from Kevin Garib. Then Jacob Berget, fifth position. Then we have Jack Solomonsen, Norbert Plazewski. Noel Hallin is there in 8th position ahead of Ilton Eckenberg. And then we have Dominic Opsahl, Liam Nord, Adrian Forash, Nicholas Kangasalo and Philip Slatlem. And a bit of a run wide there, unfortunately, out of the hairpin for the 244. That is Jacob Berget. I think he lost out to both Solomonsen and Plazewski. So as the leaders come through over the line, that is 2 places gone for Berget, down to 7th place. As Solomonsen goes into P5, Plazewski goes into P6. And there's a decent battle starting to kick on for 10th position as well between Dominic Opsahl and Liam Nord. So Liam Nord it was that did manage to fend off from the challenge of Adrian Forash. But it's still going to be a very tough race battle as they continue in very close proximity. Up at the sharp end of the field, the two leaders still having a very tight race of it up front. Ludwig Granqvist in front of Patrick Christiansen. Alex Frikberg looking very competitive at the moment. They're in third position, having a very tough race of it. But we got a great little duel developing for fifth position. Plazewski is now all over the back of Jack Solomonsen. And Solomonsen looks like he's got an opportunity here to try and close up on the man ahead of him in P4. There's a little bit of a cork in the bottle developing now. Frikberg and Kevin Garib are not really able to catch on to the back of Patrick Christiansen at this stage. So those two are getting well clear, and Frikberg and Garib are basically holding up Salomonsen and Plazewski. Salomonsen's just set the fastest lap of the race, by the way, in 5th position. So Salomonsen is taking Plazewski along for the ride. And this could end up being quite meaty for 3rd position between these four. Frikberg with a tiny bit of daylight between himself and Kevin Garib. But this is going to be tricky from 4th, 5th, 6th. Garib, Salomonsen, Plazewski. Salomonsen looking quite hungry to try and go for the overtaking move. Can he dive in at the inside? He does indeed. And Salomonsen gets there. And so too does the man in P6, Plazewski. So he does get the bid to get through on Kevin Garib. So that's Salomonsen P4. That's Plazewski P5. All at the expense of a rather frustrated Kevin Garib down to P6. The Swedish driver now needing to fight back. But look at Patrick Christiansen, new fastest lap, a 47.898, 1/10 of a second quicker than our race leader. And that means that we're going to see a really tight battle now as Christiansen tightens in behind Ludwig Granqvist underneath the bridge, and they will charge back up the Trest. This is where things are going to get pretty tricky. Looks like Patrick Christiansen is going to try and make the bid here to get through on the inside of Granqvist. Holds back, decides against it, waits for the overtaking bid. 3rd position is getting very tight. Frikberg has now got big pressure from Salomonsen. Salomonsen diving through for 3rd position. That'll do nicely. And Plazewski goes with him again. So 2 laps in a row, the move has been made by the man in 3rd now, Salomonsen, and Plazewski has held onto the tail close enough that he can make the move as well. So Jack Salomonsen now into 3rd position. Patrick Christiansen sets another fastest lap of the race in his bid to go after Ludwig Granqvist. And now they're going to go on the back straight together, up to the left hairpin. No moves there. Wait for the chance. But 3rd position is close. Salomonsen, Plazewski, Frikberg, Garib, and then Jacob Berget, P7, ahead of Noel Hallin, and then Dominic Opsahl, Liam Nord, Wilton Eckenberg, Adrian Forash, Nicholas Kangasalo, and Philip Slatlem. Down to the hairpin, still no change between the two leaders, but is there going to be a bid for the victory again now from Patrick Christiansen? He's very close in behind. Alexander Frikberg has lost out to Noel Hallin now. Jacob Berget and Noel Hallin have both got through. I wonder if there's been an issue for Alexander Frickberg. Alexander Frickberg appears to have gone off the road somewhere. So Alexander Frickberg is now in some trouble. So that's a real unfortunate situation for Alexander Frickberg, who finds himself now down and out of the race. I think he's ended up in a real jeopardy. So Frickberg is out. And that is very unfortunate for the man who was in third position at one stage. So Alexander Frickberg out of the race. I think he's actually gone off on the back straight. So we just waited to see. Red flags, red flags. The race has actually been stopped. So the race has been stopped. There are red flags around the course. So the race has actually been stopped. I can see that Alexander Frickberg is getting treatment on the far side of the course, but the race has been declared. Certainly has been stopped on red flags. They're going to come through and stop the karts on the main straight. There is still a few laps left to run, so we're going to try and finish the race, but it is going to be a stoppage for the moment. Granqvist. Oh dear, very unfortunate for the 2-3-2 on the main straight. Kevin Garib not stopping the kart in time and going clean into the back of Jack Salomonsen. So all the drivers stopping then on the main straight as we wait for word on Alexander Frickberg, the AD Motorsport driver, but obviously it was very clear that we needed to stop the race just to give the marshals a bit of time to attend to the situation. This is protocol. This isn't really something to get worried about at the moment, because obviously there is a bit of a protocol that is needed at this point when there has been an incident. So it's important that we allow the marshals and officials to go through the safety checks. I can see that Alexander Frickberg is moving, so that's good news, but they just need to go through the safety protocols. There's no point in taking silly chances or taking risks. So they've just got to allow the officials to go through the correct channels. Safety has got to come before anything else, of course. So the ambulance crew is already on the scene, and they will obviously just give a little bit of a check over and a bit of a safety protocol to Alexander Frickberg for the AD Motorsport team. The other drivers, of course, have just got to put this out of their minds for the moment and focus on the race objective when we restart, because there'll be only 3 laps remaining for the competitors. So they'll obviously want to be focusing on that. But there is just a basic protocol that needs to be completed for our young drivers. So when there is an issue like this, obviously it's important to make sure that the safety and well-being of the driver is adhered to before anything else. So the officials are obviously doing their job to make sure that the protocol is correctly followed. The medics are already on the scene, so that is exactly what we are very pleased and reassured to hear. The medic teams will obviously go over and make sure that the driver is okay. But with 3 laps to go when we restart, what we will get to see is the battle renewed between Ludwig Granqvist and Patrick Christiansen. Great drive in the race so far from Jack Salomonsen, who's been amazing through the field, up into 3rd position, working his way forward. Norbert Plazewski did a good job as well to work his way into P4. Some good race battles too from Kevin Garib, finding himself in 5th position ahead of Jacob Berget, and then Noel Hallin from Dominic Opsahl, Liam Nord, Wilton Eckenberg, Adrian Forash, Nicholas Kangasalo, and Philip Slatlem. But obviously, there's going to be one retirement from the race, and that is going to be Alexander Frickberg, who has had his incident up on the far side of the course. So for the moment, the race team is just making sure everybody is in position. So we've had 7 laps completed. I think actually we're going to declare the heat as it is. So I don't think the race is actually going to be restarted. I think we are going to finish it at 6 laps. Yes, the checkered flag has been declared. So this race is not going to be restarted. We've completed 70% of the race distance. So this race is going to be declared at that. The drone is obviously doing its job to give you all of the coverage as it goes around the course. But I think the race is now going to be declared. So that will be the end of the race, and X30 Juniors will be the next thing out on course. So the victory then does go the way of Ludwig Granqvist. He is declared the winner of the Juniors 60 heat ahead of Patrick Christiansen, with Jack Salomonsen finishing up in 3rd position. A good battle there. Norbert Plazewski finishing up in P4 after a very exciting battle all the way through. So some great race driving from them. I think Kevin Garib can be very happy with a top 5 finish as well. Very good run.
3 laps to go. Oh, you will be starting. Okay,
So the timing screen was actually incorrect. It jumped forward. So what is going to happen is that the race will restart. The race officials have decided that they will take the decision to run the race to its conclusion. So there is going to be another 3 laps remaining of the Junior 60 heat. So if the mechanics can return to the starting grid, please. The mechanics return to the starting grid. They can start up the Junior 60 karts ready for a restart. So mechanics of Junior 60 drivers, if you can make your way to the starting grid so that you can start your drivers' karts. Great to see everybody enjoying the drone on the starting grid. You've got Noel Hallin. I think that's Wilton Eckenberg waving to the drone as well. It's pretty cool when you've got the drone able to get this close to the youngsters. And nice thumbs up there as well from Philip Slatlem. Bit of a difficult start to the race for him, but at least he's taking everything in good heart. Nice to see the Junior 60s enjoying how close the drone is able to get to them on the main straight there. It's a great drone pilot we've got who's able to get us close to the action. And pretty much everybody on the entirety of the straight able to enjoy the fun and good nature of that. The kart of Alex Frykberg has already been recovered and returned back to the pits. And the medical teams are obviously doing their once-over for Alexander Frykberg. I can tell you that that's a positive sign because there is absolutely no way that the officials would be considering restarting this race if it was any worse than that. So I assume it's just medical protocol that they're having to go through with Alexander Frykberg. He is, of course, going to be out of the race, but we certainly wouldn't be restarting with 3 laps to go if it was any more serious issue than that. So that is obviously very good news that Alex Frykberg is certainly in a good enough condition that we can consider going racing again in this heat, and it looks like we are going to continue with 3 laps remaining. So that means the battle is not yet decided between Ludwig Granqvist and Patrick Christiansen, and it was just getting interesting on that part of the course as well. So what will happen is, of course, we won't get a full regrid, but what we will do is the drivers will start from the order that they were in at the end of the 6th lap. So they should be able to then have 3 race laps continuing. And obviously they will run in single file formation off the start rather than running across 2x2 formation. So they will run in a single file formation off the line. That means also they don't have to stay in the tram lines at the start because they're obviously going to be in single file on the start. Then the lights will go out and they will be able to race for the final 3 laps of the course. It certainly means that the race won't be as tight as it was on the initial start, but it's obviously positive to see that the race can restart and it can continue. So the medical teams obviously just making sure everybody is A-OK. Very, very much grateful to the medical teams here. They're obviously making sure that all the drivers are OK and they are safe.
7 laps to go. Yes. It's 15 total. You have completed 5 before the red flag. So that I thought this was on the score. This one was 10. Yeah. It's only 15. Okay.
So I am told that this qualifying heat was actually meant to be running in the duration of 15 laps rather than 10 laps. So that means that we are... okay, apparently I'm still getting mixed news messages, but it is going to be 3 laps remaining for the restart. I think the original plan was to run 15 laps of Junior 60. That has been reduced to 10 because of the stoppage. And then obviously we're only going to have 3 laps of running to continue and finish up. So it'll be a 3-lap sprint that will finish the race off. Now, it looks like a couple of drivers are being moved out of position. Not entirely sure why that is, but the 2 drivers in question are the 237, that is Wilton Eckenberg of the ST-HLM Motorsport team, and also the 200, Liam Nord of the PDB Falcon Racing Team Sweden. So they appear to be shuffling the deck of position, I think, because the drivers were not in their correct positions when they came back to the start line. So now they are being put back into the original position when the red flag fell. So this means, of course, that we're going to be running a tiny bit behind schedule, but not by much, actually. The X30 Juniors are already in position at the pit gate. So I think we're only going to be, in actuality, about 5 minutes or so behind schedule. And because there is a little bit of time between heats, we should be able to get back on schedule fairly rapidly. So I don't really foresee this being too much of a difficulty in terms of the long running. We just have to wait for the all clear. And of course, you also have to take into account we've got to wait for the course cars and the medical team to be back in their original reset position for safety reasons. So we can't start the race again until the course car is back in its original position, until the recovery vehicle is back in its original position as well. So once that happens, we can go racing again. But we'll only have a 3-lap sprint. And what we'll get on the restart is a fantastic little duel between Ludwig Granqvist and Patrick Christiansen, two very talented youngsters for the Falcons up at the front end of the field. That battle was just getting interesting when we went to red flag conditions. We'll have Norbert Plejewski, I do believe, up at the sharp end of the field. It says that Plejewski is going to be in 3rd place on the restart. There is the junior X30 grid gearing up, getting ready to go. So that's the race that will follow this one. And they're getting themselves ready in position. Engines are now on, so the 3 remaining laps of the Junior 60 qualifying heat are underway shortly. The mechanics have obviously done their job and restarted the karts, so now the drivers will slot into their positions at the time of the restart. Patrick Christiansen, Ludwig Granqvist, Jack Solomonsen, Norbert Plejewski, Kevin Garib, Jacob Berget, Liam Nord, Noel Hallin, Wilton Eckenberg, Dominic Opsahl, Adrian Fodash, Nicholas Kangasalo and Philip Slatlam. And of course, because this isn't a full restart of 2 tram lines, they can actually run in single file formation. And as far as I'm aware, they don't have to run in the tram. Oh, they are going to run in the tram lines by the look of it. So this will definitely be an interesting restart then. They're going to go in 2 grids. They are going to go in 2-row formation. So it's essentially the race restarting pretty much as they were before the stoppage. But it's going to be 2 tram lines. So again, it's basically a bit like Formula 1 when they red flag it and then restart the race from the grid, which I have to say I've always preferred. So we're going to get the similar running of that in karting trend. They will run in the 2 rows of tramline formation. So Ludwig Granqvist is going to have some pressure here to hold off Patrick Christiansen, who can essentially on the restart return the favour that he lost out on the original start. So the roles are reversed. They're going to be in opposing positions to where they were on the original start line. They come off the final corner for the 2 tram lines. And are we going to go racing for this 3-lap sprint straight away? We are. And it's a great start on the far side. Can Patrick Christiansen overturn the tables down to the first corner? No, and he's going to get balked in. Several karts ending up losing ground there on the far side. So this is a proper shuffle of the deck. Up to 2nd place now comes Jack Solomonsen. Up to 3rd place, that looks like Kevin Garib has worked his way forward. So Christiansen now 4th in front of Opsahl, Hollin, Plejewski, and then Eckenberg. And up the inside, that's going to be a move from Kevin Garib to try and get into 2nd position. He's had to hang back. And that's really held up Christiansen's progress. So this is great news from Ludwig Granqvist. The restart has definitely worked out in his favour. It hasn't worked out in Patrick Christiansen's. But Christiansen has moved up into 3rd position. Solomonsen is now going defensive to try and keep him back. But Christiansen wants to get back in a 2nd position as quickly as possible. Solomonsen is going to work hard to keep him back. 2 laps to go. And Patrick Christiansen is going to try every trick in the book now to get into 2nd place past Jack Solomonsen. Solomonsen still holding his nerve. And it's Sweden 1 and 2 as Ludwig Granqvist leads on the restart. So they're going to work their way back into position, and a big defensive move from Jack Solomonsen to keep Patrick Christiansen at bay. But Christiansen's got a run on him as they come down to the bridge. Christiansen's through into 2nd place. Good recovery from Patrick Christiansen. Back in a 2nd position as they charge down the drop. And now up to the hairpin one more time. Solomonsen not able to make the move back on him. Kevin Garib is right there for 4th position, hoping for a move of his own. But it's a perfect restart from Ludwig Granqvist. Patrick Christiansen has saved his race by getting himself back in a 2nd position after a lot of hard work. And as they go over the line, 1 lap remains then of this 3-lap sprint. So Ludwig Granqvist doing a great job out in front of Patrick Christiansen, then Jack Solomonsen, Kevin Garib, Norbert Plejewski, Dominic Opsahl, Noel Hallin and Jacob Berget. So they go over the top of the crest and then run through the hairpin. A very good start indeed. Opsahl's made a good move there. Dominic Opsahl getting through then on Noel Hallin as they go over to the bridge. A couple of the drivers dueling away for position, looking for a good move, but it isn't going to work out. Oh, that's a great overtake though from, I think that was Liam Nord dueling away with Wilton Eckenberg there. So we had a good battle in the midfield, but the 3-lap sprint is going to come to an end. And despite all the hard efforts from Patrick Christiansen to catch back up to Ludwig Granqvist. He's going to run out of time, and it will be Ludwig Granqvist who takes the victory in the first race of the day for Junior 60 in front of Patrick Christiansen, who just stole the fastest lap of that 3-lap sprint away from him in the final tour. Third position going the way of Jack Solomonson. So a really steady start to racing then, but it showcases how tough it's going to be in Junior 60 between Ludwig Granqvist and Patrick Christiansen. They will be dueling all day long. Exciting stuff and great racing definitely on the horizon through the course of the day. So we're going to see a lot of terrific duels from them. That is really exciting to see how it's all going to continue to progress. So the victory then goes the way of Ludwig Granqvist in front of Patrick Christiansen, Jack Solomonson in third in front of Kevin Garib, Norbert Blazewski P5 in front of Dominic Opsahl, then Noel Hallin, Jacob Berget, Wilton Eckenberg and Liam Nord, Nicholas Kangasalo, Adrian Forash, Philip Slatlam, and unfortunately a retirement in the end for Alexander Frichberg of the AD Motorsport team. So a very intriguing start to proceedings then, as we'll have the first two heats, of course, of the battles later on in the day, wrapping up. And then, of course, when we get to about 1:55 local time, that will be the end of the second qualifying heats. Then there will be a period of break, and then we'll have the third qualifying heats for each driver. So now we get ourselves into the mix and into the battle for the next great battle out on the course, which is going to be for the Junior X30 contenders. So they will be ready for the next port of call. It's going to be really interesting to see how they will continue their charge forward. Some great performances so far from these youngsters. They've definitely given us plenty to get excited about in X30 Junior over the course of qualifying. And now the 22 drivers will battle away for position on the circuit itself. And I'm quite excited to see what will happen in X30 Junior after the brilliant pole position yesterday of Frederik Flodingebretsen, who did a great job to whack up the pole position and turn up the dial. Marie Barryberg could have had an opportunity to go for pole position herself had the session not been stopped halfway through, and then she couldn't restart the kart. So had that not occurred, I think she might have got challenged for pole position herself. Joachim Askerland in third on the starting grid, and then Jonathan Landstrom of AD Motorsport lining up fourth position. He had been consistently the fastest driver through free practice. Adrian Gierder in fifth position on the grid, and then Alexander Rockstad in the mix there as well from Oscar Wick, Noah Antonsen, Theo Svensson and Henrik Bergstrom. And then we have Linnea Jensen and Isaac Remenhatler, Venoda Ravnas, the Icelandic driver, then Leon Larsen, Anton Strom-Tanevig and Andy Alstrin, then Theo Hansen. Mikkel Petiters putting in a great showcase in qualifying yesterday. We're just waiting for the last couple of corrections around the circuit, and then we can go racing once more. We're only going to be about 5 to 6 minutes behind schedule, but I have a feeling that once we've got to the end of the first qualifying heat rotation, we'll not be behind schedule at all, because that is essentially what the time in between heats is there for. It is to allow us those opportunities for a few wreckages and to push each other back into position. So far so good, and it's certainly looking very positive as we continue our great race day here for X30 Junior. Frederik Flodingebretsen, pole position for this one after what has already been a very competitive X30 Junior qualifying session yesterday. Marie Barryberg lining up second on the grid, certainly the fastest female in Junior X30 after qualifying yesterday. Some great race battles still ahead of us. As each other in a competitive race trim, because the 22 drivers were actually split into two groups yesterday for qualifying, which I have to say made a lot of sense, because it gave the drivers a chance to get competitive lap times put down. without having to worry about causing traffic for each other. Fredrik Flood Engebretsen getting pole position yesterday alongside Marie Barry Berg on the front row of the starting grid. Then Joachim Askeland along with Jonathan Landström on the second row. Row 3 of the grid will see Adrian Gierde and Alexander Rockstad. And then we have Oskar Wick along with Noah Antonsen, Theo Svensson and Henrik Bergström lining up in the top 10. And then we have Linnea Jensen, 11th place alongside Isaac Remenhatler, Venada Ravnas and Leon Larsen. Then Anton Stromtanevik lining up beside Andy Alström. Here is the grid in full then. Fredrik Flood Engebretsen and Murray Browerberg, then Joachim Askeland and Jonathan Landström, Adrian Gierde and Alexander Rockstad, Oskar Wick and Noah Antonsen. 9th on the starting grid, it is Theo Svensson beside Henrik Bergström. And then we have Linnea Jensen, 11th on the grid. She's beside Isaac Remenhatler. Then we have the only Icelandic driver in the entire weekend, Venada Ravnas alongside Leon Larsen, Anton Stromtanevik beside Andy Alström of Sweden. And then we have Theo Hansen and Mikael Ostwald. Gustav Berglund is beside Christian Alexander Röst. And then at the back of the grid, we have Christian Fey Lund. And then sadly, Sebastian Grondalilis, who had that technical infringement in qualifying, dropping him right to the tail of the field. Great to see these competitors over the sharp end. Watch out for Marie Barryberg, second on the grid beside Fredrik Flood Engebretsen. She'll definitely be a real challenge to go for the victory this weekend in Junior X30. Both she and her older brother, Marius Barryberg, have been very strong competitors in Europe, not just in IAME X30 competitions, but also in OK Junior and OK Senior in the Academy Trophy, and also competing in the Champions of the Future. So very interesting to see what they will do. Oh, we've had a cluster effect under the bridge. Oh my goodness. Alexander Dahlström, I think the engine stalled, and that has caused all sorts of problems. Jonathan Landström stalling the kart under the bridge. I have never seen anything like that before on a rolling lap. That is absolutely bizarre. We had one kart, I think, stalling, coming under the bridge, and as a result, it's caused a massive traffic jam under the bridge. So this race is almost certainly going to have another formation lap then, while the drivers get themselves back into position. But several karts are in dire jeopardy. One has got so much damage, I don't think that's going to continue. That's the Sodi of Venador Ravnas, I do believe. So unfortunately, well, it's either Venador Ravnas or Anton Stromtanevik. I can't quite tell which of the two it is, but they are the only two drivers who are on Sodi chassis. Linnea Jensen has only just managed to get her kart back out of the far side. An extra formation lap is called, and no real surprises there. So there is an extra formation lap for the drivers going around. I'm trying to make out which of the Sodi kart drivers it is that has not been able to take the start after the problems underneath the bridge. Difficult to tell from here which of the two Sodi karts in the field it is, but yeah, sadly there are a couple of drivers who are out of position and are now fighting to get themselves back into position. It is the 321, so I'm afraid that is Venador Ravnas, the Icelandic driver. Now I think they're going to try and get him restarted if they possibly can, because that then gives him a chance to get back into the race. Here he is. So Venador Ravnas, hopefully, should be able to take his position back in the field. That is very fortuitous for Venador Ravnas. But what a crazy start to this Junior X30 race. It just looked as though they were going so slowly under the bridge that one of the karts stalled. And because they're running in the two tramline formations, there was no time for any of the drivers to avoid it. So they just ended up piling in behind each other. Well, fortunately, the race is going to get underway under starter's orders. Sadly, though, for Venador Ravnas, he's got no choice but to start this race from the back end of the field. He can't retake his original position. But then again, nor can any of the drivers that got held up. So the grid is very different to what it was in qualifying. Certainly for Fredrik Flood Engebretsen and Marie Barryberg, it's no change. They come out of the final turn in the two tram lines, and we're racing here at Varna. Up to the first corner, and Marie Barryberg already trying to put Fredrik under some pressure, but she hangs back and into third position, drops in behind Joachim Askeland. As Askeland moves into P2, they go up the crest and over the bridge. It's going to be exciting to see what Joachim Askeland can do now that he's into second position. Marie Barryberg gets back into P2 and takes Alexander Rockstad for the ride. So Marie Barryberg back into second place. Rockstad goes with her. So a terrific restart then as Fredrik Flood Engebretsen has the lead in the Tony kart. But Marie Barryberg has worked her way into second position on this opening lap as everybody else is fighting to get themselves into a competitive position. But that is Rockstad in third position in the 396. Good start to the race then for Alexander Rockstad. Askeland fourth, then Wick, Bergström, Antonsen, Remenhatler, Svensson, Larsen and Berglund. So a competitive start, but I'm afraid it looks like it's already game over for Linja Jensen. So Linja Jensen with problems then coming into the pits to retire. And I think Adrian Gjerde has had a similar problem befalling. So both Linja Jensen and Adrian Gjerde then retiring from the race, probably as a result of the incident on the formation lap under the bridge. Damage to Linja Jensen's kart, and she'll be very unhappy indeed with that, as of course will Adrian Gjerde, who pulled off before the race even began, I'm told. So up to second place now, that's Rokstad. So Rokstad has worked his way past Marie Barry Berg. So Rokstad into second position. So this is where things are going to get interesting. Flud Engebretsen leads the way. Then it is Rokstad into second position. And Alexander Rokstad ahead of Marie Barry Berg. Then Joachim Askeland. Then Oscar Wick, Henrik Bergström, Noah Antonsen, Isik Remenhatler, Theo Svensson, Leon Larsen, Andy Alström, and Gustav Berglund ahead of Christian Fay Lund, who is in 13th after all of that melee earlier on. Theo Hansen in 14th, then Mikael Ostvold. Up the inside, that is a bid for the lead from Rokstad. Rokstad's going to try and take the lead away from Frederik Flud Engebretsen. They're side by side. Oh, and he's got him. That's amazing move from Rokstad. Rokstad gets the bid then on Frederik Flud Engebretsen and squeezes him in the S's. So Rokstad hits the front and Marie Barry Berg comes in a second position. Oh, what a great race we've got now at the front of Junior X30 as Alexander Rokstad takes the lead with a feisty determination. Now Marie Barry Berg side by side with Frederik Flud Engebretsen. Oh, collision! Contact! Marie Barry Berg goes off, so does Frederik Flud Engebretsen. They've touched, and that's so unfortunate. Marie Barry Berg skates off at turn one. Frederik Flud Engebretsen's gone off as well. And they just got a little bit too close together. Neither driver was prepared to give best. And as a result, that's now Joachim Askeland into second position. Up to third place now comes Henrik Bergström. Antonsen in P4. Marie Barry Berg has recovered. She's in P5 now. But a big drama in this race. Red flags, red flags. The race has been stopped. The race has been stopped. So we are under red flag conditions again then after the incident for Frederik Flud Engebretsen. Well, big drama in this race. And I think there's been another issue for Oscar Wick. So Oscar Wick has got involved elsewhere around the course. So we've got red flags then as the race has been stopped as Alexander Rokstad gets into the lead and the race has been halted. Well, what a dramatic start to Junior X30 in the IAME Nordic Cup. There was enough excitement there to last a final, never mind the first heat of the weekend. And I've got a sneaky suspicion that the clerk of the course is going to be having a little bit of a word with the drivers there to remind them that, you know, it's only the first heat of the weekend. You don't need to get the whole thing done in one go. Well, there's a little bit of a conversation going on the starting grid, and it looks a little bit feisty, actually, between the 319 of Henrik Bergström in animated conversation with Alexander Rokstad on the starting line here. So the intrepid driver having a rather heated conversation with Alexander Rokstad. The engines have now all been switched off here on the main straight. Well, that was dramatic. I wasn't really expecting anything quite as heart-stopping as that for the very first race of the weekend in X30 Junior. That was more like a final than it was a qualifying heat. But certainly that shows you that the X30 Juniors really mean business here. They definitely want to put themselves further forward. Well, this is a 15-lap qualifying heat, and we only got 3 laps in. So I've got a feeling that this is then going to be a 12-lap continuation of the race. But that was a lot more dramatic than I think anybody was prepared for from the X30 Juniors. You can sense that there is this real air of anticipation and excitement amongst the competitors in the IAME Nordic Cup. Many of these drivers will only really be used to racing on their national championships. So for them to suddenly be thrust into an international competition of the IAME Nordic Cup, it's suddenly got a lot more exciting for a lot of these drivers. Don't forget, of course, after this X30 Junior qualifying heat, we've still got the 2 halves of X30 Senior to come. And, well, I was expecting a lot of excitement in the IAME Nordic Cup. I don't think any of us were expecting that much from the first 3 laps of X30 Junior all weekend. Well, for one thing is for sure, the 2 drivers that were on the front row of the grid for the start of the race are not there anymore. Marie Barry Berg has filtered herself back into 5th position after skating off at turn 1. And the driver then ended up nudging her as they went along the start-finish straight. Fredrik Fluding-Bretze ending up off the road. Now, it's very hard to say at this point which driver essentially initiated what. I think it's very fair to say that looking at the fact that they were side by side down to the first corner, I think the fairest assessment is that it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. You've got two race drivers who wanted to play with the same piece of racetrack, and neither one was prepared to concede. So I don't really think you can say that the blame is with either Frederick or Marie. They're both racing drivers. They both want to race for it, and neither driver is going to give space if they feel that the corner is theirs. So I think it would be a little bit inappropriate to put the blame on one driver. I don't think that's really the way it's gone. But the drivers were actually chatting away to each other about it, who were right in the firing line. So the drivers who spotted it firsthand, I mean, in particular, the man you've got to look at really is Joachim Askeland, who was in 4th position at the time and probably had the perfect bird's eye view for what was happening at the time. Well, Alexander Rockstad has clearly got time to sit there in the cart and say hello to the people on the drone. And so too is the clerk of the course even. So the drivers are just getting out. I think 1 or 2 of the drivers are getting out of the cart to make sure that the front fairing hasn't gone out of position. But of course, the clerk of the course can take the decision here that because the race has been stopped, they can essentially reset the position of the front fairing because it's a fresh restart, I do believe. But of course, the drivers will be in the positions that they were in at the end of the 3rd racing lap. So there is going to be a slight shuffle of the deck of positions. But there's been enough incidents in the first 3 laps of racing pretty much to last an entire X30 Junior weekend, because we had the slip up at the start, which essentially gave us a non-start essentially, because we had half the grid basically cannoning into each other under the bridge, because one kart, we think it might have been the kart of Jonathan Landstrom, stalling it under the bridge, and then essentially the rest of the field had no chance to avoid him. So that caused all sorts of melee. Now, we've got an interesting situation here because we only completed 2 racing laps. We actually stopped the race on the 3rd lap. Now, it looks to me as though it's more than just a couple of positions that are being shuffled. I wonder if a few of the drivers were completely out of position when they came back on the red flag. So there could be quite a few positions that need to be reset here. Indeed, there is. I know that Marie Barry-Berg has been placed back into 5th position alongside the energy course. That is the kart being driven by Isaac Roman Hattler. So Isaac Roman Hattler now back into 6th position on the restart. There's a lot of drivers, though, that are way out of position because of what happened initially under the bridge and then, of course, what's happened subsequently. So rather dramatically, we've got 4 retirements from this race before we even take up the restart. The 4 drivers in question are Adrian Gierder, who I think had too much damage to even start the race after going into the back of the queue under the bridge. Lenja Janssen, who rather sadly had problems as a result of the contact received, and then the kart was under no racing condition to continue anyway. So at the end of the first lap, she pulled into the pits and also parked it. And then the reason for the red flag, we have the 2 karts that are out of position. Oscar Wick, the Swedish driver, and Fredrik Fluding-Bretze, who initially ended up off the road after slight contact with Marie Barry-Berg. Now, again, I should stress some decorum here. There are some rules, and you do actually have to follow them. So it'll just be a gentle reminder to the drivers, look, there's no point getting all heated and flustered in the first couple of laps of racing. You've got 3 heats, a super heat, and then a final to do. Let's try and make this weekend last a bit longer than 3 laps, please. I think that'll be the gist of the conversation of the clerk of the course. Just to remind everybody, look, it's all well and good to go racing, but let's just remember that there's a lot to do. Now, the 371 is coming back to the grid. That's Oscar Wick is coming back to the grid, not the pit lane. So Oscar Wick clearly feels that despite going off the road, he still has a kart, his Formula K chassis, in good enough nick that he should be able to go racing again. So that's going to increase the grid from 18 drivers to 19. So Oscar Wick has put himself back into the starting grid positions, albeit at the back of the field. Of course, sadly for Fredrik Fluding-Bretze, he's not going to be able to take the restart. And that's the man who should be pole position, don't forget. So Fredrik Fludingbret is going to be out of this race, essentially, on the restart. Very dramatic. The driver who should be alongside him on the front row of the grid of the start, and certainly was initially, Marie Barry-Berg, is going to be going off 5th position after her recovery. So you can definitely say about the X30 Junior race that it's been interesting. We've only had 3 laps of the entire IAME Nordic Cup in Junior X30 so far. And I think the one thing you can definitely say is that it's been interesting. We've had all sorts of drama and melee and overtaking moves. But one thing we've definitely had is a fired up Alexander Rogstad, who has absolutely shown his form and shown to everybody here, I am going to win races. I am here to fight. I'm not going to stand back and accept a 2nd or a 3rd place. I'm going to go for a victory. And he now leads on the restart. Alongside him on the grid is going to be Joachim Askelund. 3rd on the grid is going to be Henrik Bergstrom in the Intrepid kart. Noah Antonsen in his Paralin is going to be 4th on the grid on the restart. Then will come Marie Barry-Berg, 5th position for her on the restart in her Kart Republic. Then we're going to see Isaac Remenhatler in the Energy course. They're just swapping a couple of karts over because 7th on the grid will be Theo Svensson in the Treble 3. The Falcon of Andy Alstrin is going to be 8th on the restart. Then the 330 of Gustav Berglund will be alongside Leon Larsen on the starting grid. In fact, I have a feeling that Leon Larsen and Gustav Berglund are actually the wrong way round on the grid. That might well be corrected shortly. Then we will have Theo Hansen and Christian Fay Lund. They're going to be together in position. And then we will have, in 13th on the grid, Mikkel Ostfold. Alongside him is going to be Jonathan Landstrom. Then we will have the Sodi kart of Venedor Ravnas, would you believe? After having a very difficult start to the race, we thought he wasn't even going to start with the slight damage that he had to his kart on the initial launch. But it now looks as though he is going to be taking up the restart alongside Christian Alexander Rust. Then we have 17th on the grid. That is Sebastian Grandalilis, who's actually made up some places after having gone very quickly in time qualifying initially and then having his time deleted for a technical infringement. So Sebastian Grandalilis is now making up progress from the back of the grid. And the last driver in looks to me like it's going to be Anton Strom-Tanevig in the Sodi kart, although we do have an attempt of a restart from Oscar Wick. So Oscar Wick in the Formula K is going to try and take up the restart. But sadly, it is game over for Fredrik Fludingbretsen. So he has also gone for medical checks because obviously when there's a red flag, the important thing is to make sure you've gone for medical checks to make sure that you're okay. But it was a pretty scary moment for Fredrik Fludingbretsen, and obviously we wish him all the very best and hope that he's going to be able to compete again in race 2 a little bit later on. And of course, he'll do so from pole position, so hopefully that is the way that's going to go. But it's obviously important that we just allow the protocol of the marshals and the safety team to take precedent. So very shortly we'll get ourselves back underway and under starting procedure for the restart of this Junior X30 opening heat of the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 on the K&A Varna circuit. The sun has actually come out even brighter than in Junior 60 and now the stoppage in Junior X30. But also I think because we had that incident on the formation lap originally, that obviously gave us one less running lap there. So a couple of interesting reasons then potentially for the reduction in duration. So Junior X30 about to get under starters orders then very shortly indeed. We just need to pause for the course cars to be back into their original positions, having recovered the Tony kart of Fredrik Fludingbretsen. And when we can continue racing again, then obviously the drivers will do so. And they will obviously be reminded, they've already been reminded, from the clerk of the course that they need to be very careful about their race protocols. They also need to be very careful about their racing etiquette because obviously in the first 3 laps of racing and the formation lap, we've already had a few scary moments for the drivers in Junior X30. So just a gentle reminder, you can't win the race on lap 1, but you can definitely lose the race on lap 1. So I think the clerk of the course there informing the drivers that we're going to have 11 laps to go when we restart. So I think the 4th lap of the race is actually going to be the next formation lap that the drivers will do, technically speaking, to grid up on the circuit again. So I think that's why that works out. But it's certainly been a very interesting, intriguing and rather spicy start to Junior X30 here in the IAME Nordic Cup. Perhaps a little bit more feisty than anybody was expecting, and certainly more drama to last one qualifying heat than you get in a lot of finals in karting. But it's going to be a very different restart. Frederik Fludeng and Marie Barryberg were due to be on the front row of the starting grid for these races, but certainly for this restart, Marie Barryberg will be starting P5 and Frederik Fludeng will not be starting at all after their incident at the start. And that means that Alexander Rogstad is now in a very exciting position on the front of the grid, which he fought for and claimed his own before we went to red flag conditions. So it's not as if Alexander Rogstad is there by accident. He actually did fight his way into the lead of the race and made it work out in his favour. So very determined driving in the first part of the race for Alexander Rogstad, and very deserving for him to be in the lead of the race on this restart. He's going to be joined on the front row of the grid by Joachim Askeland, who did a fantastic job to fight his way forward into second position on the initial start behind Frederik Fludeng. But then, of course, once Rogstad started making his moves, Askeland was able to take advantage of the situation himself. Some good racecraft initially from Marie Barryberg as well, so don't expect her to stay in 5th position for long if she can help it. There's a good chance for her to fight her way back into the lead again with the opportunities around her. And there's going to be some very interesting conversations between these drivers across the 11 laps that will remain of Junior X30. The formation lap is being declared on the digiboard. So the drivers will have engines on very shortly, and then they will be sent around the course. They don't need to be push started, of course, in X30 because they have a starter motor and they can run on their own. The mechanics are just there in case that is not a suitable process, in case anything goes wrong with the kart. But we will be going back to racing conditions very shortly indeed in Junior X30, and then there'll be all sorts of excitement as the racing will continue. So the clerk of the course is just waiting for the safety teams to be back in position. The engines go on, and now we will be racing. So Alexander Rogstad leads them off. Be sensible, guys. Make sure you know what you're doing. So we will have 19 drivers to take up the restart. The only 3 drivers that will not be on the starting grid for this one are going to be Adrian Gjerder, who should have started originally in P5 of the grid, Linje Jensen, who should have been 11th, and Frederik Fludeng, who of course was the original man in pole position. So it's going to be Alexander Rogstad who leads them around from Joachim Askeland, and then Henrik Bergström, Noah Antonsen, Marie Barryberg, Isaac Reman-Hadler, Theo Svensson, Andy Alstrin, Leon Larsson, Gustav Berglund, Theo Hansen, then Christian Fey Lund, Mikael Ostvold, Jonathan Landström, Christian Alexander Hurst, and then Venadur Ravnas, Sebastian Grondelelis, Anton Strom-Tarnevik, and Oscar Wieck, who will take a position at the back of the field. So let's see what will happen in X30 Junior. Now we're coming through for a restart, and it looks like they are going to be in single file formation when we go to restart conditions. So the drivers are going up, ready for a restart, and it is going to be Alexander Rogstad who leads the field around with Joachim Askeland in second position. We wait for the command to go. The lights will go out now, and we're racing up to the start for Alexander Rogstad. No problems at all for him to lead from Joachim Askeland and Henrik Bergström through to the first corner. Everybody's kept themselves to themselves in the opening turn. Couple of opportunities to go for the move, but nobody's really made one as they work their way forward. 11 laps to go then, as a couple of drivers are already starting to think about an overtaking move here or there. So Rogstad goes for, and a spin on the back straight. We got 2 karts off the road on the back straight already. So 2 karts going off there in the tail end of the field. That's a Birolart and a Kart Republic that's found himself beached on the grass. So it's already been a bit of a tricky, appears to have frozen in position, but Rokstad is your leader. Askeland in second, then Bergström, Antonsen, Marie Berg, then Remen Hadler, Alström, Svensson, Hansen, Larsen, Landström, Ravnas and Ostwald. The two drivers getting caught in the incident on the first lap were Gustav Berglund and Christian Feilund. It is Christian Feilund who is off the road and out of the race, as Alexander Rokstad leads the field, but Jonathan Landström is the fastest driver on track, as Jonathan Landström now finds himself in 11th position, trying to make some progress and make some overtaking moves. Couple of moves down on the far side of the course. Couple of drivers out of position. I think the yellow flags have been lifted now for the manoeuvre. Some great duels around the course and a lot of great battles already in this X30 junior heat. 2 laps completed of the 11-lap sprint. Askeland hunting down Rokstad. Marie Berg holding up the field as Jonathan Landström makes the dive up the inside of Theo Hansen and gets through. That puts him up another position. That puts him in 8th, I do believe. So Jonathan Landström now into 8th position, closing down on Andy Alström for the first corner and moving up into 7th place. Landström is having a terrific drive. Up into P7 goes Jonathan Landström. So his next target is going to be Isaac Remen Hadler. So Jonathan Landström really fighting back. That looks like it's going to be a wheel-to-wheel maneuver for 3rd position. As down the inside, that looked to me like Noah Antonsen getting the run on Henrik Bergström. So those two are dueling over 3rd position. And as a result, they're holding each other up. Marie Berg's going to close up on them. But still Rokstad leading the way from Askeland. And Askeland is trying to make the bid to come through on Alexander Rokstad. Askeland's really pushing this. Rokstad is still your leader. But Askeland's getting a little bit feisty. Jonathan Landström closing up on Isaac Remen Hadler to have a look at 6th position as they work their way through the first couple of corners. Askeland with a good run now on Alexander Rokstad. Is this going to be the move to the inside? It's for the lead of the race. Askeland takes the lead on the back straight. But here comes Rokstad coming back at him on the run to the bridge, and Rokstad back through. Askeland trying again to get back on the inside. It's not going to work. So Rokstad loses the lead and takes it back once more. So Alexander Rokstad gets into the lead, having lost it initially. Askeland is still there in 2nd place, but has definitely lost some pace. The battle for 3rd is raging as here comes Marie Berg onto the tail of Bergström and Antonsen. They continue on the far side. It's a great run so far down the main straight. And it looks as though Landström has actually lost a couple of places. He has indeed. So Landström has dropped back to 8th position again behind Andy Alström. So Alström has got through into 7th place once more. Landström's going to try and take him on into 7th position. Has done so. Good move from Jonathan Landström. Now into P7 once more. Great racing all the way in Junior X30, but the lead is with Alexander Rokstad. So Alex Rokstad leads the way. 3rd position is an absolute war at the moment. Bergström, Antonsen and Marie Berg. Here comes the chance to get into 3rd position. Antonsen tightens right up on Askeland. Marie Berg looking for it, and that's going to be Landström. Landström gets into P6. Great racing from Jonathan Landström. Into 6th position he goes then. So that puts him up ahead of Alström, ahead of Remen Hadler. And Alexander Rokstad with a new fastest lap, 43.872. He has a decent advantage now over Joachim Askeland. 5 laps to go, but it's going very well indeed for our race leader, Alexander Rokstad, trying to shake off Joachim Askeland. 3rd position is a very tight race. Henrik Bergström still there in 3rd in the Intrepid. And in 4th position, right in behind, is Noah Antonsen with Marie Berg. Giving back a little bit of a run wide there from the Intrepid. And this is going to tighten everything up. Landström's going to dive in up the inside of Marie Berg. Oh, problems for the Intrepid. Henrik Bergström is in trouble. He went off the road and it's damaged the kart. Bergström's out of it. Here comes Landström, side by side with Antonsen. Watch out for Marie Berg. Landström's going to go up the inside into 3rd position. Marie Berg goes with. So Landström to 3rd, Berg to 4th. That little mistake from Henrik Bergström has ruined his race. And I'm afraid Henrik Bergström is out. Just a little run wide of the hairpin, and it's damaged the kart. That's all it needed. So Jonathan Landström now P3 ahead of Marie Berg. But Berg is looking very strong behind Landström. Can she go for 3rd position in the hairpin? Has to wait for a moment. Joachim Askeland is getting back on terms with Rokstad for the lead of the race. 5th place now is Antonsen. 6th is Remen Hadler. Then Alström, Hansen, Ravnas doing a great job in 9th position. And then 10th position for Leon Larsen. Some duels all the way through this field. Full credit to Venedor Ravnas, has made up 7 places. Almost as impressive as Jonathan Landström. And Oscar Vick has done well, moving up 7 places. So Rogstad and Askeland. Askeland now with the fastest lap of the race, really starting to hunt down Alex Rogstad, and he's only got 3 laps to catch and pass him. So this is very determined racing from Joachim Askeland. He really wants the lead, and he's right up behind Rogstad. So Rogstad has the advantage, but can Joachim Askeland take him on? Off the turn, coming down the straight again. This is going to be tricky for Joachim Askeland. He knows he's going to have to work very hard indeed to take on Alex Rogstad. Rogstad is your leader, holds the kart very wide through the first couple of corners. You can carry a lot of speed through there, but Askeland has got Rogstad on the ropes as they come over the bridge, leading up to the hairpin. It's going to be tight for Rogstad to hang on from Askeland. He's going to have to go defensive down the back straight. Rogstad's going to have a look. Through the bridge comes Askeland, and it's going to be tight now. In behind Rogstad with only 2 laps to go. He's got to make the bid. Into the hairpin, he doesn't quite have the opportunity. As Landstrom has pulled clear of Marie Barry-Berg for a little bit of a challenge now. So Marie Barry-Berg looks content to be 4th. Landstrom will have to settle for 3rd unless the 2 leaders tangle with 1 lap to go. Here we go for the lead of the race. Rogstad versus Askeland. Up through the right hand, picked his moment on the last lap and stole it away. Joachim Askeland, what a victory. Superb racecraft from Askeland. Picked his moment nicely there as Alex Rogstad acknowledges he's been beaten fair and square with a handshake on the back straight. What a fantastic duel we got from X30 Junior. That was good enough to be a final, never mind a qualifying heat. But what a drive from Joachim Askeland. Such a terrific bit of racing from the Norwegian. Joachim Askeland taking the victory from Alexander Rogstad. Jonathan Landstrom, what a comeback in the end, getting a 43.514, the fastest lap of the race. Excellent stuff for him in 3rd position ahead of Marie Barry-Berg, Isak Roman-Hatler, Noah Antonsen and Andy Alstrin. Venedor Ravnas, the Icelandic talent, up to 8th position, having started this restart back in 16th. Very good work indeed from Venedor Ravnas. 9th position from Theo Hansen. 10th place, very solid from Leon Larsen. Then Theo Svensson. Oskar Wijk did a good job on the restart as well to end up in 12th. And then Mikael Ostvold, Christian Alexander Rost, and then Anton Strom-Tanevig from Sebastian Grondalelis and Gustav Berglund. Rather sadly, retirements from Henrik Bergström and Christian Feilund. And of course, we had non-starts to this second part of the race battle from Adrian Gieda, who obviously should have been up in the top 5. And then Fredrik Flood Engebretsen was the cause of the red flag as his kart had been off at the first corners. And then we also had a non-start from Linnea Jensen, who in the original start could only complete 1 lap with a damaged and bruised kart from the original formation lap melee under the bridge. Well, there was enough drama in that X30 Junior qualifying heat to last an entire weekend for that category, so I'm not entirely sure how they're going to top that in qualifying heat 2 and 3 later on, but we'll come back to Junior X30 a little later. Attention will now turn to Senior X30, and there are 2 groups for the Senior X30s because we've got 35 drivers in total. There is going to be 15 laps of racing for Senior X30, so we will go the full distance in the IAME Nordic Cup, and this is for the qualifying heat for groups A versus B. So they will have the first part of the race battle up to this stage. So that is where we're going to focus our attention initially. But certainly a very exciting battle so far to be had amongst the competitors at this stage of proceedings. But we've now got ourselves some really exciting battles to come in this particular category. I think we're going to see some really great battles for the drivers as they prepare for the action across the qualifying heats. So the recovery of the kart of Fredrik Flood Engebretsen has now moved that kart out of position. So once that has been reset, we will have our starting order confirmed on screen for X30 Senior in groups A versus B. So what we're going to get to see then is Vilma Svan and Tord Raugstad on the front row of the starting grid. Then we will have Philip Svensson and Elina Lee Rolfsen. They'll be together. Just very similar sounding in terms of their surnames, but Tord Raugstad, the 17-year-old, looking to run from the front end of the grid to do battle with Vilma Svan, who has a bit of a reputation for good competitive racing in IAME Europe as well as in IAME Sweden. So it'll be fascinating to see what happens between these two on their start. Keep an eye on the 5th place man. Philip Svensson was very quick indeed through practice, and the Charles Leclerc chassis could be very useful in his charge to move further forward from 3rd position on the grid on the 2nd row. Watch out as well for Elina Lee Rothsen. She's got good potential and good credence after working her magic in Europe. She represented Norway in the Karting Academy Trophy in the FIA weekends last year, so definitely has the potential to go for victory here in Senior X30. And certainly learnt about racing life there the hard way, had all sorts of difficulties in the 2023 campaign, but they were great learning lessons for her as a racing driver. And certainly it could be very interesting to see what she comes out with from this one. Max Anderson lining up 5th on the grid, and also the very talented Niklas Dotzetsven running in 6th position on the starting grid. Spent last night playing one bounce with half the members of the Senior X30 paddock, as did I, rather embarrassingly. I proved once again that some Englishmen are not so great at football. I know there's going to be 11 of them gunning for it in the European Championships tomorrow in Berlin. But some Englishmen are not that great at football. I'm definitely one of those. So the competitors are getting themselves geared up ready for 15 laps of this first of 2 Senior X30 qualifying heats. So out we go then for the start of this incredibly exciting encounter in the IAME Nordic Cup, the first of the 2 Senior X30 qualifying heats of the rotation. And we're going to see some real talents. Vilma Svan and Tord Raugstad, Philip Svensson and Elina Lee Rothsen, Max Anderson and Niklas Dotzetsven, Felix Johannesson and Krista Purpus, William Lundbo and Elias Hagen, Harold Matheson and Jonas Berglund, William Svensson and Thomas Grandalelis, Ina Karina Rostad and Lucas Fossa, and finally Conrad Bergham Hansen and Linus Harnell. Group A versus Group B. We'll see Group C versus Group D straight after this one, and then of course they'll shuffle the deck later so that A meets C and B meets D, and then we'll have A meeting D and B meeting C, which means that by the end of the day, all the Senior X30 drivers will have had 3 heats, and they will all have raced against everybody at one point in the course of the qualifying heats rotation. So as everybody gets themselves geared up and ready for the start, X30 Senior actually going around for 2 formation laps. Because these karts are significantly faster. So with this circuit being only 1,030 metres in length, you're going to need 2 formation laps really to get these karts under position. So once again, they go under the bridge, and that is when you really start to form up in position. The red line obviously being on the approach to the penultimate hairpin. And that's when the karts need to be in their positions. They can't really overtake past that point. So this is where the drivers are now neatly in position. They're not quite in their tram lines yet, I noticed, but they're certainly in position to be able to do so. Now they get into the 2 tram lines. And it's going to be Vilma Svan to the inside, Tord Raugstad to the outside, with a whole collection of ace drivers trying to get past them over the course of this 15-lap race. Who's going to be the first victor of X30 Senior? Oh, it's an extra formation lap. They're not in position. So an extra formation lap then on the start, just to prolong the agony and increase the tension for the X30 Senior drivers. So they're going to go round again. So it will be Vilma Svan and Tord Raugstad, and then Philip Svensson and Elina Lee Rolfsen. And then we'll have Max Anderson and Niklas Dotzensven, Felix Johannesson and Krista Purpus, and then William Lundbo, Elias Hagen, Harold Matheson, Jonas Berglund, William Svensson and Thomas Grandalelis, then Ina Karina Rostad, Lucas Fossa, Conrad Bergham Hansen and Linus Harnell. 18 drivers, there'll be 17 in the upcoming race after that. But this is going to be tricky, a very tight race in prospect for our competitors, and it will be difficult to know who is going to get the most of it. Will Vilma Svan be able to fend off the attentions and the machinations of Tord Raugstad, who will be trying very hard indeed to put one over on Vilma Svan on his Falcon? They come off the final turn. Now we've got a much better grid formation. They're going to come up the turns, and are we going to go racing? Yes, we do. Off we go at Varna. And it's a great start from Vilma Svan. Not a bad one from Philip Svensson either. I think he's going to get into second place. He does indeed. Tord Raugstad lets that happen. Drops back into third position behind Svensson. So as they go up over the top of the bridge, Rolfsson is already trying to take on Tord Raugstad as they come up to the final. Philip Svensson's going for the lead, and Svensson takes the lead. Great start from Philip Svensson from third position. He now leads under the bridge, and it's a return. Svan gets in the inside, but Svensson gets him back straight away. Brilliant racing as they go down the hill and up to the hairpin one more time. Svensson is your leader. Svan in second. Raugstad in third. Philip Svensson has managed to get past both men on the front row of the grid on the opening lap as Tord Raugstad seeks an opportunity to go wheel to wheel with Vilma Svan and can't get through. Now Elina Rolfsson's got a better run off the turn and might get into third. Great racing. Svensson leads Svan, Raugstad, Rolfsson, Dottersven, Hagen, Berglund, Carlson, Purpose, Grundalilis and Vittivaananen. So they continue to make great race battles as they continue their charge forward. Excellent racing. I think there was a slight change to my original grid prediction because one of the drivers got thrown out of the qualifying session. Well, Tord Raugstad's got into second place and Rolfsson's got into third, both at the expense of Vilma Svan. So Raugstad is now second. Elina Rolfsson has worked her way to third position. So Elina Rolfsson looking very strong. Continuing on the charge as they work their way off the turn and now out of the final hairpin and up the straight once again. A great start for Philip Svensson. He leads comfortably now in front of Tord Raugstad, but Raugstad is not done. He's going to try and continue to push here to close up the gap. Elina Rolfsson, third position. Vilma Svan, P4. Then Dottersven, Hagen, Berglund, Grundalalis. A good start from Vittivaananen. Some Vertivaananen doing a good job there, just inside the top 10. And then 10th place for Joachim Matheson, ahead of Krista Purpose, Max Carlsen, Linus Harnell, Oscar Spora, Lucas Fossa, Theo Thomason-Eid, Jonathan Tangen-Solveig, and Max Anderson. So still they duel away, some good battles all the way through, but out in front it is the 476 that leads the way, 416 I should say, sorry, that leads the way. Philip Svensson looking good, out in front, Tord Raugstad, then Elina Rolfsson and Vilma Svan, and these three are definitely closing up on Philip Svensson. They've worked together to make it happen. A couple of drivers at the back of the field having an incident by the look of it. That's Jonathan Tangen-Solveig and Theo Thomason having some problems, and then the 459 in the mix there as well. That's Lucas Fossa. Not entirely sure what's happened to Oscar Spora. Oscar Spora seems to have fallen back in the fray, and Max Anderson has not come through either. So Max Anderson, I think, maybe out of the race somewhere. Certainly not come through at the end of lap 2, and it looks as though Oscar Spora has not come through at the end of lap 3. So 2 retirements then already, as Vilma Svan has got back through in front of Elina Rolfsson. So Vilma Svan is now into third position ahead of Elina Rolfsson. So Vilma Svan, the Swedish driver, now back into third position. Elina Rolfsson has now got to try and shake off the likes of Dottensven and Elias Hagen. They work their magic again on the far side as Tord Raugstad is pushing, trying to close up on Philip Svensson on the far side of the course. Under the bridge, sweeping under the left-hander. And Tord Raugstad really starting to look hungry in behind Svensson. Down the drop, out of the chicane, and dropping down to the hairpin. Waiting to see if anybody's going to get a good run off that turn and make a bid up the hill. Not easy to get overtaking moves on this circuit, but you can go for them if you're brave enough. So far, it's very tight up at the sharp end of Senior X30, but out in the lead is Philip Svensson on the Charles Leclerc chassis, looking confident. 5 done, 10 to go of this 15-lap heat. So a very good start to things at the moment. Philip Svensson. Tord Raugstad goes slightly quicker, though. Vilma Svan is the fastest driver of all as he works his way through. I think Vilma Svan's got a slight issue with his transponder. It doesn't seem to be coming through automatically. I think it's having to be done manually at the moment for Vilma Svan, so there might be a slight technical issue with his transponder there. But certainly Vilma Svan looking comfortable in third position ahead of Elina Rolfsson and trying to close up on Tord Raugstad. Still fifth position at the moment for Nicholas Dottensven. So Dottensven looking very good to run forward. But Svensson still leads the way here from Raugstad, Svan, Rolfsson, Dottensven, Hagen, Berglund, Grundalilis, Vaananen and Krista Purpose. Elina Rolfsson now sets the fastest lap of the race. She's done a 43.347 there. A 43.309 actually, to go slightly quicker even than Vilma Svan. So fastest first sector of anyone at the moment is now Joachim Matheson, trying to work his way certainly further forward. As the drivers continue over the sharp end of the field, we're waiting to see if Svensson can be caught here by Torg Raugstad. 3 wheels on the deck and 1 in the air under brakes there for the 421 of Vilmar Svan. That shows you how hard he's pushing. Coming off the turn and down the straight once again. Philip Svensson still just leading comfortably at the moment at the halfway point of this Senior X30 heat. Looks like Kristaps Purpose has lost a couple of positions on the lap there to Joachim Matheson and Max Carlsen, so they've been able to work their way through a little bit further forward. Torg Raugstad still in front of Philip Svensson, but by nowhere near as much as he was before, and Vilmar Svan is closing down on both drivers. So Elina Rolfsson is there in 4th position as well. She can make a bid in P4 to try and close up on the leading trio. And then in 5th we have Niklas Dottersven and Elias Hagen on his Falcon in P6. A great shuffle of the deck, battling out in 7th position at the moment. We've got Berglund, Grundal-Ellis, Varnanen, Matheson, Carlsen and Purpose. And they're having a really good race of it. So it's great to see so many competitive drivers duking it out. A much more aggressive race from some than others in Senior X30, but certainly for Torg Raugstad, he wants to stay as close to Philip Svensson as he possibly can. He knows he's going to have pressure from Vilmar Svan, who's not had the best of starts to his campaign in IAME Nordic Cup 2024. Could really do with a bit more as he continues on. Great racing opportunities. And down to the left-hand hairpin, just hoping to coax the carts through. Certainly looking good for Svensson up front, but Torg Raugstad looks like he could try something in the upcoming laps. He's got to try and finish things off in a good position. Not easy to make this work, but Svensson looking hungry. Torg Raugstad, 2nd position from Vilmar Svan. Then Elina Rolfsson, Niklas Dottersven, and then Elias Hagen from Jonas Berglund. Now Max Carlsen has managed to get ahead of Joachim Matheson. That's for 10th position. So there's certainly been an interesting change up in the top 10 for a car. Look how tight it's getting between the leaders though. Svensson has got Raugstad and Svan for company. They've got a bit of a gap between themselves and Rolfsson. It's looking close for 5th as well, because Elias Hagen is putting Niklas Dottersven under some pressure. So as they come through at the end of the lap, it looks like it could be Elias Hagen going for a move on Dottersven for 5th position anytime soon. New fastest lap of the race from Vilmar Svan, a 43.005. Look at Elias Hagen really starting to knock on the door of Dottersven. And he's going to dive in. Elias Hagen charges through on the inside of Dottersven. That's for P5 on the back straight. That was very committed indeed from Elias Hagen, and that was enough to get through. So Elias Hagen now P5 in front of Niklas Dottersven. And that's a really tough move to overtake there at that particular point on the course. So very well executed from Elias Hagen. But now the top 3 are getting closer together. Svan is going to edge closer to Raugstad, but will he go for a move or will he work with his rival to try and close up? Well, I tell you what, Vilmar Svan's got another fastest lap in the bag, a 42.946 from Vilmar Svan. So that's definitely showcasing his speed. He is now the only driver in the race to duck underneath 43 seconds for the lap. So certainly Vilmar Svan getting hungry in behind Torg Raugstad. But can Raugstad get this done to close up on Philip Svensson? Certainly the Charles Leclerc chassis driver has been going beautifully from the start of the race and has not really lost that much ground, having taken on the 2 men and got into a good position as early doors as possible. Some great racing in Senior X30, but as always in this category, no one driver is able to pull clear and dominate. It then becomes about patience, it becomes about staying power, and Svensson's got that in spades. So Elias Hagen no longer in 5th position because it looks like Dottersven has got back past him again. So that position that did change hands has now swapped over once more. So Dottersven has got back into 5th position ahead of Elias Hagen once more. So those 2 are still dueling over 5th position. But the top 4 are still very closely knit, very close together between Svensson, Raugstad, Svan and Rolfsson. They come off the turn and back on the home straight once again. The checkered flag is only 2 laps away for Philip Svensson, and he really wants to be the first one to see it. Looking good at the moment. They go up over the top of the bridge, and Svensson has the pace on Torg Raugstad. 3rd place for Vilmar Svan, 4th place for Elina Rolfsson, the only driver who can really hang with the top 3. But is Torg Raugstad going to get a chance? He's about 3 kart lengths only behind Philip Svensson. If he can have a good lap here, then he'll have a chance to close up. He gets very aggressive in the brakes for the hairpin. That gives him a chance to close up on Svensson in the closing stages of this race. But I just don't know if Tord Raustad is going to have the opportunity to take on Philip Svensson in the final lap. They cross the line, 1 lap to go. And I think Tord Raustad's going to have his work cut out for him to take on Svensson. But he can be satisfied with the fact that he's got Vilma Svan behind him. And there's been an incident on the last lap of the race by the look of it. That's the 4:11. That's Elias Hagen. Elias Hagen has dropped out of the race in his battle with Niklas Stotzersven for 5th place. So Elias Hagen out of the race on the penultimate lap. That's very unfortunate indeed for Elias Hagen. But I just don't think Tord Raustad's going to get close enough. He's going to have to settle for 2nd position. He's going to push Philip Svensson all the way. But Svensson on the Charles Leclerc chassis is going to have this all the way to the line. And as they come off the final turn, the victory is going to go the way of Philip Svensson. Brilliant drive. Tord Raustad P2. 3rd place for Vilma Svan. 4th for Elina Rolfsson. Excellent racing all the way. And a terrific opening gambit then in Senior X30 for Groups A versus B. They definitely gave as good as they got in that race, and it was fantastic to observe. Great to watch. So now we have ourselves a bit of a showdown between Philip Svensson and Tord Raustad in the continuing races later on today. But of course, those two will not meet again until tomorrow. So Philip Svensson, who started 3rd, and Tord Raustad, who finished 2nd, they're in 2 separate groups. So they will now not meet each other again until tomorrow in the superheats at the very earliest. So it is Philip Svensson who takes the win then from Tord Raustad and Vilma Svan. Elina Rolfsson in P4 ahead of Niklas Stotzersven. Jonas Berglund comes home in 6th position in front of Verti Varnanen. And then Max Carlsen, Joachim Mattheson and Thomas Grandalelis. Kristaps Purpose 11th place in front of Linus Harnell. And then Lucas Fosse from Jonathan Tangen Solveig. And then the retirements. Sadly, we lost Elias Hagen. We also lost Theo Thomason Eide. We lost Oscar Spora. And Max Anderson also retired from the race, which meant we only had 14 drivers coming home in the end in that first of our Senior X30 qualifying heats. There is another Senior X30 qualifying heat to come, of course, and that is going to be for the drivers in Groups C versus D. So with those 2 groups coming up next, it's going to be mighty competitive between the drivers up at the front end of the field. We've got Dennis Bjerke, who is there in 3rd position on the grid. Sebastian Svensson lining up 4th on the grid. 2nd on the grid, I should say, was 4th in the overall times. That's how that one works itself out. Then we have Marius Barryberg in the DAP Racing colours in 3rd position. That looks so gorgeous on a kart. But then if we're talking about beautiful liveries of karts, you have to look at the driver in 4th position as well. Cornelia Constance Roa Hjälkrem, 4th on the grid for her, and looking very resplendent in the deep purple of her particular racing machine. So then we have behind those 4 drivers, Alexander Johansson and Max Bostrom. They're going to be together on the 3rd row of the grid. And then we will hopefully see straight in. Really interesting race battles for those competitors as we get ourselves ready for the final group of drivers in today's race battle at the IAME Nordic Cup. A little bit of a sluggish start for one of the Falcons. I think that might have been the 436, was that? No, that's Marius Barryberg in the DAP colours, so it'll be someone else getting a bit of a sluggish start there. So Philip Svensson drawing first blood in X30 Senior, not a driver that started his qualifying heat from the front row. That tells us there's going to be a lot of drivers in competition for the Senior X30 victory here in the IAME Nordic Cup. Can't wait to see how this all plays out. So the grid looks like this. Dennis Bjerke and Sebastian Svensson on the front row of the grid. Then it is Cornelia Constance Roa Helkrem alongside Marius Barryberg. Felix Johannesson and Alexander Johansson, and then William Lundbo and Harold Matheson, Jennifer Olsen and William Svensson, Kenneth Arsnes and Ina Corina Rostad, Conrad Bergheim Hansen and Amelie Hornseth, and then Isaac Abrahamsen, Ella Lachtema and Maximilian Bostrom. So Bostrom's times were deleted from qualifying, and that is why there's been a bit of a shuffle of the deck of drivers in the mix. In fact, there were 2 drivers who actually ended up having their times deleted, which is why we ended up having a couple of drivers down at the back. I think the 2 drivers in question were, I'm trying to recall off the top of my head who the 2 drivers were, but certainly there were 2 that were towards the back of the field that certainly weren't originally. One of those was Max Bostrom. I think the other one might have been Max Andersen. So now the drivers are in position, and it's going to be Dennis Bjerke alongside Sebastian Svensson on the starting line. Watch out for Marius Barryberg, and of course also watch out for Cornelia Roa Herklem. Could be interesting to see what she does from P4 of the grid. But now the competitors are gearing up ready in the two tram lines. Think this should be a fairly straightforward start for the drivers in Senior X30 groups B versus D. We wait for the lights to go out. When they do, we'll be racing in Varna, and that is now! Perfect start from the 462. Dennis Bjerke getting the start he wanted. Up to the first corner. Drivers working their way through, and the top four are as they started. Couple of drivers running wide in the first couple of corners, but no issues really for the drivers up in front as Bjerke leads the way from Svensson. Marius Barryberg going well in third position off the start already. So the drivers certainly looking pretty hungry in the opening phase of racing. Couple of drivers looking for a move here or there, but certainly no fisticuffs and no funny business at the start of racing so far. It's been really exciting to see how everybody's got on with things at the start. But out in front, it is the 462 of Dennis Bjerke. Bjerke looking good in the lead. Svensson, second position. Watch out for Marius Barryberg in third. And behind Cornelia Roa Herklem, we have Alexander Johansson. So some good battles all the way through. Felix Johannesson, P6. Then Lundbo, Matheson, Svensson, Karina Rostad, then Bergham Hansen, Ajnes, Olsen, Abrahamsen, Bostrom, Lachtemar, and Amelie Hornseth. So already some very good battles, but up at the sharp end of the field, it looks like we got a lead change. Sebastian Svensson's got into the lead. Sebastian Svensson has made the move for victory and has taken the lead of this race. A little bit of a hurry up from Marius Barryberg in third position, but Sebastian Svensson now leads the race, and there's a bit of a run wide from Svensson. It's going to be wheel to wheel for the victory. Svensson just about hanging on in there, but that's definitely held up the chasing pack. So Svensson leads, Bjerke in second position. Here comes Marius Barryberg looking for second place into turn one, and he can't get there because it's well defended by Bjerke. The new fastest lap of the race incredibly comes from Felix Johannesson, all the way down in P6. Dive for the inside for the lead. Oh, contact! Contact! Marius Barryberg and Svensson have collided up at the far side of the course. Svensson tries to recover, but I'm afraid it's all gone wrong for two or three drivers in the mix there as well. Also involved in that one, I think, was Dennis Bjerke. So Dennis Bjerke also caught up in it. So Bjerke's gone. And that's going to put Alexander Johansson in the lead of this race. So Johansson is now the leader. Well, big drama as the top three collide with each other. And Cornelia Constance Roa Herklem actually had to get out of the throttle and let drivers through to take avoiding action. Well, big drama then on the far side of the course. Alexander Johansson now leads this very dramatic Senior X30 race. Felix Johannesson second, William Lundbo is up to third, and Cornelia Constance Roa Herklem now fourth position, ahead of William Svensson and Ina Karina Rostad now in P6. Really working hard to try and get into the lead of the race, fastest driver on the track at the moment. It couldn't be more dramatic here at Varna in the IAME Nordic Cup Senior X30 qualifying heat, C versus D. So the leading trio is now very different. We've now got Alexander Johansson, Felix Johannesson and William Lundbo ahead of Cornelia Constance Roa Herklem. Roa Herklem now sets the fastest lap of the race in her pursuit of the leading trio. Bit of a battle for the lead as Johannesson has a look at Johansson. But if I'm Cornelia Constance Roa Herklem, I'm thinking very carefully about my next move. The three drivers in front, she has definitely been quicker than in qualifying. But by having to get out of the throttle and let the field go, she's cost herself a few positions. Certainly on paper, she should be the one leading this race now with the leading three drivers gone. But it's a little bit more complex than that. What a dramatic start to this race, with the top three drivers in the opening stages all taking each other out of the race in dramatic fashion. We're going to see some good battles all the way to the flag now between the remaining four drivers. Up at the sharp end of the field, little bit of gusto coming in now from William Lundbo. He wants to close up and make a mid, as now the fastest driver on track is Ina Karina Rostad. So Rostad in sixth position, trying to work her magic to close up on William Svensson. And definitely doing a good job of that at the moment as they make the climb up the hill. Is this going to be Lundbo's chance? Well, I thought an opportunity might have been knocking there for William Lundbo. He thought better of it, decided it wasn't on. So now tightens up the stranglehold on second place again behind Felix Johannesson. So Felix Johannesson still going well in second place behind Alexander Johansson. The new fastest lap comes in from William Svensson. He does a 43.255. It's a very strange race without the leading trio that were in the front end of the field originally. But with retirements for Sebastian Svensson, Dennis Bjerke and Marius Barryberg, this has suddenly become a very dramatic Senior X30 qualifying heat. Goodness knows how the IAME Nordic Cup is going to go. This is really good driving from Cornelia Constance Roy-Helkrem. She's right in the mix there for the top four. And not overdriving the kart, not putting herself into a difficult position, just keeping it nice and tidy. In fourth place, just letting these three duel it. And now that these three are in a position to win rather than be fourth or fifth, I think there's going to be a little bit more momentum from Felix Johannesson to try and take on Johansson. So if Cornelia Constance Roy-Helkrem is being wise, she can just keep as close to this top three as possible whilst giving herself a tiny bit of breathing room, because she might be able to pick up a second or even a first if things go awry again. So under the bridge, still trying to keep the momentum of these karts in position. It's such a difficult race circuit, this, so physical. Johannesson, and then Nungbo. So close indeed for these three drivers up at the sharp end. Lundbo definitely wants to look for the opportunity, but Felix Johannesson really putting the race leader, Alexander Johansson, under some pressure. Not going for the move just yet. Still time, still opportunity. Just 13 drivers remain of this race, and it's been... Here's the move on the inside. Felix Johannesson dives in and takes the lead, but loses it straight away again to Alexander Johansson. It was a good effort, but he just ran wide on the exit, and that was enough for Alexander Johansson to take back the lead. Now William Lundbo wants to take back the opportunity. Down to the hairpin one more time. No move there. But now Felix Johannesson has made his intentions for the race win very obvious indeed to the leading pack. So Felix Johannesson, so close to taking the lead, but he just drifted wide on the exit of the hairpin on the back straight. So now Felix Johannesson can have another try. So Cornelia Constance Roy-Helkrem still looking for an opportunity there in fourth position, just waiting for another chance. Down to the braking zone, and this time Alexander Johansson actually defends the corner. I don't think he needed to there. I think he had enough of an advantage on Felix Johannesson to be able to move and cover it. But what that does is it tightens up the top four again. So Felix Johannesson can try, maybe down to the hairpin this time, hoping for a bit on the inside. Can't quite make the move stick. Doesn't go for the overtake, but watch out for William Lundbo. Lundbo can try and make the bid into second place. This is such a tough race circuit to get it right, and drivers will be taking big risks and big gambles to try and make a victory appear. So Felix Johannesson again, 4 laps to go, trying to get underneath the skin of Alexander Johansson. Very close indeed between the remaining drivers up at the front with each other, and that's very much game over for those two. So the 1 lap board is shown. It's now or never for Felix Johannesson, and he knows it. So Felix Johannesson is going to try one final trick to get through on Alexander Johansson. William Lundbo, third position. Cornelia Constance Roy-Helkrem in fourth. Little bit of a drop back as Ina Karina Rostad has now fallen back into the clutches of Kenneth Arsnes for the moment. But where is the move going to come from Lundbo? Lundbo looks more threatening than Johannesson does. This could be a bid for second position, as on the far side they continue their charge forward. Down to the hairpin. Is there going to be enough of a chance? I don't think there will be. I think it's going to finish as a stalemate unless Lundbo can come up with the goods in the penultimate turn. Has to hang on the brakes there, so no chance for Lundbo. It's going to be a victory, a surprise one, but nonetheless deserving for Alexander Johansson. He can be very happy indeed with that. Alex Johansson takes the win then in front of Felix Johannesson and William Lundbo. Well, that was dramatic. That was not the race result we were expecting going in, but it shows you just how badly the competition in Senior X30 wants to win. They will try everything they can to make it happen. And there's only 11 finishes to this race. My goodness, a very tough race battle then in Senior X30, but nonetheless exciting all the way through. So the victory goes the way of Alexander Johansson. He takes the victory in front of Felix Johannesson and William Lundbo. Cornelia Constance Roy-Helkrem in fourth position, ahead of Ina Karina Rostad. Then sixth position, Kenneth Arsnes from William Svensson and Harold Matheson. And then we have Max Bostrom, ninth position, ahead of Conrad Bergheim Hansen. 11th for Isaac Abrahamsen, the last driver home. Sadly, Jennifer Olsen and Ella Lahtimar collided with each other in the closing stages of the race. And then we also had Marius Barryberg, Sebastian Svensson and Dennis Bjerke colliding with each other on the third lap in very dramatic style for the lead of the race. And all three drivers dropped out. Amelie Hornseth sadly not starting the race. Well, that was mighty, mighty dramatic. What an incredible start to the day's action in the IAME Nordic Cup. Across all of the opening heats, we've certainly seen signs that things are going to be ultra competitive all the way through this competition. And now all of the drivers across all 5 classes have taken their first heats to completion. But I tell you what, it was a lot more dramatic than I think anybody expected it was going to be. My goodness me, have we had a very furious start to the day. So all the results, of course, are provisional up to this point. But in the cadet first heat, it was Nikolai Pietras who came through for the victory in front of Marcus Alberg, Angel Solheim in third position ahead of William Tisdevol and Philip Bakkegaard from Casper Nesset, Aston Thornborn, Theo Sandström, Lucas Kangasalo, Liam Strand, and rather sadly, Jenny Nordvang not able to finish the race despite having started it from pole position. Hopefully she'll be back for more in cadet race number 2. Then we had the mini race that saw Adrian Mikkelsen fend off from Vebjorn Danielsson right to the finish ahead of Marcus Pauli Rangard, who pulled off a brilliant final lap manoeuvre to get into third ahead of Espen Moe, Oris Mistad and Lucas Emil Lofshus. 7th place for Oscar Polsberg ahead of Magnus Brathen, then Julian Dalheim-Lee and Robin Panian-Sveen at the end of the top 10 from Axel Raman-Hattler, Christian Gether Gundersen, Salas Savareid Alefsen and then Theodor Larsen in front of Thomas Norway. Then we had the Junior 60s in a race of 2 halves, essentially. But the victory eventually went the way of Ludwig Granqvist ahead of Patrick Christiansen and Jack Salomonsen from Kevin Garib in 4th place ahead of Norbert Plashevsky and Dominic Opsahl. And then we had Noel Hallin ahead of Jacob Berget, Wilton Eckenberg, Liam Nord, Nicholas Kangasalo, Adrian Forash and Philip Slatlam. There were some retirements, of course. Alexander Frickberg, who failed to take the start of the race. And that was the sole competitor from the Junior 60s that was not able to bring it through for a completion. And then in the X30 Junior race, again, we had a race of 2 halves, essentially, with several drivers dropping out in the early stages. Adrian Gjerda, who should have started P5, Lenya Jensen, who should have started 11th, and the pole setter, Fredrik Flud Engebretsen, all dropping out, and the latter of those resulted in a red flag that saw a restart. That race was dramatically won on the final lap by Joachim Askeland, who took the win away from Alexander Rorstad in the very last lap. Marie Barryberg third in front of Isaac Remenhatler, then Noah Antonsen ahead of Andy Alstrin. Jonathan Landstrom down to 7th in the end. He had originally finished 3rd, but I think a penalty went his way for a front fairing, I do believe. Then Theo Svensson, and then we had Oscar Wick. Then Sebastian Grandal-Illes in 10th position ahead of Venedor Ravnas, who also picked up a front-fairing penalty rather sadly, as did Theo Hansen and Leon Larsen. Also so too did Mikael Ostwald, Christian Alexander Rost and Anton Stromtanovig. Then we had the retirements, Gustav Berglund, Henrik Bergström and Christian Fay Lund. And now we've just had 2 very gripping X30 senior races. The first of those won by Philip Svensson in front of Tord Raugstad and Vilma Svan. Elinor Rossen in 4th position ahead of Niklas Dotzensven, Jonas Berglund, Verti Vannanen, Max Carlsen, Joachim Mattisen and Thomas Grandal-Illes. There was a penalty given out in the closing stages, I do believe, but there were some retirements. Prior to that, Lucas Fosse, I believe, was excluded from the race, as was Oscar Spora. But Max Anderson had an issue, dropped all the way back down the order. Max Anderson, Oscar Spora and Theo Thomason Erde, by the way, were all retirements. There is the grid for the next race on the bill, which is the cadet race. Jenny Nordvang and Marcus Alberg on the front row from Angel Solheim and Nicolai Pietras. Then Philip Bakkegaard and William Tislevold from Liam Strand, William Lundbo. From Cornelia Constance, Rue Helkrem and Ina Corina Rostad in a brilliant 5th place. Kenneth Arsnes, William Svensson, Harold Mattison, Max Bostrom and Conrad Beckham Hansen. The final driver home, Isaac Abrahamsen. So that was the first races of the day then in IAME Nordic Cup. Continuing on in fantastic fashion, we now go to battle for the second qualifying heats. We'll have exactly the same order as before, and the cadets will have their second race, after the previous race this morning. In terms of the time schedule, we're pretty much where we should be, just a little bit delayed in terms of the actual schedule that we should be running to. I think we were due to start this race at 10:50 local time. So we're not actually that far away from that at all. So in terms of the timetable of where we currently find ourselves, we have obviously got ourselves now into the second of our qualifying heats. That is due to actually start at 12 o'clock local time. So that's in 5 minutes' time. So despite the delays of this morning's races, we are actually running to schedule. So this race will take place and we'll be under starters' orders in 5 minutes' time. Marcus Ahlberg lining up on the front row of the starting grid for their second qualifying heats of the weekend. Angel Solheim, third on the grid alongside the race one winner, Nikolai Pietras, hoping to continue that fine form from earlier on. Fifth on the grid for Philip Bakkegaard, alongside William Tisdevol. Could be interesting to see what they can do from the third row of the starting grid as we go into race battle. The engines are started on the grid, so now the drivers can get themselves into race performance. Here we go. So now the drivers will go around the course, get themselves ready for a good start to the battle. And in Cadetti, it's going to be Jenny Nordvang, Marcus Ahlberg, Angel Solheim, Nikolai Pietras, Philip Backegaard, William Tisdevol, then Liam Strand, Casper Nesset, Aston Thornborn, Theo Sandström, and Lucas Kangasalo. So all 11 drivers just getting themselves up to temperature, heating up the tyres and brakes again to make sure they're in a position where they can be competitive right from the outset. So the second qualifying heat will obviously be another 8 laps of racing around the Varna circuit. 42 years of motorsport behind it, this fantastic racing facility. Not just karting, but also rallying, rally cross, and auto solo and auto cross testing as well. It's been great to see just how much entertainment and excitement this fantastic race circuit has provided over the years. So the drivers are getting themselves ready in their 2 tram lines. Hopefully we'll be able to go racing straight away. And Jenny Nordvang will get another chance to showcase her ability from the start. As the drivers come off the 2 tram lines, are we going to go racing straight away this time? It is going to be racing! And it's a great start from the front of the grid again from Marcus Ahlberg and Nikolai Pietras, who have managed to get the jump on Jenny Nordvang. Nordvang is going to come through in 4th position, I do believe, after a good start too from Engel Solheim. So off the first couple of corners and up the top of the bridge, already some great racing coming in from our racers as the competitors charge their way out of the first couple of corners. But it's going to be a tough race battle straight away from Marcus Ahlberg and Nikolai Pietras. They work their way forward, 8 laps of racing obviously to come then for these competitors. And as they come down to the hairpin for the first time, we could see a couple of drivers making a bid for an overtake. But so far the Cadetti drivers having a reasonable race of it. Out in front, though, it is the 62 that leads this race. That is Marcus Ahlberg ahead of Nikolai Pietras. So Pietras is obviously wanting to come back at him and try and go for the overtaking move. 3rd position, that is the Energy Course, the number 14 of William Tisdevol. Then it is Engel Solheim ahead of Jenny Nordvang, Philip Backegaard, Liam Strand, Casper Nesset, Aston Thornborn, Lucas Kangasalo, and Theo Sandström. That's the order at the moment on the end of the first lap. Ahlberg having a good race of it as they work their way into fluid rotation. Just waiting to see the leaders on the back straight. And Marcus Ahlberg ahead of Nikolai Pietras. So they go under the bridge and they will slice themselves up through the S's and then they will drop back down to the hairpin once again. Marcus Ahlberg, your race leader, ahead of Nikolai Pietras. Then William Tisdevol, Engel Solheim, and Jenny Nordvang. Still in the mix, still in the hunt for the victory, but it's obviously very tricky. Great battle for 3rd position at the moment because we've got William Tisdevol and Engel Solheim having a good duel for 3rd place. And we got a battle for the leaders. Here comes Nikolai Pietras. Pietras is going to challenge Ahlberg into the first corner. Will he try and take the lead? Ahlberg trying to hold it and defend it to cover as Jenny Nordvang dives up the inside to try and take 4th position. Not going to happen at the moment. But certainly Jenny Nordvang getting hungry, sat behind Engel Solheim. And as they go to the hairpin, this is where Solheim's going to get the bid for 3rd position. Solheim gets through into 3rd place then. So Solheim into 3rd position, but Tisdevol's going to try and come back at him one more time. Great battle for 2nd, and Tisdevol has to hang back for 4th position. Can't get the move to return the favour on Engel Solheim. So through they go again. Engel Solheim now 3rd position ahead of William Tisdevol. And as they come through at the end of the 2nd split, Engel Solheim definitely closing in on the drivers as they work their way further forward. So Marcus Ahlberg dueling away with our 2nd place man, Nikolai Pietras. And still they run in position. Engel Solheim 3rd, William Tisdevol in 4th position, Jenny Nordvang going well in P5, looking much more confident, looking much more composed than she was in the earlier race. It's not been easy for her, getting pole position for the very first time. That comes with a weight of expectation. But you know what? She hasn't outdriven herself. She's made the move. So Jenny Nordvang up into 4th place there, gets the overtake on William Tisdevol. So Jenny Nordvang back up the order into P4, making good progress. So the battle for the lead still going strong between Ahlberg and Pietras with 5 laps to go. And as they climb up the crest again, Pietras wants another bid to get the move here on Marcus Ahlberg. But 3rd place is Engel Solheim, 4th is Jenny Nordvang, 5th position now for William Tisdevol. Philip Backegaard is in 6th position, 7th place Liam Strand, ahead of Casper Nesset. 2 drivers having a great duel for position, then Aston Thornborn, Lucas Kangasalo, and then Theo Sandström. So everybody in Cadetti still having a great race of it. Marcus Ahlberg sending the fastest lap, trying to get away from Nikolai Pietras. Then Engel Solheim. Jenny Nordvang has not shaken off the attentions of William Tisdevol or Philip Backegaard just yet. So those three still dueling away for fourth position, but it's going well at the moment. Coming through off the tunnel, under the bridge, and these battles are still raging up to the chicane. Pietras not quite able to get back on terms with Marcus Ahlberg. Ahlberg looks like he could have a victory in the bag here, but he just needs to keep this going for the remaining 3 laps at the end of this one. So Marcus Ahlberg looking much more confident. I think the drivers in Cadetti have settled into a rhythm after the hiccup of race 1 for a few of the drivers. But Pietras is definitely giving a lot of pressure to Marcus Ahlberg. Angel Solheim going well in 3rd position. So too is Jenny Nordvang, now in P4. Very much now driving to her rhythm, to her pace. So 5th and 6th positions going well for Tisdevol and Bakkegaard. But racing is very tight in Cadetti. You're always in a battle with someone. So obviously it's just important to keep finding that pace, keep finding that sort of rhythm that will continue to move you further up the ranks and keep bringing you into a chance for an overtaking move. Speaking of which, it's getting close between Tisdevol and Bakkegaard. Bakkegaard looks like might be trying to go for the move, has decided against it there in the hairpin. Certainly looking like a move might be on for Nikolai Pietras for the lead of the race, right in behind Marcus Ahlberg. Ahlberg is still your leader, but Pietras is looking very hungry in 2nd position, hoping to try and make the move for the lead as we cross the line, and now we've only got 2 laps remaining. So Ahlberg ahead of Pietras, then it is Solheim, then a gap back to Jenny Nordvang, and then these two, Tisdevol and Bakkegaard. So Tisdevol and Bakkegaard having a great little duel for 5th position still. No major changes in the field at this point, but certainly Pietras is stepping up the game now to go after Marcus Ahlberg. Ahlberg's going to have to keep his wits about him. Here comes the move! Up the inside, side by side under the tunnel, and they are going to continue side by side. Neither driver backing down. Oh my goodness, they bang wheels, and still the battle is raging between them. Ahlberg and Pietras keep it together despite rubbing wheels in the chicane. Oh my goodness. Neither driver backing down, both drivers going for the victory, and neither one prepared to give best. Pietras and Ahlberg now get to go for one final lap to race for the victory. Here we go. Nikolai Pietras all over Marcus Ahlberg. Ahlberg holding the inside. Pietras still going at it wheel to wheel. And it's looking good for Liam Strand, who's managed to work his way past Tisdevol. Tisdevol's had an issue somewhere, and Bakkegaard has gone well clear. But Pietras isn't giving up on the victory. Marcus Ahlberg is still your leader, but Pietras looks like he's got a chance. Under the tunnel. This is where he managed to gain some ground last time, but he's not close enough yet. There's only 3 corners to go. Could this be a chance for Pietras to gain some ground through the hairpin? Pietras is throwing everything at it. Up the hill. Ahlberg is beatable, but can Pietras go for a move? He's going to be close to the penultimate turn. He's only going to get one more chance. Can he come out of a slow turn into a fast acceleration and try and out-drag Ahlberg to the line? It's not going to get it. Ahlberg's going to get there first to Pietras. Pietras doesn't seem happy about it. Solheim is going to be in 3rd position. A great run again for Angel Solheim. Much stronger this time from Jenny Nordvang in 4th position. And 5th place for Philip Bakkegaard in front of William Tisdevol, Liam Strand, Casper Nesset, Aston Thornborn, Lucas Kangasalo, and then Theo Sandström will come home in 11th place. But what an intense battle that was between Marcus Ahlberg and Nikolai Pietras. 2 drivers there who were absolutely determined. They were not going to concede defeat to their rival. And that was very brutal stuff on the back straight there through the chicane in the S's. That could have gone very badly wrong, but Ahlberg and Pietras live to fight another day and are 1st and 2nd. Solheim in 3rd. Jenny Nordvang in P4 ahead of Philip Bakkegaard. And then William Tisdevol coming through in 6th position. 7th place going the way of Liam Strand ahead of Casper Nesset. 8th position for him. Aston Thornborn ahead of Lucas Kangasalo. And then 11th position for Theo Sandström. Well, that was very close call racing then in Cadetti. We got a very tight battle, and now we've had 2 very different winners. Nikolai Pietras in race 1 and Marcus Ahlberg in race 2. That's going to make things very interesting, as neither of those drivers got the pole position, of course, in Cadetti. That went the way of Jenny Nordvang, who is fighting back in a very tricky battle in the Cadetti category. But that was sensational racing and really great to see how it all continued on in Cadetti. Mini will be up next. They are not yet being called to the pits, but what a great start to the Cadettis. 2 different races and 2 different winners, Nikolai Pietras and Marcus Ahlberg. So for the second time today, we will have the qualifying heat for the mini category here in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. And that's going to be a very exciting battle for Vebjørn Danielsen, and he will start in pole position alongside Adrian Mikkelsen. Olle Sola Schmistad, third position on the grid alongside Lucas Emil Lofshus in the Sodi kart. Fifth on the grid for Marcus Borli Rangard alongside Espen Moe. Seventh place for Oscar Polsberg with Magnus Brathen in eighth position alongside. Then Julian Dalheim-Lai alongside Theodor Larsen. Christian Gether-Gundersen is with Axel Remmen-Hattler. And then to finish off the field, we have Thomas Norway, 13th position alongside Robin Panian-Sveen. And then Silas Savred Ellefsen in 15th. By that front row of the grid for Vebjørn Danielsen, he was very happy, very confident after his qualifying pace yesterday. Had a tough race of the first race of the day, trying to get back on terms with Adrian Mikkelsen. So it could be very interesting to see how it all continues as the race battles progress. But we're going to see some really exciting crossover battles, and we're going to see some really exciting duels for them all as they continue in good proximity. So we'll get to see some more great duels for the drivers, that is for sure. So the drivers are obviously gearing up, ready for an exciting showcase. But what can Vebjørn Danielsen do in the mix alongside Adrian Mikkelsen? The front row of the grid is going to be a really interesting test of the faith of these two drivers, as they have obviously been racing wheel to wheel very fluidly for the first 10 laps of their competition a little while ago. Now they get to do it all again in very close proximity for the second qualifying heat, which will again be 10 laps in duration. Adrian Mikkelsen coming through for the victory in that one, but there's no guarantee that he'll be able to do it again for the second time of asking. The 10-year-old obviously looking very confident earlier on today. But what will come through for the second of those qualifying heats? 12:20 approaches. When the time obviously comes through, it'll be time to send the drivers through in position once again for their next formation lap of the course. 1,030 meters around this Varna circuit. Not the easiest of race circuits for any of these young drivers to negotiate. It's pretty tricky at the best of times. And the drivers are definitely finding some proper excitement from these incredible corners and some really exciting apexes around the turns. You can see just how tricky it is for all the drivers to go through. Very impressive drone flying, I have to say, as our pilot is trying to give us some really great aspect pictures of the views around the circuit. Off we go then. And once again, it's going to be pretty exciting to see how the contenders will deal with what's thrown at them throughout the course of positions. So Vebjørn Danielsen and Adrian Mikkelsen on the front row of the starting grid. Olle Sola Schmistad and Lucas Emil Lofshus on the second row. Then Marcus Borli Rangard and Espen Moe. Oscar Polsberg and Magnus Brathen, Julian Dalheim-Lie and Theodor Larsen. Then Christian Gether-Gundersen and Axel Remmen-Hattler. Thomas Norway, Robin Panian-Sveen and Silas Savred Ellefsen. That's the grid. 15 drivers once again in the mini category. Hoping to continue on with what has already been a fantastic start to the day for them. And they will want even more from this first part of the show. So all the drivers now lined up in their two tram lines, and they will be ready to go racing in the best possible aspect. It's going to be really exciting to see how it all continues. But let's see how it all continues. A really exciting situation for all of the drivers as they run in close proximity. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. Good start from Vebjørn Danielsen, but Adrian Mikkelsen's got an even better start, and he runs in on the far side to move up. Lucas Emil Lofshus has had a terrific launch off the grid. Up into second place for the Sodi driver. As they go over the top of the bridge, it looks like Vebjørn Danielsen is going to have some work cut out to try and go for the moves, but there are some shuffling of the decks as Lucas Emil Lofshus loses second and then gains it straight back again on the inside line under the bridge. Drivers going wheel to wheel for position. So it's a terrific start as Lucas Emilovsus finds himself into second position for the Sodi kart. Excellent stuff so far. But it really is going very well indeed for all of the contenders. And it's a really solid opening lap from our race leader. No major problems for Adrian Mikkelsen, but for side-by-side for second place, this could get interesting. As now we're going to get to see if Vebjorn Danielsen can work through on the inside line and get into second. He does. There's not really a lot that the Sodi kart driver can do to deal with that one. But it's definitely going to be very intriguing as they work their way over the top of the bridge one more time. Adrian Mikkelsen, race leader. Second place now for Vebjorn Danielsen. Back in his second position again in front of Lucas Emilovsus. So fourth position, that is Ole Solle Schmistad. Running well there in fourth position ahead of Espen Moe. Fifth place, then Marcus Bordi Rangard, Magnus Brathen, Axel Remmenhatler, Theodor Larsen, Christian Gethe-Gundersen in P10. So Silas Savrad Elifsen, Thomas Norway, Robin Panian-Sveen, Oscar Polsberg and Julian Dalham-Ley. So a couple of drivers losing out then on the first part of the laps. But Adrian Mikkelsen is already going to get some pressure here from a fast-charging second-place man, Vebjorn Danielsen. Lost out to Adrian Mikkelsen last time around. Now he wants to go for the lead and he's going to take it immediately into turn two on the third lap of racing. Vebjorn Danielsen gets into the lead. Excellent work indeed from him. And there's going to be a battle for fourth position here. That looked like Espen Moe charging in up the inside of Lucas Emilovsus. And he gets through. So chasing after Ole Solle Schmistad. Back on the inside. Lovsus gets back in a fourth position briefly because Espen Moe gets him straight back again on the exit. It's not the easiest corner to overtake in under the bridge because if you drift the slightest bit wide through the apex, the driver behind will get you straight back again. So Vebjorn Danielsen leads the way then ahead of the 10-year-old youngster Adrian Mikkelsen. They come off the turn again and they're going to go side by side. Adrian Mikkelsen desperately trying to get back on terms with young Vebjorn Danielsen. 3 laps completed, 7 to go. It's going to be pretty tight as they work their way back over the turns, through turn 4, up over the top of the bridge once again. But Adrian Mikkelsen definitely looks like he's going to challenge. Vebjorn Danielsen going defensive on the inside line there. Clearly felt that Adrian Mikkelsen was going to be a threat to him. Here comes Emilovsus. Emilovsus going to try and get through on the inside. Lucas Emilovsus gets through but runs wide again. Espen Moe is straight back on the inside line. So Lucas Emilovsus has to slot in between Espen Moe and Marcus Bordi Rangard. That was close for the Sodi kart driver. But certainly it's looking very tidy for Vebjorn Danielsen. Further back, we've got a nice move for P7. That was Axel Remmenhatler getting through on Magnus Brathen. So that's a change for position there as well. Looks like an 8th position run could be on for Christian Gethe-Gundersen as well. He's really charging after Magnus Brathen to the first corner as well. Can he get through? No, he's not quite close enough. He has to wait for his opportunity. Another new fastest lap from Vebjorn Danielsen. But Adrian Mikkelsen is still right there. The top 6 still going away strongly. Few clouds starting to creep over the circuit now. Hopefully they're not going to turn into anything. But Adrian Mikkelsen definitely giving Vebjorn Danielsen the hurry up as they go down to the hairpin once again. Through the bowl. Little bit of a run wide from Danielsen. Not quite enough for Adrian Mikkelsen to find the move on the inside line. Has to wait for his chance again. Through the left. Back on the power. And up to the final hairpin again. So far, so good for Danielsen, but Adrian Mikkelsen is not giving up. Watch out for Ole Solle Schmistad as well in third position. Looking a lot more comfortable at the wheel in third position. Has definitely got out of the blocks a bit faster. Fighting fit. Lucas Emilovsus, by the way, the Sodi kart driver, has just banged in the new fastest lap. 49.204, right in behind Espen Moe. Fourth position as it stands at present. So through they go, up on the far side of the course. Diving in, 5 laps remaining, under the bridge, that blind double left apex. Adrian Mikkelsen definitely looking a bit hungrier now on the back of Vebjorn Danielsen, who leads this race down to the hairpin. So Danielsen, Mikkelsen, Solle Schmistad, Moe, Lovsus, Bordi Rangard and Remmenhatler. So some great racing all the way through this mini field. Obviously, the Junior 60s come straight after this, and then we'll have Junior X30 and a double bubble of Senior X30, and then we'll have our lunch break a little bit later than what most people have for lunch, but when you've only got 4 hours of darkness in Norway at this time of the year, lunchtime is a bit fluid. It's like that fabulous Douglas Adams quote in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Time is an illusion, lunchtime doubly so. On the back straight. Vebjørn Danielsen, Adrian Mikkelsen, the two drivers battling for the victory. Ole Schmistad's got big pressure from Espen Moe and Lucas Immelofshuis behind him. Espen Moe now has the fastest lap of the race, tightening right up behind Ole Schmistad. So there could be a challenge here for third position. There's certainly going to be a challenge from Adrian Mikkelsen for the lead of the race from Vebjørn Danielsen, side by side. Danielsen holds it, but on the switcheroo, Adrian Mikkelsen's going to get up the inside, and surely he'll have the lead. He does. Oh, well taken by Adrian Mikkelsen. That was beautiful racecraft, and now he leads, having got ahead of Vebjørn Danielsen. Now what can Danielsen do in retaliation? Up over the bridge, the two of them have backed each other up. Top five, here comes Danielsen, back for more, takes the lead. Espen Moe getting alongside Ole Schmistad as well for third position. They're going to go wheel to wheel. Mikkelsen gets back through on Danielsen, and Ole Schmistad loses out. First to Espen Moe, then to Lucas Immelofshuis. Now there's going to be a chance to get back in a fourth position. Danielsen dives for the lead, but it's not enough. Mikkelsen gets him back again, and there's a proper squabble further back for fourth, fifth, and sixth. Lucas Immelofshuis has ended up losing some ground there, as now Marcus Pauli Rangard has yet again been able to make up some ground. But Danielsen has now lost out to Espen Moe. So Espen Moe is now in second position, chasing after Adrian Mikkelsen. 2 laps to go. Danielsen back on the inside of Espen Moe. Can't get the overtaking move, so they go back up the hill with 2 to go, over the bridge. And Espen Moe, P2, second position at the moment in front of Vebjørn Danielsen. And there's 3x3 hurrah at the moment, because we've got Mikkelsen, Moe and Danielsen fighting for the victory. For fourth position, we've got Pauli Rangard, Schmistad and Lofshus. Lofshus gets through into fifth position. Good move from the Sodi car. He overtakes Ole Schmistad. So Adrian Mikkelsen leads, Espen Moe second, Vebjørn Danielsen third. We've got a little over a lap, and Espen Moe really fancies his chances for the win now. He's all over the back. Can he go for the lead in the final turn? No, he's going to wait for his moment. Espen Moe may have a chance to get his first win of the weekend. Here he goes, down the straight on the final tour. He's going to get up alongside on the inside line. Espen Moe takes the lead on the final lap. Absolutely perfect timing from Espen Moe. Now he leads, but Adrian Mikkelsen's coming back at him over the bridge. Can Espen Moe defend to the inside line? He moves to cover. Adrian Mikkelsen and Vebjørn Danielsen are going to be all over him as they come off the turn down the straight. Espen Moe defends into the bridge. Is he going to be able to run up? No, he runs wide. Adrian Mikkelsen back alongside him. Espen Moe trying to keep his footing. He holds the lead. Danielsen gets through on Mikkelsen. Down to the braking zone for the hairpin. In a second goes Danielsen. It's all gone wrong for Adrian Mikkelsen. But can Espen Moe hang on for the lead? Danielsen's trying his best. Can't get there. Great battle further back for fourth position. Pauli Rangard looks like he's going to hold that. But here comes Danielsen. One final trick on Espen Moe down the straight. Espen Moe's going to take the win. Brilliant from Espen Moe. Oh, what a performance from Espen Moe on the last lap. Truly magnificent how Espen Moe crept up behind Danielsen and Mikkelsen and totally stole the opportunity away in the final lap of this one. Wow, this is definitely not going to be a 2-horse race. Espen Moe now works his way into the battle. Fantastic from Espen Moe, and he can be so happy with that very hard drive indeed. Espen Moe takes the win in front of Vebjørn Danielsen and Adrian Mikkelsen. Marcus Pauli Rangard comes through for a very good fourth position in these circumstances, ahead of Lucas Immelofshuis and Ole Schmistad. Seventh place for Axel Remmen-Hartler and Christian Gette-Gundersen, 8th place. Then Robin Panian-Sveen ahead of Theodor Larsen. Sirus Severed Elefsen, 11th place ahead of Magnus Brathen. Then Oscar Polsberg and Thomas Norway. Sadly, we lost Julian Dalheim-Lee on the very first lap of the race. My goodness me, the racing has gone fever pitch here in the mini category. After 10 laps of great racing, Espen Moe has thrown his hat into the ring for the battle for the victory. Absolutely superb. So we've got a grand total of 4 races still to come in the second qualifying heat rotation, because we have 1 race for the Junior 60s, we have 1 race for Junior X30, and then we have the 2 races for Senior X30, and that will be between groups A versus C and B versus D. Excellent stuff so far, and really close quarters racing in Junior 60 coming up, I'm sure. But certainly Cadetti and Mini have continued the battle in fine style, with some really good duels to discuss moving forward. Excellent performances so far. The next race on the bill, Junior 60, starting in about 8 minutes' time. Wow. fifth on the grid for Alexander Flickberg, alongside Jack Solomonson, who managed to pick up a very good result in the earlier race after other difficulties for other drivers. Here is the grid in full then. Patrick Christiansen and Ludwig Granqvist, Norbert Blazewski and Kevin Garib on the second row of the grid. Then we have Alexander Flickberg, P5 alongside Jack Solomonson. Jakob Berget is alongside Liam Nord to round out the top 4 rows. Rounding out the top 10, Noel Hallin alongside Philip Slatlem, and then Wilton Eckenberg with Dominic Opsahl. And then to round out the field entirely, we have Adrian Forash alongside Nicolas Kangasalo. So all of the contenders in position, ready for an exciting run. And it's going to be an interesting one if the drivers want to have another strong race of it. It'll be very tight up at the sharp end of the grid for the Junior 60s. They venture out onto the course then, and we are into race mode. This is what we've been hoping for from Junior 60, to give us another competitive battle, just like we saw in the earlier encounter. Could be fascinating to see how the race driving gets underway on this particular part of the course. So as everybody gears up for another exciting showcase, the warm-up lap will obviously give the drivers the chance to warm up the tyres and brakes to give them to the optimum temperature that they want to be to move forward. But now the drivers are gearing up under the bridge, and they will run a very exciting race to move further forward. Just 4 races left of the morning rotation, as we have this race for the Junior 60. Then we have the race for Junior X30, and then we have 2 heats for Senior X30, A versus C and B versus D. 2 formation laps then of the course for the Junior 60 and the Cadetti and Minis. So they have a little bit more time required to warm up tyres and brakes to get to the optimum temperature. So obviously a little bit more work is required of them as they will continue to move forward. But it's definitely going to be an interesting one for the drivers from the sharp end of the field here, as they will want to put themselves into the best frame of mind to work their way forward here at KNA Varna. And so now we're getting into the tram lines. They obviously have to form up in their 2 rows, and they have to keep formation until the lights go out. They're not allowed to start racing or to leave their tram lines on the main straight until they have seen the lights go out. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it all continues. But we're in for an exciting run, that is for sure. Everybody obviously wanting to finish off strong in the second race of the day. So we'll see how our contenders are gearing up, ready for a showcase. Let's see what it's like when the 2 drivers come off the final turn to lead us round. We're going for another formation lap. That was a bit fast of a start for a couple of the drivers by the look of it. So the clerk of the course deciding, no, I wasn't particularly happy with that. We'll go round again, please. So that is exactly what the drivers deemed to do. So they will go around one more time to just bed in the positions a little bit more frequently. The thing is, you're not actually supposed to start accelerating until you reach the yellow line on the main straight, and it looked to me as though pretty much everybody came out of the final turn and hit the throttle. So the clerk of the course was fairly succinct with the moment that, well, you don't really accelerate that early on. It's a lot later than that, thank you. So the drivers then going around the bowl in the hope that this is going to be another furious race in Mini 60, but perfectly competitive. But whilst it's perfectly competitive, we obviously want it to be a fairly clean one. We've already had some great races in the categories so far today, but it would be wonderful to see the Junior 60s having another solid race of it off the final turn. And let's see what we get. They come off the corners this time. It looks like we're going to go for a race start. We are indeed, and it's a great launch from pole sitter Patrick Christiansen. He gets the lead in front of Ludwig Granqvist, but he's going to have pressure as on the inside Norbert Blazewski tries to split the 2 front row men, has not been able to do it, has to hang back in 3rd position. They climb over the top of the bridge, and it is Christiansen in front of Granqvist for the time being, but that was mighty close off the start. Granqvist is now charging his way forward. Blazewski's under pressure from Kevin Garib, trying to get him round the outside. Garib does not make it work. But that is Granqvist now in the lead of the race ahead of Patrick Christiansen. So he has taken the lead of this race back off the pole sitter. Big dive up the inside. A couple of places made up there. I think that was the fast starting Jakob Berget. No, it was Dominic Opsahl. My apologies. Dominic Opsahl working his way through into P6. So a very good start from Dominic Opsahl. They come off the turn and down the main straight again, and it's good for Ludwig Granqvist. He leads the way. Second is Patrick Christiansen. Then it is Norbert Blazewski, Jack Solomonson, Kevin Garib, Dominic Opsahl, Alexander Flickberg up the inside of him though. Can Flickberg get through into 6th position? He finishes off the move. So nice work from Alexander Flickberg, and that puts him into P6 ahead of Opsahl. Up to the top of the banking. They work their way through the hairpin and down the back straight. Looking good for the leaders at the moment, having a very good race of it. Granqvist and Christiansen going wheel to wheel, having a great duel as they come up to the hairpin once again. A really solid race of it. Still they duel away, up the crest. This could be a move for third position on the inside from Salomonsen, and he's into P3. Very nice move there on Plazewski. So Jack Salomonsen into third position. It's Falcons 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. So the Paralin of Plazewski trying to get back into the top 3 once again as the rest of the field dives down the main straight. Jarib in 5th from Frikberg, Opsal, Berget, then Noel Hallin, Liam Nord, Wilton Eckenberg, Adrian Forash, Philip Slatlen and Niklas Kangasalo. Great racing on the far side of the course. We got a battle for first, a battle for third, a battle for 5th as they run under the bridge. Granqvist still ahead of Christiansen, Salomonsen now ahead of Plazewski, and Jarib is under pressure from Frikberg. Frikberg is trying to get into P5, down the hill, up to the hairpin. Nobody's making the overtaking move on this lap. Just reminding everybody that they're there for the moment. Got to try and keep it all together in the early phases of the race. Frikberg again has a look at Kevin Garib, but he can't make the overtaking move stick. So actually hangs back a few kart lengths, pushes his way back into contention on the far side. Looking good as he continues the charge. And it is looking pretty strong over the sharp end of the field here in Junior 60. We've got some great racing still to come over the top of the bridge. Christiansen really starting to hustle Granqvist again down to the hairpin. Through the left, dropping down the crest and along the back straight. This is looking really positive for Christiansen, really starting to hustle Granqvist. They go under the bridge. Salomonsen is dragging his colleague Plazewski for the ride. We've got an off there in the middle of the run to the final turn. And the retirement, I'm afraid, that is Noel Hallin. So Noel Hallin retiring from the race. That is very unfortunate indeed for Noel Hallin. And he's bitterly disappointed. So it's very much game over in race 2 for Noel Hallin. He's not happy at all. And a very disappointing end to his race. Hopefully he'll get another chance in the third race later on today. But it doesn't change the fact for him that this race is over. So for poor Noel Hallin, it is game over. Granqvist your leader, Christiansen second, Salomonsen in third place. Still under pressure from Plazewski as Frikberg goes for the move into 5th position up the inside of Kevin Garib in the background. And that is Frikberg into P5, but Garib is going to try and come back at him around the outside into the bridge section. Can he get back for the switch? He can, he gets alongside, and Garib has dealt with the moment. Holds on in 5th position, continues that big charge forward. Excellent work so far. So a really close battle continues on the way. But Garib deals with the pressure of Frikberg for the time being. Opsal is not far away in P7. Down the main straight. And Salomonsen is closing up on our 2 leaders. Granqvist and Christiansen are not going to have this all their own way for long. Salomonsen and Plazewski might get a chance of something in 3rd and 4th. It could get very close indeed up at the sharp end. We'll have to see how it continues on. But the progress is definitely being made up in the fast end of the grid. Onto the back straight we go. It's looking pretty comfortable. So we're going to see how things continue to progress. Down to the hairpin again. And still Granqvist holds his nerve in front of Christiansen. Salomonsen, they're in 3rd place. Plazewski in 4th position. A big gap back now to Garib and Frikberg, who have lost a lot of ground having their own private battle. Opsal in 7th, then Jacob Berget, Liam Nord, Wilton Eckenberg, Adrian Forash, Niklas Kangasalo, then Philip Slatlem, and of course our retirement is Noel Hallin. 4 laps to go, and it's looking very tight at the top. Jack Salomonsen sets the new fastest lap in his bid to catch Granqvist and Christiansen. This could get very tight as they go over the top of the bridge. Once again, Christiansen is thinking long term here. He tucks in behind Granqvist. He's trying to pull away from Jack Salomonsen, who's definitely gaining a lot of ground at this phase of the race. It's going to get pretty tricky for the 2 men to shake off Salomonsen with the kind of pace he's bringing to the table. Down to the hairpin, and Jack Salomonsen definitely creeping in on the 2 leaders with Plazewski in tow. Then we've got Garib versus Frikberg, Opsal versus Berget. They continue on the challenge all the way through this course. They come off the turn, having another good run off the hairpin. And it looks very strong indeed for Christiansen. 218, Patrick Christiansen guiding his way towards Ludwig Granqvist as they go through the hairpin loop. Back off the turn, through the left-hander at 4, then up the climb, over the top of the bridge. And it looks pretty tidy at the moment from our leaders, but it's not going to be easy for them to shake off Jack Salomonsen. Salomonsen definitely coming at them strong. 2.5 laps to go under the bridge, and Salomonson's got the very strong confidence of a man who's giving chase to the leaders. They've basically got it all to lose here. It's all going to come down to the calm resolve of Jack Salomonson to close up on the two leading drivers. And when the battle comes from Ludwig Granqvist to fend off from Patrick Christiansen, they can't afford to lose too much time. Salomonson's definitely going to give them some pressure. Off the final turn, Salomonson's reeling them in. Over the line, 2 to go. And Salomonson sets the new fastest lap of the race at 47.884 to close up the gap a little bit more. Granqvist, Christensen, Salomonson, then Plazhevsky, a couple of kart lengths back. But Jack Salomonson is determined. Third position is okay, but it's not good enough as far as he's concerned. He wants to go for the victory, and he might just get a shot. Under the tunnel. Under the bridge, through the chicane. And down to the hairpin bowl. This is where things could get interesting, but Patrick Christiansen needs to get on with this. Otherwise, he's going to be under pressure from Jack Salomonson on the final lap. He doesn't want to be under pressure from him. He wants to focus on the victory. So he may need to go for an overtaking move earlier than he'd like. Here he goes, down the main straight, and we got 1 lap to go here. So this is the final stretch for the Junior 60s, and it's 3 men realistically in the fight for the victory. Ludwig Granqvist, Patrick Christiansen, and Jack Salomonson. Patrick Christiansen finds the fastest lap of the race, and he needs to, because this is the moment. Surely he can go for it. Bit of a defensive tactic from Ludwig Granqvist. Patrick Christiansen's going to be boxed in. Can he get back in on the switch? Jack Salomonson's coming in for the ride. They go under the bridge, and now there's 3 of them in the fight for the victory. Side by side, Christiansen trying to get in there behind Ludwig Granqvist, down to the hairpin. He's going to make the dive, and he's through. Ludwig Granqvist takes the lead on the last lap, but is it going to be enough? He now parks the bus, holds him up. Patrick Christiansen coming into the far side. Salomonson goes into the side of Patrick Christiansen. Christiansen is furious with it, and it's going to give Ludwig Granqvist the victory. Granqvist wins it. Second place for Plazhevsky, and third, a very unhappy Jack Salomonson. He knows that he's thrown away a win. Garib in 4th position ahead of Alexander Friedberg, Jacob Berg at P6, and Patrick Christiansen is absolutely livid. He is so angry with the way that this race has ended. But it's racing. Drivers will choose a move. They'll try and go for it. It won't always work. And neither Jack Salomonson nor Patrick Christiansen are able to come away with the win that time. It is Ludwig Granqvist who takes the win. Norman Plazhevsky second. Jack Salomonson third on the road. There could be a penalty coming his way. Kevin Garib in 4th ahead of Alexander Friedberg, Jacob Berget, and the very unlucky Patrick Christiansen. 8th place for Dominic Opsahl ahead of Liam Nord and Wilton Eckenberg. And then the final finishers, Nicolas Cancasalo, Adrian Forash, and Philip Slatlem. 1 retirement, and that was the very unhappy Noel Hallin. Well, it's definitely been dramatic. It's been very exciting as well so far in the IAME Nordic Cup. All the drivers have come to play and put on a very intense and very exciting showcase for us, that is for sure. The racing has been absolutely relentless all the way through. Ruthless competition. And in 8 minutes' time, the racing will resume, and it will continue in earnest as the drivers will return onto the circuit. This time, it will be Junior X30 that ventures out at KNA Varna. So into the action we go then for the X30 juniors, and you'll notice that there is an absence on the front row of the grid from Fredrik Flud Engebretsen, which is rather unfortunate due to the incident that we saw earlier on. It looks to me as though Fredrik can certainly not take part in this race heat. Whether or not he'll be able to for race 3 or not remains to be seen, but unfortunately it looks as though for at least one of the races we do not have the Tony Kart driver. Marie Barry Berg therefore is on her own on the front row of the starting grid. Then on the second row, we have Joachim Askeland, who won the previous race earlier on in fantastic fashion. Jonathan Landstrom has a great chance to work his way back from 4th position on the grid. And then we have Adrian Gjerda, Alexander Rockstad, who took a fantastic battle all the way to the line last time. Oskar Rick, Noah Antonsen, Theo Svensson, Henrik Bergström, Lenja Jensen, Isaac Remen-Hattler, Veneder Ravnas, Leon Larsson, Anton Strom-Tanevik, Andy Alstrin, Theo Hansen and all. Here is the grid. Minus Fredrik Flud Engebretsen, so Marie Barry Berg on her own on the front row, then Joachim Askeland and Jonathan Landstrom, Adrian Gjerda and Alexander Rockstad on row 3 from Oskar Riki, and 10 on the 5th row we have Theo Svensson and Henrik Bergström. Then Lenja Jensen gets another chance, 11th on the grid alongside Isaac Remen-Hattler. Then we have Veneder Ravnas from Iceland alongside Leon Larsson. Anton Strom-Tanevik is in 15th on the grid from Andy Alstrin in P16 of the grid. Then Theo Hansen and Mikael Ostwald from Gustav Berglund and Christian Alexander Höst in 20th position of the grid. Then we have Christian Feilund and Sebastian Gondaliles. 22 drivers ready for racing. Annoyingly, the pole position driver, though, is absent, obviously, Fredrik Flud Engebretsen, after the incident that took him out of the first race earlier in the day. We don't know the extent of any injuries that may have been suffered or whether it's the kart that is not able to participate. It's certainly the same outcome either way. Rather sadly, we still have only one kart missing from the fray, and that is the kart that should be starting from pole position. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one for all of the contenders. But we're going to see a rather interesting and rather an intriguing battle now, because Marie Barry Berg will be on her own at the sharp end of the field. So we're going to get to see some rather interesting and rather exciting battles from the contenders up front. But Marie Barry Berg, in essence, has a run on her own to the first corner, but that doesn't mean she's going to have it all her own way on this opening lap. There's going to be some tough pressure from Joachim Askeland, Jonathan Landstrom, Adrian Gjerda and Alexander Rockstad. We're racing, and it's a good start for Marie Barry Berg, but is it going to be enough to lead into turn 1? Joachim Askeland is going to be challenging and takes the lead. So Askeland gets ahead of Marie Barry Berg. It's a great start from Joachim Askeland as they work their way forward in the first couple of laps. Couple of drivers running a little bit deep in the first 2 corners, so it definitely shakes up the grid and splits it in half to a certain extent. But Marie Barry Berg is already starting to threaten in behind Joachim Askeland, looking for the lead under the bridge. And as they go down the drop, through the chicane, up towards the hairpin, the banked oval, it's going to be an interesting one for Joachim Askeland to try and get away from Marie Barry Berg. Back the climb again and into the hairpin one more time. 3rd position for the 338, looking good off the start is Adrian Gjerda, definitely having a much longer race than was had last time by. So much better for the Paralyn Ace, and up to 4th has come Oskar Wick. Then we have Theo Svensson, Jonathan Landstrom, Isaac Remen-Hattler and Lenja Jensen. Much better this time into 8th position and having a really strong race of it this time. So some good battles on the opening couple of laps. That's a move on the inside line then from Jonathan Landstrom. Gets the overtaking move on Theo Svensson. And that puts Landstrom into 5th position just behind Oskar Wick. So through they come again, and this is going to be a tough one for Marie Barry Berg, tightening up behind Joachim Askeland. Big dive as Jonathan Landstrom gets through on the inside of Oskar Wick. That puts him into 4th position behind Adrian Gjerda. So through they come again. It will be tricky to see where this all filters out. Several drivers battling for position, bit of an issue for the Birolart at the tail end of the field. That's Gustav Berglund having some problems, losing some positions as well, unfortunately. But certainly Jonathan Landstrom making some big inroads up to 4th position on the opening couple of laps of the race. So Joachim Askeland, that's Marie Barry Berg, through into the lead. Marie Barry Berg takes the lead of the race and manages to get through past Joachim Askeland. So we have a new race leader. Marie Barry Berg has got to the lead of this race at Kerne Varna. So she leads here in Norway. Excellent run on her home circuit. So Marie Barry Berg having a good run of it, and it looks like there's a mechanical flag being shown to the 312. That's Mikael Ostwald. So Mikael Ostwald has a problem of some kind. Want to try and see what it is. Oh, the rear bumper is falling off Mikael Ostwald's kart. So Mikael Ostwald in the Intrepid definitely having some problems then as he goes down the straight, and I'm afraid his rear bumper is fallen away. Now that's the 319. That's Henrik Bergström. So Henrik Bergström's got a problem as well then. So the 312 of Mikael Ostwald has got a technical flag, but the rear bumper is flailing around behind Henrik Bergström. Now I don't know if that's the wrong number by error or whether they've both got an issue of some kind, but certainly for Henrik Bergström, he's got a rear bumper flapping behind him. Well, Marie Berryberg is your leader in front of Joachim Askelund. Jonathan Landström now through into third position, past Adrian Gerda. And then we have Oskar Wijk in front of Theo Svensson, Isak Remenhatler, and Linje Jensen ahead of Noah Antonsen and Venedor Ravnas. So into the pits to retire comes the 312. That is Mikael Ostwald. But the 319 of Henrik Bergström is still going, and I would say that Bergström's got a bigger problem because the rear bumper of Bergström's kart is currently flailing off the back of his Intrepid. So that's a big problem for Bergström. And surely that's going to mean Bergström will also come into the pits with a technical flag. So already a couple of headaches there as Marie Berryberg leads the way. Second place Joachim Askelund, third is Landström, fourth is Gerda. But it's very tight up at the sharp end of the field as the drivers are continuing to have a very tough race of it. So through they continue, and out of the race then goes Henrik Bergström. He's pulled in to retire before the technical flag can come out. So very much game over for Henrik Bergström. He knew the writing on the wall anyway. Another new fastest lap for Jonathan Landström as he closes up on Joachim Askelund. Qualifying didn't quite go his way, but he's certainly been the fastest driver consistently over the practice sessions leading up to this weekend. So it's certainly looking good for Jonathan Landström in terms of his current form. But how is it going to continue? 5 laps done, 10 to go, including this one. Linje Jensen having a great race in the middle of the gaggle there with Isak Remenhatler for 7th position. Noah Antonsen and Venedor Ravnas are in that mix of drivers as well, hoping to try and move their way further forward. A bit of a gap back to Alexander Rokstad, who's come back to reality with a crashing thud. 11th position for Alexander Rokstad this time. So Marie Berryberg is still the race leader in front of Joachim Askelund and Jonathan Landström, but Marie Berryberg just continuing to hold the pace. Rokstad sets the fastest lap of the race at 43.829. The only driver in the race able to lap in under 44 seconds at this point. Jonathan Landström has done a sub 44, but he's the only one to do so. Landström dives in, goes for second place and gets it from Askelund. So Jonathan Landström into second position at the penultimate corner, and that really has given Marie Berryberg a bit of a lease of life as she dives through, takes the lead, and has a bit of breathing space now between herself and Jonathan Landström. But can Landström close up on Marie Berryberg? Her transponder appears to have not worked as she came through the last time. So that's a slight concern, but Jonathan Landström is going to be all over the back of her as they go through the far part of the course. Oh, there's been an incident up the top of the bridge. There's been an incident up the top of the bridge there, so somebody facing the wrong way and managing to get going again. So that was a little bit nastier than it looked, but that was Theo Hansen. So Theo Hansen having a spin up on the top of the bridge to recover. So Theo Hansen now dropping to the tail of the field, but fortunately he's okay. He's able to carry on. So Marie Berryberg leads this race in front of Jonathan Landström. Joachim Askelund in third. Fourth is Adrian Gerda. And then we have Oskar Wijk, Theo Svensson, Isak Remenhatler and Linje Jensen. But Jonathan Landström's going to dive in for the lead on Marie Berryberg into the hairpin and takes the lead away from Marie Berryberg. So Jonathan Landström, the Swede, has hit the front here in Junior X30. Marie Berryberg in second, Joachim Askelund in third. So this is exactly what Jonathan Landström was hoping for, has moved forward and taken the lead of this race. But Marie Berryberg isn't done yet. Still battling away for position. At the end of this lap, we will have completed 10 of the 15 tours. Little bit of a run wide, unfortunately, for the energy course of Isak Remenhatler, and that's dropped him to the back of the train. So Landström leads, Berryberg second, then Askelund, Gerda, Svensson, Wijk, Jensen, Antonsen, Ravnas and Isak Remenhatler. The top 10 very closely matched. Alexander Rokstad, rather sadly, all the way down in 11th position. Not the form we saw from him in the previous race at all. So the battles continue. They charge forward out of the tunnel and on the way down the drop to the hairpin once again. Jonathan Landström still looking strong ahead of Marie Berryberg and Joachim Askelund. They're a fair way now in front of Adrian Gerda. But this is going to be tricky as they get back to the braking zone for the hairpins. And a bit of a slide up the inside of Venedor Ravnas from, I think that is Raman Hatler, trying to get through, but not able to finish the job. Noah Antonsen watching it all unfold, but a very unhappy and very irate Venedor Ravnas now shuffled down to 11th place, just a whisker in front of Leon Larsen. I wasn't happy with the way that all played out. So Venedor Ravnas expressing his displeasure as Alexander Rogstad dives in at the inside of Isaac Remenhatler, and also going through is Venedor Ravnas. So they both get through on Isaac Remenhatler. Back at the front, the top three are still nose to tail, and it's still Landstrom in front of Marie Barry Berg with Joachim Askeland there in third position. Whoever decides to blink first, it's going to be the way that this race essentially plays out. Linja Jensen under some pressure still from Antonsen. So Linja Jensen, who is now in P7, has Noah Antonsen all over the back of that chassis. 9th place for Alexander Rogstad, 10th for Venedor Ravnas, then Isaac Remenhatler, Leon Larsen, Sebastian Grondalelis, Andy Alström, Gustav Berglund, Christian Fay Lund. And then it is a very close proximity battle further back. Marie Barry Berg still fancies her chances to win this race though. 3 laps to go and all over the back of Jonathan Landstrom. Landstrom is not able to pull away, as is so often the case in X30 racing. You hit the front, but you can't clear. So Jonathan Landstrom still leads this race, but with 2 to go, Marie Barry Berg is all over the back of him. This could be a fantastic run to the finish with 2 to go for Marie Barry Berg. Joachim Askeland still there in third position, hoping that this is potentially going to open up for him. He needs to stay close enough to these two that if things do get a little bit heated, that he will have a chance to steal it back from them. It is a terrific fight between the leading trio, Landstrom, Barry Berg and Askeland. Bit of a mistake from Landstrom under the bridge, but there could be a chance for Marie Barry Berg to dive in on the final lap. She's got to time it right. Landstrom's going to be very tough to pass. So Landstrom again just holding his nerve. The AD Motorsport driver just keeping it composed, keeping it together. They come off the turn and onto the home straight. 1 lap to go for Jonathan Landstrom. Can he hang on in front of Marie Barry Berg? Joachim Askeland is right there in third position. This is all going to come down to patience and discipline. Marie Barry Berg is the one chasing. She's got the advantage, but there's a little bit of a gap back now to Jonathan Landstrom. So it could be Askeland that goes for Marie Barry Berg. Landstrom's got to get this right through the double left apex. Marie Barry Berg's got to throw everything at it for one final shot at the race victory. But I think Jonathan Landstrom is going to have to settle for it, as that's Linja Jensen. Linja Jensen's come off on the penultimate lap. So that's game over, I'm afraid, for Linja Jensen. But the victory is going to go the way of Jonathan Landstrom. He comes out of the final turn, takes the checkered flag. Jonathan Landstrom wins in front of Marie Barry Berg and Joachim Askeland. Adrian Gjerde in 4th position in front of Theo Svensson and Oskar Wijk. Alexander Rogstad fights his way to P7 in the end in front of Noah Antonsen, Venedor Ravnas and Isaac Remenhatler. You've got a feel for Linja Jensen, who was battling for P6 at the time. And her race comes to an end on the penultimate tour, and that's 2 non-finishes now for the very talented Linja Jensen, who should have had so much more from this race. She was battling for top 5, top 6 pace, and it really should have been more than that for her. So bitter, bitter disappointment for Linja Jensen. Deserved a lot more from this race than she actually got. But the checkered flag falls for Jonathan Landstrom in front of Marie Barry Berg and Joachim Askeland in 3rd place from Adrian Gjerde, and then Theo Svensson ahead of Oskar Wijk. Alexander Rogstad in 7th place ahead of Noah Antonsen. Then Venedor Ravnas of Iceland finishing up in 9th position in front of Isaac Remenhatler. 11th place for Leon Larsen ahead of Sebastian Grondalelis, and then Andy Alström ahead of Gustav Berglund. Christian Fay Lund in 15th position ahead of Christian Alexander Röst, and then Anton Strom-Tanevik. The retirements, well, Theo Hansen just managed to come through in 8th place in the end. Bitter, bitter disappointment for Linja Jensen, who was definitely in the fight for the top 5 all the way through to the end there. And bitter disappointment that she retires from her 2nd race in a row. Henrik Bergström also out of the race, as too were Mikkel Ostvold and Fredrik Flood Engebretsen, who obviously didn't start the race from pole position. So very dramatic stuff then in Junior X30 again. And once more, the driver that starts at the front of the race does not come through for the victory. We've had two very different winners in Junior X30 so far in Joachim Askeland and also for Jonathan Landstrom. Two very different winners in Junior X30. Now we have two heats to go of the morning session, and that is going to come from our two Senior X30 races. It'll be Groups A versus C that go out first, 15 laps of the course, and that race will start in 5 minutes. So here we go then, getting ourselves ready for X30 Senior, the Groups A versus C venturing out onto the course. And it will be a very competitive race, that is for sure. 15 laps of this course once again. And we will conclude with the penultimate race of the noon session. It was a very competitive race in X30 Senior earlier on, of course. Now we get to see what it's going to be like in the A versus C battle. And at the front end of the field, this is going to put Vilma Svan on the front row of the grid alongside Dennis Bjerke. So these two drivers are definitely going to be hunting down a decent result. And two very competitive race drivers to try and chase down that elusive victory. So far it's been pretty exciting off the death. So far, neither Vilma Svan nor Dennis Bjerke have been able to come away with a race victory up to this point. Alexander Johansson has. He got the victory in the earlier C versus D group race. But there's no guarantees that he'll be in the mix for it this time, especially when you consider the likes of Dennis Bjerke and Marius Barry-Berg are going to want a little bit better than the result they got earlier on in the day when they accidentally ended up cannoning into each other. So this could be very interesting to see how those two drivers respond to the challenge in kind that is coming their way. We could see a very entertaining duel for the victory, especially now Vilma Svan is going to have pressure as well from the outset. Jennifer Olsen will be there in 5th on the grid. Hopefully she'll get to run from a decent position this time and actually prove her credentials as a driver up at the sharp end of the field. We should see Philip Svensson trying to continue on the run. Don't forget that Alexander Johansson and Philip Svensson are the two previous race winners from the earlier heats. So they are now down and outside the top 5 even. Alexander Johansson starting this race, I think, in the second row actually. So, no, on the third row by the look of it. So both Johansson and Svensson are going to have a tough race of it as they try and work their way back up the order. So let's see what happens off the launch. Are we going to go racing straight away? No, we're not. False start. So Senior X30 has got to wait another formation lap then. They clearly felt, Clark of the course, that wasn't a clean enough start for me, thank you. So we'll go around again. This is definitely going to be high pressure off the start, isn't it? A lot of big talents to try and go racing at the sharp end of this one. So we're going to see Vilma Svan, Dennis Bjerke, the previous winners, are in this one. Let's go racing now at Varna. Good start from the pole position for Vilma Svan. He's going to have to work hard to keep Dennis Bjerke at bay. And as they go through the first turn, Bjerke is going to run right round the outside. And Bjerke in second behind Vilma Svan. Good run so far. They go up over the top of the bridge. And there's a problem with Svensson. Svensson's in trouble. The Charles Leclerc ship breaking down on him. Philip Svensson is dropping through the field like a stone. And everybody trying to react in response to it. But Philip Svensson pulls off the road on the back straight. That is disastrous for the previous race winner. Philip Svensson is out. I can't believe it. He doesn't even complete half a lap. So everybody else is just trying to shuffle the deck and work their way forward, trying to make an overtaking move here or there to try and solve the problems from earlier in the day. So it's Vilma Svan who leads from Dennis Bjerke, then Barry-Berg, Anderson, Hagen, Johansson, Berglund, Arsnes, Grundelalis and Purpus. But I'm afraid it is game over for Philip Svensson. The previous race winner does not even complete the first lap. That is catastrophic for the Charles Leclerc chassis driver. And it looks to me now as though we're going to get 4 completely different race winners from the 4 heats so far. This is the third of those, and with Philip Svensson, a previous race winner, out of the race, it's a lot of pressure on Alexander Johansson to double up. He's currently down in P6. And not really getting the same sort of pace as the leaders up front. It's a great battle so far, though, between Vilma Svan and Dennis Bjerke. And then we've got Marius Barry-Berg in 3rd position, just in front of Max Anderson. Then Elias Hagen on the Falcon, ahead of Alexander Johansson, Jonas Berglund, Kenneth Arsnes. Then Thomas Grundalilis, Krista Perpis, and then Isaac Abrahamsen in front of Amelie Hornseth. Max Bostrom, Jennifer Olsen all the way down the order. Linus Harnell, Ella Lachtima, and Lucas Fossa. So you can see the stranded Charles Leclerc kart on the back straight when we've got the camera faced in that position. Already the battle is raging as Dennis Bjerke is looking for the bid on Vilma Svan. But Vilma Svan is not going to make this easy. Big slide from Max Anderson in 4th position. This is the chance for Elias Hagen. Hagen's going to take advantage in the final turn. Gets up alongside and Hagen gets through. Big mistake from Max Anderson. That drops him down to 5th position at the expense of Elias Hagen. So Vilma Svan, new fastest lap ahead of Dennis Bjerke. But Bjerke is not going to let this one get away easy. So Dennis Bjerke looking good at the moment to hustle and chase down Vilma Svan. They go through the double left, under the bridge, and along the chicane section, dropping down the hairpin. Again, could be a big opportunity for Dennis Bjerke, but he wants to get away from Vilma Svan. Marius Barry-Berg, 3rd position at the moment, looking pretty hungry for it. 4th place, that's the Falcon of Elias Hagen. And there's an absolute dogfight for 6th position. Great racing going on as Max Anderson is now behind Alexander Johansson. So Johansson has come through into 5th position. But it's a real tough mission for Max Anderson as he hangs on in front of Berglund, Arsnes, Grundalilis and Purpose. So very tough stuff in the mix there. Not the easiest of races to control if you are Max Anderson down in P6. Lots of drivers around you wanting to pick up the pieces. But this is tough pressure now from Dennis Bjerke. Bjerke all over the back of Vilmos Svan. They drop down to the hairpin once again, and Vilmos Svan looking good. Dennis Bjerke still hustling him. There's plenty of race left in this one, and he's got plenty of A-game to come. Through the hairpin, up towards the final turn. You want to get on the throttle as early as possible. Try and kick the back end of that kart out to really hustle Vilmos Svan in the lead of the race. So Vilmos Svan still your leader, but it is going to be tricky for Dennis Bjerke to challenge him with the kind of pace that Vilmos Svan has got. Another new fastest lap, 43.270, only a tenth of a second quicker than Dennis Bjerke. So it's not like he's pulling away by a lot, but everybody's getting faster and faster at this point in the race. So Dennis Bjerke still looking to try and get one over on Vilmos Svan. There's about 3 kart lengths between them at the moment. Not a lot in any race terms. Certainly not in X30 terms either. Into the hairpin. And Vilmos Svan just controlling the pace at the moment in front of Dennis Bjerke. Bjerke needs to be brave if he's going to make the overtaking move on Vilmos Svan at this point. So Alexander Johansson, who picked up a fortuitous victory on his X-Sprint earlier on, is now in P5. And it does look to me as though we're going to get 3 different winners from 3 heats. And if we get that in this one, then we're going to get 4 guaranteed, because Philip Svensson is out of this race. And Alexander Johansson, the other previous winner, is there in 5th. There, you could just see to the right there, the Charles Leclerc chassis abandoned in position. That's very much game over then for Philip Svensson. Dennis Bjerke still right in behind Vilmos Svan, not giving him a moment's respite. Just wanting to pull away with Svan, but he also wants to let Vilmos Svan do all the hard work, and he needs to pull away because that's Marius Barryberg behind them in 3rd position, hoping for a very strong run. Looks as though Marius Barryberg has had to change side pods for this race. His side pod on the right side of the kart is now plain white compared to when it was in the DAP colours earlier on. There obviously wasn't time to replace the graphics kit on that particular side pod. Clearly the other one had a lot of damage from the incident earlier on with Dennis Bjerke and Sebastian Svensson. Through the chicane, and it's looking good for Dennis Bjerke to really put up a fight here to Vilmos Svan. But it's all going to be about timing. It's all going to be about making sure you make the right call at the right moment. Through the hairpin, in the left. Again, good battles all the way down the straight, up towards the final turn. And Dennis Bjerke is still just matching Vilmos Svan's every move. He needs to stay with him. Marius Barryberg, P3. 4th place for Elias Hagen. Then Max Anderson ahead of Alexander Johansson. Then Berglund, Arjnes, Isaac Abrahamsen, and Amelie Hornseth getting up into the top 10 now. Good recovery from the Norwegian Amelie Hornseth. So good to see Amelie really getting in the mix there. 10th position for the moment. But still, the battle is very tough up front. Dennis Bjerke hoping to get the moves here on Vilmos Svan. But as they climb up the crest, it's not going to be very easy. Down the braking zone for the left-hander. Still working the magic. Up on the right side, a hairpin, hoping for a bit of a run on the throttle. And Dennis Bjerke just doesn't quite have the measure of Vilmos Svan at this part of the race. There's a little bit of a gap developing between the two. And Vilmos Svan bangs in another new fastest lap, 43.14, compared to Dennis Bjerke on a 43.20. So, although it's only 600ths of a second in it, that's just about enough at the moment for Vilmos Svan to be the tiniest bit more comfortable in the lead of the race, because he's just growing that advantage ever so slightly. So Marius Barryberg, 3rd position on the DAP colours of his Kart Republic chassis. Just trying to stay with the 2 leaders at the moment. That's his current objective. Not so easy to do when these guys are running very vapid pace. Elias Hagen, P4, then Anderson, then Johansson, Berglund, Arjnes, Abrahamsen, and Amelie Hornseth, number 452, in 10th position ahead of Max Bostrom and Jennifer Olsen. Ella Lachtemars doing a very good job as well. Lucas Fossa in 14th in front of Linus Harnell, and something has happened to Christa Purpis, because Christa Purpis now finds himself down at the back of the field. It looks like we've had another retirement, and that is Thomas Grundaliles. So Thomas Grundaliles sadly is out of the race. I think he actually pulled into the pits to retire. If not, then obviously he's going to be somewhere out on the course. But it's looking good for our race leaders. Here they are, Vilmos Svan starting to stretch away now from Dennis Bjerke. So Dennis Bjerke is doing everything he can to stay with Vilmos Svan, but Svan's got good pace on the Falcon, and it looks pretty neat and tidy from Vilmos Svan at this moment in time. He's got enough daylight between himself and Dennis Bjerke to be relatively comfortable. 0.6 of a second is the gap as they come across the line. Dennis Bjerke getting his personal best, but it was still slower than the lap time just set by Vilma Svan. So as far as Bjerke, look at this. So Vilma Svan is still the race leader. For some reason, Vilma Svan fell off the timing screen on the previous rundown, but he is still leading the race. He doesn't need to panic. So Vilma Svan is still there. He's come off my timing screen, but Vilma Svan is the leader, I can tell you that. Comes through once again and is running 3 laps from the end. Looking very comfortable in the lead, Vilma Svan in front of Dennis Bjerke. And then Marius Barryberg from Elias Hagen and Max Andersen. Some good battles all the way through the field. Couple of drivers mixing it up and trying to work their way further forward. 4 places gained by Kenneth Arsnes, 5 made up by Isaac Abrahamsen, 7 made up by Max Bostrom. So some good moves all the way through there. A couple of places lost, unfortunately, for Amelie Hornseth. She's now dropped behind Max Bostrom and Jennifer Olsen, who are still having a great race of it in the middle of the field. You've got to keep racing your opponents and you've got to have the staying power to make it work. Sadly, Kristaps Perpis has now gone to the back of the field. Not entirely sure what happened to him, but certainly Kristaps Perpis losing a lot of ground. 2 to go, and Svan is ahead of Dennis Bjerke with enough time to be relatively comfortable. The gap is now 7/10 of a second. So it's not a lot, but in X30, that should do you to the finish line. And so Dennis Bjerke will be bitterly frustrated. He just didn't quite have the same staying power on his tyres compared to Vilma Svan on his. But it's going well as they continue on. Now, they've got Marius Barryberg there in 3rd position in front of Elias Hagen. And those two are very much in a no-man's land style race. Barryberg has pulled well clear in 3rd, as has Elias Hagen in 4th position on the drivers behind them. Max Andersen has kept it nice and safe in P5. Last lap for Vilma Svan in front of Dennis Bjerke, who really has worked hard to try and stay in touch with Vilma Svan. But it's not going to be a successful one for Dennis Bjerke as far as the victory is concerned. He might get another one, though, in the 3rd race later on. But the competitive nature, the exciting battles that we've seen in Senior X30 so far is going to conclude with a fabulous bit of badinage, as we are going to have 4 different race winners from the first 4 Senior X30 races. The previous 2 winners in the earlier heats are not going to get a victory this time, and that means that Vilma Svan is going to become the 3rd different race winner in Senior X30 in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. Vilma Svan victorious. He can be very happy with that ahead of Dennis Bjerke. Marius Barryberg will come home for 3rd position. Great run from him. And then 4th position for Elias Hagen. 5th place for Max Andersen ahead of Alexander Johansson. And then we have Jonas Berglund in 7th ahead of Kenneth Arsnes, Isaac Abrahamsen and Max Bostrom. Wow, we had a great run to the line there. 2 carts across the line side by side. That was Kristaps Perpis and Linus Harnell, separated by 19 thousandths of a second at the flag. That is what we like to see. Battles like that, please. But what a tough race that was for Vilma Svan. He comes through as the victor ahead of Dennis Bjerke. There's not one dominant performance. It's going to be 4 great racers to take 4 brilliant victories. We start racing in a little under 5 minutes' time. Röhjerkem along with Elina Rolfsen. Oh, we've had an off on the bridge on the way up. Goodness me. Not entirely sure what happened there, but that was Niklas Dotzersven losing the back end of his Falcon. Goodness me, Niklas Dotzersven was warming up the tyres and brakes, lost the back end of his kart, and actually ended up mounting the side of the bridge. That was very bizarre there from Niklas Dotzersven. Well, anyway, we've got to focus in and continue on the battles. That was very unusual. But we've got Tord Rogstad, Sebastian Svensson, Cornelia Constance Röhjerkrem, Elina Lee Rolfsen, Niklas Dotzersven, Felix Johannesson, Max Carlsen, William Lundbo, Harold Matheson, William Svensson, Ine Karina Rostad, Konrad Bergham Hansen, Verti Vananen, Joachim Matheson, Oskar Spora, Jonathan Tangen Solveig, and Theo Thomason-Eide. 17 drivers. One of these is going to be the fourth different winner of Senior X30 so far in the IAME Nordic Cup in 2024 here at the KNA Varna circuit. Great to see this competition really boosting back the interplay of the different nations around the course. We've had another off. Somebody's had a big issue on the way up to the chicane. One kart has come off the road before we've even started. And it's a very irate driver indeed. I think we may end up going for another formation lap here as a result of that. No, we are going to go racing. Well, we'll keep up to date with that as it happens. But, oh, and it is Niklas Dotzersven. He's had a terrible start to his race already. Another big run wide up in the leaders. So a couple of drivers having a moment or two off the start. And I'm afraid a couple of drivers running wide in there. That is Felix Johannesson. Johannesson's had a terrible start. As, of course, so too has Niklas Dotzersven, who's already out of the race. But there's a big battle brewing behind already. Several drivers battling away. At the front of the field, it is now Tord Rogstad. No, it's not. My apologies. It's Sebastian Svensson. So Tord Rogstad's had a terrible start and finds himself now down in 7th position. It is a tough old race already. As Sebastian Svensson leads the way. Then it is Elina Rolfsen. Third is Max Carlsen. Then Cornelia Constance Röhjerkrem. Then Verti Vananen, Joachim Matheson, and Tord Rogstad. So Tord Rogstad's definitely got some work to do from 7th. Matheson in 8th place from Oskar Spora. Felix Johannesson down in 10th. Then William Lundbo, William Svensson, Theo Thomason-Eide, Konrad Bergham Heisen, and then it is Ine Karina Rostad in front of Jonathan Tangen Solveig with one retirement from the race already, and that is Niklas Dotzersven, who is absolutely furious about it. Had a problem on the first warm-up lap, and then on the second formation lap, the kart came to a shuddering halt. So a very short race indeed for Niklas Dotzersven, but it's going to be an interesting one for everybody else. Charging down to the first couple of corners as everybody works their way through the hairpin on the third lap of the race. Elina Rolfsen definitely looking strong behind Sebastian Svensson as Tord Rogstad gets the fastest lap of the race, a 43.59, a good 0.3 of a second quicker than anybody in front of him. So that definitely helps his cause. But he's certainly got a lot of ground to make up. He's going to be driving angry, will Tord Rogstad, and that could well help him to make that gap disappear to the 6 drivers in front. Indeed it is. So Tord Rogstad definitely working hard to put himself back into contention up at the sharp end as Elina Rolfsen is getting hungry with Sebastian Svensson. Looking for a bid to go for the lead. Decides against it. Decides to hang back in turn 1. But a very tough race continuing on between these two drivers as they go over the top of the bridge. Watch as well for the other furious lady in the top 5. That is Cornelia Constance Röhjerkrem. Looks to me as though there's a bit of an issue for one of the drivers with a transponder problem. That looks like Max Carlsen's transponder is not registering. So Max Carlsen is falling away from the times, but he is still there in 3rd position for the moment. Tucked up behind Elina Rolfsen. So Max Carlsen will now be scored manually on his Cosmic. As Tord Rogstad is now directly behind Joachim Matheson. So it's time for Rogstad to really go to battle. Rolfsen's got another good run here on Svensson. Is that going to be enough to go for the lead? She had to think about it, decided against it. So Elina Rolfsen right in behind Sebastian Svensson. It's all about good timing here. Several drivers obviously having a difficult time of it. Ine Karina Rostad seems to have had an incident in the opening phase of the race with Konrad Bergham Hansen. Along with Theo Thomason, they've all dropped back quite a considerable way. A lot further than they deserve to be. And that's a lead change. That's Elina Rolfsen. Rolfsen's got through to the lead. So Elina Rolfsen now leads here in front of Sebastian Svensson. 3 wheels on the deck and 1 in the air for the Tony car that leads the race. Elina Liderolfsson is your race leader in Senior X30 at the moment, and this is going to be very exciting for her to run at the front end of the field with a tough battle behind her. Sebastian Svensson second, third is Max Carlsen, fourth is Cornelia Constance Ruohalkrem, and then in 5th place that looks like Verti Varnanen, I do believe. So Verti Varnanen, and that's going to be Tord Raugstad going up the inside to take 6th position away from Matheson. So Tord Raugstad now up to 6th position, trying to chase after the top 5. In at the hairpin, and still Elina Liderolfsson is your race leader. So Elina is leading this race at the moment. Sebastian Svensson very close in behind. So Elina Liderolfsson is your race leader. Rolfsson still looking very strong and comfortable in the lead of this race, with Sebastian Svensson just in close behind her. Carlsen, Ruohalkrem and Varnanen, the top 5 very close in, but Tord Raugstad in 6th position. He's hoping to try and get that deficit down in the hope that the top 5 will be able to become the top 6. Still some good battles. Felix Johannesson is trying to make up some ground in the middle of the field, by the way. Has only just managed to make the move there on Oscar Spora. That puts Felix Johannesson back into 9th position. Definitely not the great race that we saw from him earlier on. But Elina Rolfsson is having a terrific drive, looking to become race winner number 4 out of 4 in Senior X30. We've had race wins so far from Alexander Johansson. As well from Philip Svensson, and just recently from Vilma Svan. So who's going to be the 4th? Fastest lap of the race comes again from Tord Raugstad, determined to catch up to the top 5. There is not much between them now as well. He's got Verti Varnanen in his sights, so it won't be too long before Tord Raugstad can really start to push. But the race leader, Elina Rolfsson, has got the 2 furious Swedes on her tail, Sebastian Svensson and Max Carlsen. Then in 4th position, we've obviously got Cornelia Constance Ruohalkrem. Verti Varnanen, the Finn, is in 5th position ahead of Tord Raugstad, who has set another new fastest lap in the bid to close up on them. And now we've got 6 in a row. We've now got 6 drivers battling for the victory in Senior X30 qualifying heat B versus D. We've got Rolfsson, Svensson, Carlsen, Ruohalkrem, Varnanen and Tord Raugstad. All 6 drivers very close together now, with 8 laps done and 7 to go, including this one. They go under the bridge, and still Elina Rolfsson has got good pace, and it's really close now for Tord Raugstad. Raugstad's got a run here to go for the move on the inside of Verti Varnanen. Decides against it on this particular move. It's going to be tricky to go from 6th position to move forward. And Tord Raugstad has got to be thinking about points as well here. He's got to be thinking about the long-term gain versus the long-term loss. A decent top 5 finish when a couple of the drivers in front have not scored well could well be what makes the difference for Tord Raugstad. Into the first corner, thinks about it. Has not been able, I don't think, to get through there into 4th position on Verti Varnanen. But definitely starting to think about it. So they come up to the hairpin, and that's enough for Tord Raugstad. Gets the move on Verti Varnanen. So Tord Raugstad now in P5. Next target is Cornelia Constance Ruohalkrem in 4th place. Down the hill, up to the hairpin. And still a good run this one from Elina Rolfsson. She leads at this point. Sebastian Svensson still 2nd. Max Carlsen 3rd for Sweden. 4th position is still Cornelia Constance Ruohalkrem. 5th place Tord Raugstad, now really starting to size up the situation to try and close up on Ruohalkrem. But Elina Lee Rolfsson is your race leader and looking very confident with it. 10 laps done, 5 to go. Down to the back straight with a left-hander, and the Tony kart of Elina Lee Rolfsson is so planted. They've definitely worked well on setup for this second race, because she looks very commanding at the moment in the lead of this one. 2nd place for Sebastian Svensson, 3rd place for Max Carlsen. Great to see the battles continuing on here. There's certainly no shortage of great female talent in Senior X30 in the IAME Nordic Cup, because we've got Elina Lee Rolfsson up at the front end of the field. We've got Cornelia Constance Ruohalkrem having a great run of it. And of course, there are a few other drivers who didn't get the chance to shine in the previous one. Jennifer Olsen, Ella Lahtimaa comes to mind. And then in this one, after a poor start, Ina Karina Rostad is getting back on terms of good pace. So there is great challenge all the way through. Now, Sebastian Svensson's actually dropping away from Elina Lee Rolfsson with 4 to go. This is looking good for Max Carlsen. It's looking terrible for Sebastian Svensson, who is going to fall away into the clutches of the drivers behind if he's not careful. And this is perfect for Elina Lee Rolfsson, because she'll have a lead and she'll have a little bit of support from the drivers behind, trying to make the overtake. Is this going to be the charge? I thought Max Carlsen might go for it there, as we've got a slower kart on the main straight, moving over to let the leaders go by. So very nicely handled there by Theo Thomason, who just gets out of the way, does not want to cause issues for the leaders. So Elina Lirovsen driving beautifully up in front. Another retirement as well as Nicholas Dotzersven. I didn't spot it, unfortunately, but the other retirement from this race is Jonathan Tangan Solivag. And I think we've had another driver pull out of the race, actually. That is William Lundbo. So William Lundbo is now a retirement. So only 14 karts still running. Elina Lirovsen is your leader. And Tord Raukstad's got ahead of Cornelia. So Cornelia Constance Röhelklim has been vanquished by Tord Raukstad. So Raukstad up at a 4th position. Has he got time for one more? 2 laps to go. Max Carlsen is just up the road from him. So he really needs to pull something special out of the bag if he wants to go for the top 3 in this race. I think the moment he dropped down to 7th position on the first lap, he knew a win wasn't going to happen, but he might just get 3rd place out of it if he can get a bit closer to Max Carlsen. Certainly the race leader, Elina Lirovsen, can only lose this race now, really, if a mechanical fault develops. She's certainly taken command of this race and pulled. Ending. Tord Raukstad may make one final bid. Carlsen's really protecting on the inside line. Tord Raukstad is really going to struggle to get through, but it's going to be Elina Lirovsen. She gets the victory and becomes the 4th different winner in Senior X30 today. Brilliant from Elina Lirovsen. Stunning performance from the Norwegian powerhouse. Excellent from Elina Lirovsen. Great victory. That was brilliantly done. And Sporta. Ina Karina Rostad fought in her battle with William Svensson. Jewel. Conrad Bergheim Hansen finishing up in 13th place, and a lap adrift was Theo Thomason Eide. There were retirements. William Lundbo after 10 laps, and Jonathan Tangan Solivag and Nicholas Dotzersven were not able to be classified after some rather disappointing race performances from them. So we've now had 4 different race winners from the 4 Senior X30 races. There has not been a repeat winner across any of the 5 categories. So if we wanted decent competition from the IAME Nordic Cup in 2024, we certainly got it, because there's not been a single one of the 5 classes that has resulted in a repeat victor. That is absolutely astonishing when you think about it, considering that we have had no less than 12 races so far today, and we have had 12 completely different race winners. It's been absolutely incredible so far at KNA Varna. So we're going to wrap it up for the moment. The lunch break is on next. So for the next hour or so, the drivers are going to take a little bit of a breather, and we will be back in race action at 3 p.m. local time. So in a little over an hour, we will return to racing here at KNA Varna for the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. So we will begin the third rotation of the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 here on Saturday at the Varna circuit in Norway. Great to have your company once again for those of you tuning in on the live stream, wherever you are around the world watching in. Jake Sanson here in the commentary box with you on the main start-finish straight here on this beautiful Varna circuit, 1,030 metres in length. So far, we've had 12 races and not a single repeat winner across the 5 categories that we have had so far. It has truly been a sensational battle for all of the contenders, and we've definitely been spoiled rotten with the races that we have had so far over the course of proceedings. In the mini category, we've had 2 very different winners. Adrian Mikkelsen taking the victory in the first of our qualifying heats. Espen Moe coming forward for the second. Here is the starting grid for, well, one of the races. That was actually the X30 senior grid. We'll try and bring you the correct grid very shortly indeed. In Cadeti, we had 2 very different winners as well. Nikolai Pietras coming through for the win in the earlier cadet race, and then he managed to actually be awarded the second race later in the day after Marcus Alberg actually was given a penalty. He was disqualified from the race. I'm not entirely sure what the reason for that was, however. So this is the starting grid for the continuing race. We have Jenny Nordvang in pole position from Angel Solheim, Nicholas Pietras, and then Philip Bjerkegaard. Sileslevold is alongside Strand, and then we have Kinset in the mix there. Marcus Alberg having to start this race from the back of the grid after having a disqualification in the previous race. I don't actually have any notification as to what he was excluded for, but certainly that means that Nikolai Pietras has in fact been given 2 race victories then, having originally said that there were no repeat winners, but obviously there were no repeat winners on the road. In Junior 60, we had very different battles from the 2 races. Ludwig Granqvist came through for the victory in the first of those, and I think was actually awarded the second one as well. So yes, indeed. So 2 victories in a row then for Ludwig Granqvist. Very unfortunate that Patrick Christiansen was down to 7th in the second of those. Then in X30 Junior, again, 2 very different races. Joachim Askeland coming away with the victory in the first of those. In the second, it was Jonathan Landstrom who came through for the win. And then, of course, in X30 Senior, we have had famously 4 different winners from the first 4 races, namely Philip Svensson in the first. And then in the second, we had a victory for Alexander Johansson. Then in the third, we had Vilma Svan come through for the victory in front of Dennis Bjerke. But the last heat was taken by Elina Lee Rolsen, the first woman of the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 to take a victory. Now we're going into the next phase of the races, and it's going to be a very different challenge for our drivers in the next phase of the battle, because now we're going into the cadet heat, heat number 3. So this is the third and final heat for the drivers. Jenny Nordvang will be in pole position for this one from Angel Solheim, and then it will be Nikolai Pietras from Philip Bjerkegaard, William Tisdevold 5th on the grid from Liam Strand, Kasper Nesset and Aston Fornborn, and then Theo Sandström from Lucas Gangasalo, and then Marcus Alberg, who will start the race from the very back of the starting grid after the late drama of losing a race earlier on in the day, and then again actually being disqualified from it. So very dramatic, and it promoted Nikolai Pietras to the win ahead of Angel Solheim and Jenny Nordvang. You're probably wondering, if the results are based on the previous races, then why isn't Angel Solheim and Nikolai Pietras on the front row of the starting grid? Well, Jenny Nordvang actually got the pole position from that. So of this pole position means that that's where they start for all 3 races. So off the final turn, Jenny Nordvang side by side off the start with Angel Solheim, and we're going straight to racing, and it's a much better start from Jenny Nordvang this time. He's going to pull across, but there's carts going off the road. Oh goodness me, 2 or 3 carts, and there's one spinning going backwards as they approach the first couple of corners. 3 carts then facing in the wrong direction, and we've got a completely different leader. It's Angel Solheim, I do believe, who is leading off the start. So the drivers are working their way forward. We did have Pietras running at the sharp end of the field as they complete the first sector. I think it is Pietras who leads from Bjerkegaard, and then it is Jenny Nordvang in 3rd position. So already a very dramatic start to the race. Nordvang has actually got it to 2nd place now past Bjerkegaard, but we have William Tisvoli, Kasper Nesset and Theo Sandström facing the wrong way at the beginning of the race. So we're waiting to see what will happen with those 3 drivers, whether they can keep going or not. I would actually think that all 3 of them have not been able to keep going. So as they approach the first corner for the first time since the incident, we're actually going to see the 4 drivers in the mix, the 3 drivers off the road. So Nicolai Pietras is the leader from Jenny Nordvang in second, Philip Bekkegaard in third, and then Angel Solheim, Liam Strand and Marcus Alberg up into sixth position off the start. Seventh place for Aston Thornborn. And then we have Lucas Kangasalo in eighth position, and then the three drivers involved in that first corner incident, William Tisdevol, Kasper Nisset and Theo Sandström, not going anywhere at all. So certainly for the time being, it's looking very good indeed. If you are Nicolai Pietras, looking good for 3 wins in a row. And that would certainly be the perfect start to his cadet weekend. Moving into the races tomorrow, he's out in front and he's got a decent lead over Jenny Nordvang. Third position for Angel Solheim, with Philip Bekkegaard in fourth position now. So Angel Solheim is definitely starting to make inroads into Jenny Nordvang. They charge their way down to the first corner. And at the moment, it's all looking pretty neat and tidy for Nicolai Pietras. No major concerns for him in the lead of the race, with a new fastest lap as well, 53.76 compared to Jenny Nordvang in the 55.1s. So big difference in terms of speed at the moment. But certainly Jenny Nordvang is keeping it together in front of Angel Solheim. Certainly not going to give away an easy second place, that's for sure. So Nicolai Pietras in front of Jenny Nordvang, looking good at the moment to make it 3 race wins out of 3. But to the right of us, overhead, I can start to see clouds that are very much of a greying colour. So we may get a little bit less football after the races this afternoon. We may need to convert the offices into a movie night. So Nicolai Pietras in front of Jenny Nordvang, Angel Solheim, then Philip Bekkegaard, Marcus Alberg ahead of Liam Strand, Aston Thornborn, Lucas Kangasalo. And those are the only 8 carts still racing, because we've lost William Tisdevol, Kasper Nisset and Theo Sandström, all 3 drivers out of the race on that first lap. So a very dramatic start to the race, and certainly a pretty dramatic continuation of it with the lack of drivers that are in the field. Marcus Alberg now in 5th position, so certainly making some gains after having been excluded, sadly, from the previous race victory. So we're getting up to 5 laps remaining. Well, we actually have 4 laps remaining at the end of this one. Nicolai Pietras looking good for win number 3 in a row. And it would certainly be a perfect continuation of the race battle as far as he's concerned. So that is exactly where he would want to be, and would want to continue this battle raging forward. So it's definitely looking good at the moment. But there is 4 laps completed then for Nicolai Pietras, with Jenny Nordvang in front of Angel Solheim in the battle for 2nd position. Then Philip Bekkegaard, Marcus Alberg, Liam Strand, Aston Thornborn, and then Lucas Kangasalo. That is the order at this moment in time. No major updates or changes needed. Certainly it's been a very close encounter for the contenders at the sharp end at Cadetti all the way through these 3 heats of the day. But out in front, there's no question for Nicolai Pietras. He has a decent advantage over Jenny Nordvang. The gap is 3.3 seconds after the first lap shenanigans. But certainly everybody else is keeping it as smoothly as possible under the circumstances. Fastest first sector of the entire race comes in from Marcus Alberg. Fastest second sector of the entire race comes in from Angel Solheim. So individually, these drivers can go quicker than they currently are, but they have to try and string it together for an entire lap. Marcus Alberg is going to try and take on Philip Bekkegaard down to turn 2. Trying to go right round the outside of Bekkegaard. Now that is brave, but even Marcus Alberg can't pull that move off. He has to wait for his moment. He's going to hustle in behind in the look for 4th position into the hairpin, and does not take his moment there. So has a little bit more time to play with, but not much more time, because at the end of this one, there is only going to be 2 laps remaining here at Varna in the final heat of the day, before obviously the drivers can have a rest and then go into the super heat tomorrow. And don't forget, it's only the winners of the IAME Nordic Cup, the drivers that finish first in the IAME Nordic Cup, that will get the ticket to the IAME World Finals at Valencia later this year. So 6th position is currently Liam Strand, behind Marcus Alberg, who is still putting a lot of pressure under Philip Bekkegaard, but has not really been able to do anything about that. 7th place is Aston Thornborn, and 8th position is Lucas Kangasalo. You may be thinking he's a fair way back from everybody else, but to finish first you have to finish, as Ron Dennis used to say. So it's important in these races to bring the cart home, because you never know what position that's eventually going to bring you. Still Marcus Alberg not really able to keep in touch with Philip Bekkegaard. and that's going to impede his progress down to 5th position at the absolute minimum. But certainly the race leader has had a very easy time of it out in front. Nikolai Pietras is working hard, as Angel Solheim is definitely pushing the limit of what Jenny Nordvang can cope with on the main straight. Looking for every opportunity. We go into the final lap for these guys. And can Jenny Nordvang hang on to 2nd position ahead of Angel Solheim? Definitely going to be a tough one all the way to the flag. They want to try and finish off in good style. So for Nikolai Pietras, it's going to be a perfect run to the victory, but Angel Solheim has one last chance to take the move here on Jenny Nordvang, as does Marcus Alberg, to get through on Philip Bekkegaard. So it could be very interesting towards the closing stages. But certainly at the moment, it's going to be a tough one down to the braking zone for the hairpin, and Jenny Nordvang looking good in front of Angel Solheim. So it's going to be close in the last couple of corners of the race, but Jenny Nordvang looks like she's got the composure in 2nd position, although Angel Solheim is going to try one last time. It's going to be a victory, though, for Nikolai Pietras. 3 from 3. He can be happy with that, as Jenny Nordvang does hang on for 2nd in front of Angel Solheim. A very good race then in Cadetti. And 5 in front of Liam Strand in 6th. Aston Fornburn 7th place in front of Lucas Angasalo. And then the 3 retirements that we had on the first lap. William Tisleval, Kasper Nesset and Theo Sandstrom, who all had to take avoiding action on the opening tour and were not able to continue. So Nikolai Pietras ends the day as the top banana in the IAME Cadetti category and can be very happy indeed with 3 wins from 3 starts. But will it continue and transfer into tomorrow? Well, that's going to be a very different task altogether. Cadetti is done. We now move forward to focus in on the minis, and they will be starting their race in approximately 8 minutes' time. So just a reminder to everybody, of course, that the IAME Nordic Cup 2024 does give away tickets to the IAME World Finals across 4 of the classes, because we have tickets to go for the winning driver in Mini, the leading driver in Junior 60, because of course Junior 60 is an open category, so it's the leading IAME driver that will get the ticket to the World Finals. And then, of course, the winning driver overall in Junior X30 and Senior X30. So there are only 4 tickets to give out in the IAME World Finals here at the IAME Nordic Cup. And those obviously are going to be very hotly contested for all of the competitors in the class. So the drivers will get themselves around the circuit for the 3rd and final formation laps of the Minis here in the IAME Nordic Cup. And it's going to be an interesting battle once again between Vebjorn Danielsen and Adrian Mikkelsen, who'll be battling away on the front row of the starting grid. We've had 2 different winners so far from the Mini category, namely Adrian Mikkelsen in race 1 and Espen Moe in race 2. So can Vebjorn Danielsen shake off the demons from the earlier 2 races and become the 3rd different winner in 3 races in the Minis? It'll be very exciting to see who gets the job done, but a very competitive race battle nonetheless, as all of the drivers are going to want to come out of this one with a very impressive performance on the back of it, and will certainly be gunning for the win. 10 laps of the course once again here at Varna, and it's going to be Vebjorn Danielsen that leads us around, from Adrian Mikkelsen, Ole Sorle Smistad and Lucas Emil Löfshus, and then Markus Bolli Rangard and Espen Moe from Oscar Polsberg and Magnus Braten, Julian Dalheim-Ley and Theodor Larsen from Christian Gether-Gundersen, Axel Remmenhatler, then Thomas Norway, Robin Panian-Sven and Silas Savarad Elfsen. Are we going to go racing? First time of asking. We certainly are, and it's a great start from the pole sitter for the leaders coming through. Vebjorn Danielsen ahead of Adrian Mikkelsen. The first lap, it's a very perfect start as far as Vebjorn Danielsen is concerned. He holds his lead. Straight up into 2nd place comes Ole Sorle Smistad. So Smistad has made a fantastic start and a good move up the inside there for 3rd position. I think that might even have been Adrian Mikkelsen getting himself back into 3rd place, having had a tricky start to the race. A couple of drivers managing to catch each other out on the opening lap. But now the drivers are really charging their way down to the hairpin one more time at the end of the first lap, and a couple of drivers running a little bit wide. That could cause a bit of an issue for a couple of drivers losing positions. I think that was Robin Panian-Sven who lost a couple of positions, but that's a lead change, as that is Adrian Mikkelsen moving into the lead past Vebjorn Danielsen on the final lap, or final corner I should say, of the lap. But now they're going to go side by side down to the first corner. Vebjorn Danielsen determined to get the lead of this race back again on the inside line and reclaims the lead. So Vebjorn Danielsen manages to take back the lead of this one. Very close indeed. Oh, a couple of drivers having a moment there. I think there was a little bit of a clatter together of 2 karts going off there on the bridge. So we've had a driver, I think, go into the wall on the far side. So a couple of drivers in a difficult situation there, and a very angry couple of drivers by the look of it. So who is it that's gone down the order? That looks to me like Christian Gether-Gundersen and Theodor Larsen, but also Markus Bolli Rangard has dropped all the way back. So very unfortunate there for Bolli Rangard. Has gone all the way down to the back. So now we've got a duel for the leaders once again, and it's Vebjorn Danielsen versus Adrian Mikkelsen in 3rd position. That is the 197 of Ole Sorle Smistad. Then the Sodi of Lucas Emil Löfshus, and then Magnus Braten from Thomas Norway. So a couple of moments then on the end of the first lap. And it looks like we've got a slow-moving Paralin dropping down the order there. So something has happened to someone in the midfield, because we've got a slow-moving kart losing a few positions there. Espen Moe seems to have fallen all the way back to 9th position. Not quite sure what happened there, but also I think we seem to have had a problem for Oscar Polsberg, who has fallen all the way to 13th. So some big problems there. But a very unhappy Markus Bolli Rangard, who has now fallen to the back of the grid and is desperately trying to fight his way back into contention. So the leaders are coming through once more, and it's Vebjorn Danielsen in front of Adrian Mikkelsen. The 2 leaders still battling away for position, looking very strong. 3 laps done, 7 to go. The fastest lap of the race has just come in, by the way, from Vebjorn Danielsen, but the fastest 3rd sector of the race is Espen Moe, who has actually done a 15.253. So Espen Moe has a great chance to fight back. In fact, it's going to be... Oh my goodness! A big incident on the back straight. 2 karts coming together, and it's red flags, red flags. So that is the leaders, I do believe. Vebjorn Danielsen and Adrian Mikkelsen fighting for the victory. And they have come together on the back straight. Fortunately, both drivers are okay. and they're actually going to recover Vebjørn Danielson's kart. Well, talk about that for sporting. So Vebjørn Danielson and Adrian Mikkelsen involved in an incident then for the victory on the back straight. But both drivers are out of their karts. It obviously went straight to red because one of the karts did a proper barrel roll. But it looks to me as though both drivers are okay. So that is the good news. But that's a very dramatic end to the race for both drivers. Vebjørn Danielson and Adrian Mikkelsen. The marshals are there with them already inspecting the damage there to those karts on the back straight. So the top two drivers have dropped out of this race. So Vebjørn Danielson and Adrian Mikkelsen no longer a part of this battle. They're going to drop their way back down the bank. But that is not the way that either driver wanted to retire from this race. And so their incident has brought out the red flags. But it's big drama here because that is the two drivers who are essentially the fastest two drivers from qualifying, Vebjørn Danielson and Adrian Mikkelsen. Certainly in Vebjørn Danielson's case, he was hunting for his first race victory of the weekend, as Adrian Mikkelsen was hunting for his second. And so now there's definitely going to be a bit of a change of the guard for the remainder of this race. It certainly changes things. The good news, however, of course, is that both drivers are okay. They are just being looked after by the safety teams. So as both drivers walk in, that is obviously very good news. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank goodness that they're okay. It is very good news indeed to see both drivers walking in of their own accord. And that is the very important factor out of this race. Two very good competitors, two drivers going for the same bit of racetrack. It doesn't always end well. But the good news is that both drivers are able to get back to the pits under their own steam. Thank goodness for that. Right, well, with both those drivers out of the race and both those karts being removed from the circuit, that means we've got a very different racing prospect for the remainder of Junior 60. This could get very interesting because we've got, for the remainder of Mini, I should say, because now we've obviously moved away from those two drivers. From Danielson and Mikkelsen, we now have a whole host of drivers gunning for the victory in Mini without them, because we've got Lufsus, who's going to be going wheel to wheel with Odesora Schmistad on the restart. So it's definitely going to be an interesting battle for all of the contenders on the restart of this race. And we've got several drivers who could take a big result as a result of this particular incident. Now, the two drivers, I'm told, Adrian Mikkelsen and Vebjørn Danielson are now back in pit lane. They're just going to be given a check over by the safety teams, which is absolutely what should be done under the circumstances. They obviously have to be given the chance to do that. Always better to be safe than sorry, but it could make a very interesting grid for the pre-final tomorrow. Meanwhile, the mechanics have made their way back to the starting grid to assist their young minis on their restart. But with the two main protagonists out of the race, that drops us from 15 karts to 13 karts. So it's going to be a very interesting restart here, that is for sure, as the 13 remaining drivers are just waiting to hear news as to what position they're going to be starting from, and obviously what sort of order they're going to be in when that happens. But a very dramatic run in this race then for Adrian Mikkelsen and Vebjørn Danielson, the two drivers battling for the lead of the race, and they took each other out of the race, unfortunately. And so the red flags came out instantly. And the race will continue now without the two drivers. So that's particularly dramatic based on what we've seen already so far. So now the result, the starting grid, I should say, will now be as a result of the order on the previous completed lap, I would say, minus the two drivers. So by my math, that's going to be Odesora Schmistad, who's going to be starting from pole position, and that's where he appears to be at the moment. Second place is going to be Lucas Emil Lufshus, who is there in second on the grid. And then there's going to be a couple of shuffles of the deck, I think, as a result of where karts actually ended up stopping on that particular part of the course. But it's certainly going to be A-OK for the drivers that are in the positions they're in. So what's going to happen is the karts are going to be maneuvered into their single file formation, And I think that's how we're going to restart. I think we will actually kick off again under single file formation on this restart. So certainly for the time being, it's a pretty dramatic case of affairs in the Mini X30 category, with the two leading drivers from qualifying ending up having an incident while battling for the lead of the race. And then, unfortunately, both drivers ending up exiting from the competition. And so they will have to obviously continue tomorrow, but we don't know which positions they'll be in for those restarted races. They'll certainly be a lot lower down than the front of the grid, because a DNF at this stage is definitely not going to help out either Adrian Mikkelsen or Vebjørn Danielsen. So this battle for the pole position for the Superheat tomorrow in X30 Mini suddenly became about consistency, as it'll be the driver that's ended up getting the best possible results from the 3 races across the board that's going to have the best possible chance of taking pole position. So I've got to do some quick math here and try and figure out who's done a fair job of it. Well, Espen Moe has had a 4th place and a win. Interestingly, Ole Sole Schmistad has had a 5th place and a 5th place again. So it is going to be tricky to see who's going to get the best of this. I think the favourite for pole position now on paper could well be Espen Moe, but he didn't have a great start and so finds himself a little further way down the field. So actually, both Vebjørn Danielsen and Adrian Mikkelsen could still have a decent chance of starting the pre-final tomorrow morning from pole position. It just depends on how many points are scored by the drivers around them. So it's very tricky now to see who's going to get the best of this. It's going to be very tricky. And don't forget that there is an IAME World Finals ticket on the line in the Mini category. Everybody wanting to get the most out of this, so they'll be pushing very hard to make sure they can get a decent result. But obviously that's become a lot harder now that things are a little bit closer and a bit more even across the categories. So the drivers are now being put into position. They'll be given the chance to restart very shortly. And then, of course, we'll be on the formation lap again for this restarted race. And I think because we were 3 laps in, we're going to get 12 laps for this restart. The engines come on. Apparently there's going to be 7 laps to go, because it's obviously a 10-lap race. So 7 laps to go rather than 12 laps to go, because this race was meant to have 10 laps and not 15. So the drivers have started up again, and it's going to be an interesting restart for the man in pole position, who now, of course, becomes a very happy and very surprised Ole Sole Schmistad, who saw that happen directly in front of him and probably thought that birthday and Christmas had come a bit early for him. But Ole Sole Schmistad will lead them around on the formation lap in front of Lucas Emil Lovshus. So everybody is going to be able to take up their resident positions off the start again as we run behind in formation position. But it is the minis that will go around. Looking forward to the restart. And it's definitely going to be particularly exciting to see who is going to make the most of this opportunity. So we'll have to see how this all plays out for the contenders who remain. 7 laps to go in qualifying Heat 3 for the IAME Nordic Cup in Mini. We're waiting to see if we go racing. First time of asking, and we do. We're up under starters' orders. So we're back into the action in the Mini category. And it's going to be an interesting one, but there's a return for the 187. That's Adrian Mikkelsen, who is going to get going again from the pit lane. So Adrian Mikkelsen, they seem to have got his card going again from the pits. I'm not sure how legal that is, but Adrian Mikkelsen has restarted regardless. So we're back into the action for minis. I'm not entirely sure what the issue is with the timing screen, but for the moment, the timing screen is not actually coming up with the right drivers. So we're going to have to continue just watching the drivers as they go through. Certainly for the moment, it is Ole Sole Schmistad who leads the way in front of the 191. That is Lucas Emil Lovshus. And then, of course, behind him, we have the FA kart. That is the driver, the 122 of Magnus Brathen, who is now in 3rd position. Now the timing screen has come back in. So Robin Panion Sven is in 4th place in front of Thomas Norway. Then Espen Moe in 6th position. And then we have Axel Remen Hatler in front of Silas Severed Elfsen, Christian Gethe Gundersen, Marcus Pauli Rangard, Oscar Polsberg, Theodor Larsen, Julian Dalheim Lai, and Adrian Mikkelsen is in 14th place. But the battle up front is raging. Lucas was trying to make the bid there to get past Ole Sole Smistad and has not been able to get through. So Ole Sole Smistad is the race leader at the moment in front of Lucas Emilofsus. Then Magnus Brathen. And a great battle going on further back. 4th position, that is Robin Panion Sven in front of Espen Moe. A lot of drivers out of position. So it definitely makes for an exciting race of it as Espen Moe is going to try and go for the move into 4th position. Down to the first corner. Can Espen Moe get into P4? He can. So Espen Moe now 4th place. This is a great chance for Espen Moe. He took a victory earlier on today, don't forget. So Espen Moe is hoping that he can continue this on and maybe even go for a victory. With the time we got left, that is going to be a tall order as Lucas Emilofsus tries to go for the move on Ole Sole Smistad to try and get the lead of the race. Down to the hairpin, has not been able to make it stick. They've got Magnus Brathen behind them, and then directly behind them is Espen Moe. So Espen Moe does have a chance here to come away with at least a top 3 finish, and that would pretty much guarantee him pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. Off the turn, still having a very tidy early race of it. Lucas Emilofsus right in behind Ole Sole Smistad. Fastest lap of the race comes in then from Espen Moe. He senses that the chance is there and is definitely going to be hungry for it. Closing in on Magnus Brathen, that would certainly start the ball rolling for him. Up through the braking zones and down the drop, up towards the tunnel, under the bridge. The drivers are having a very smooth race of it now in the top 4. They've broken clear of the rest of the train. 5th position has as well. That is Robin Panion Sven. There's a great train for 6th place. That's Thomas Norway, Silas Severed Elfsen, Christian Gethe Gundersen, Marcus Pauli Rangard, and Christian Gethe Gundersen. Now, what has happened to Espen Moe? He has dropped back into 4th position, but now really starting to hunt down 3rd place as both drivers have caught up to the new leader, Lucas Emilofsus. So Lucas Emilofsus has hit the front ahead of Ole Sole Smistad. So now we've got 4 drivers battling for the win. 3 laps done, 3 to go. It's only a 6-lap sprint for the return for this race in what was meant to be a 10-lap race total anyway. So now the drivers are really starting to hunt down the opportunity. It's going to be tough on the far side of the course as Lucas Emilofsus is going to have pressure here from Ole Sole Smistad, who decides against making the overtake. Then Magnus Brathen and Espen Moe right in behind. 4 different drivers here hunting down the victory in Mini. Sodi, Kart Republic, FA, Kart Republic. All from the same group except the leader, Lucas Emilofsus, hoping to hold the lead of this race down the straight. And the Sodi Kart driver looking good at the front end of the pack, but for how much longer? Trying to pop up. Not going to happen for Ole Sole Smistad at the moment. Magnus Brathen, 3rd position ahead of Espen Moe in 4th, then Robin Panion Sven, and then it is Silas Severed Elfsen from Marcus Pauli Rangard, Thomas Norway, Christian Gethe Gundersen, and Theodor Larsen. And then Oscar Polsberg, Julian Dalheim Lai, Axel Ramanlatte, and Adrian Mikkelsen, who's at the back of the field, having just set the fastest lap of the race at 49.47 for Adrian Mikkelsen, who is all the way down in 14th, of course. So now Espen Moe has worked his way through to 3rd and now through to 2nd, past Lucas Emilofsus. So Espen Moe is into 2nd position and looking pretty good to try and continue his move forward. This is a pretty good run from Espen Moe. 2nd position, 1 lap to go. But if I was Espen Moe, I'd settle and consolidate 2nd place. I wouldn't try too hard to go for the bid on the man up front. It could well be an easy victory here for Ole Sole Smistad, but the man in 2nd, Espen Moe, will almost certainly book himself pole position for tomorrow's Super Heats by being very consistent through the races. A 5th place, a win, and what could be a 2nd should be enough for Espen Moe to be provisional pole position for tomorrow's Super Heats. But it's definitely going to be tough all the way. Espen Moe is not done yet. He wants one final crack at Ole Sole Smistad. We've got battles further back, but we've also got a duel for the lead all the way to the line. Here comes Espen Moe, right in behind Ole Sole Smistad, and it could be a run to the line, but it is Ole Sole Smistad. He gets the victory in front of Espen Moe and Lucas Emilofsus. So Espen Moe can be very happy indeed with that. I have a feeling that's going to be Espen Moe in pole position for tomorrow's Superheat. With the consistency of the 3 races, that should be enough. Well, brilliant work then from Olle Schmistad, Espen Moe and Lucas Emilofshus in the top 3 after a very dramatic qualifying heat 3 for the minis. But that was absolutely what the doctor ordered as far as Espen Moe was concerned, fighting his way back after a difficult start. And so the race continues on despite the problems there. But a really exciting battle for the contenders as the racing will resume for minis tomorrow. Well, they've definitely given us some entertainment in that one. Olle Schmistad taking the victory in front of Espen Moe and Lucas Emilofshus in 3rd. Then it is Magnus Brathen in front of Robin Panian-Svein and Marcus Bolli Rangard. 7th place for Selle Savred Ellefsen, then 8th place for Thomas Norway. 9th position for Christian Gitte Gundersen and 10th place for Theodor Larsen. Oscar Polsberg is 11th. Adrian Mikkelsen recovered in the end to 12th. And then Julian Dalhamlai, Axel Remen Hattler down at the back of the field. And the one driver who couldn't take the restart after the initial incident, that was, of course, Vebjorn Danielsen. So very dramatic and certainly a crazy end to the day for the minis. But the next race is going to be very shortly after. That is going to be the Junior 60s. And they are getting underway very soon indeed. Now, we should remind everybody that there is an IAME World Finals ticket going begging in Junior 60, but it will only be awarded to the leading driver in the IAME category of this class. So the leading driver with an IAME engine, as Junior 60 is obviously an open class of competition. So whoever is the leading IAME driver will obviously get a ticket for the IAME World Finals at the end of the weekend. Engines have gone on and the drivers are getting ready to go around the circuit again for a formation lap, and it is going to be a very competitive one, this. Patrick Christiansen hoping to finally put one over on Ludwig Granqvist, who has won both the races earlier on today. And so Patrick Christiansen is really hoping he can outfox Ludwig at the exact moment of being able to turn the tables. There is your starting grid, and you can see it in full there in the Junior 60s. A very competitive 14 drivers going for the victory in this one. So it is Patrick Christiansen who has the pole position alongside Ludwig Granqvist. Then Norbert Plejewski and Kevin Garib on the 2nd row of the grid. Then it is Alexander Friberg and Jack Solomonson on the 3rd row with Jacob Berget alongside young Liam Nord. 9th position for Noel Hallin, doing a good job hopefully this time alongside Philip Slatlem. Wilton Ekberg is 11th alongside Dominic Obsal, who did a great job in the previous heat. And then Adrian Forash in front of Nicolas Canesalo. We're just waiting now for the positions to be reset for the recovery vehicles and everybody after the previous incident. And then once that is all correct and as it should be, the race will be due to start on the formation lap. So now it's time for the contenders to go to battle. They'll be very excited to see where they can resume after the previous two races. Ludwig Granqvist is certainly the man on form, 2 wins out of 2. Can Patrick Christiansen finally turn the tables on him? There's going to be some pressure as well from the likes of Norbert Brzezowski, Kevin Garib, Alexander Flichberg, and of course the hard-charging Jack Salomonsen. Lots of drivers want to get in and break up the happy run for the leader. Ludwig Granqvist has been a 2-time winner so far. Can he make it 3 out of 3? Certainly in Junior 60, with this being the open category. It is going to be the leading IAME driver who takes away the World Finals ticket, enabling that particular driver to compete and race at the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero in Valencia in Spain on the first week of November. So again, Junior 60 do 2 formation laps because the karts are a little bit faster than their counterparts in Cadetti and Mini, so they get a little bit more time to warm up the tyres and the brakes to get them to the more optimal temperature. So it's definitely going to be an interesting situation for our drivers as they run through in close proximity. So Patrick Christiansen, Ludwig Granqvist, Norbert Brzezowski and Kevin Garib from Alexander Flichberg and Jack Salomonsen. Jacob Berget, Liam Nord, Noel Hallin and Philip Slatlem. Then Wilton Eckenberg, Dominic Opsahl, Adrian Forash and Nicholas Kangasalo. So the drivers are getting themselves into position, warming up the tyres and the brakes. But now it's time for the remaining 10 laps of the qualifying heats for this very ample class. Going to be a very tricky battle for them as they try and figure out who is going to get the third and final race win. Certainly Ludwig Granqvist is the favourite on paper, but paper is not going to get you to a world final. You've got to do the hard work, pushing it around the course. Let's see who's going to get the job done as we race here. A good start at Varna. And the drivers are charging in for the first hairpin, hoping that there's going to be a couple of good moves as they work their way through. A couple of drivers running wide on the first lap, but it's definitely going to be a contention up the first couple of corners. Ludwig Granqvist down to third place initially, making the retaliation back into second position on the opening tour. So Ludwig Granqvist is already under some pressure, down to third. Can he get second place back under the bridge? No, Granqvist is actually going to lose ground to Salomonsen. If he's not careful, Salomonsen had to back down off the throttle to potentially lose third position, which he does, but he could have lost a heck of a lot more than that. So it's a great run from our race leader, Patrick Christiansen holding the station, Norbert Brzezowski in a second. Then it's Kevin Garib. Ludwig Granqvist has actually fallen even further back than we thought. So Ludwig Granqvist now finds himself across the line in 6th position, ahead of Berget, ahead of Harlin and ahead of Opsahl, but 5 drivers have got ahead of Ludwig Granqvist. So if he's going to make it 3 out of 3 in Junior 60, he's really going to have to do his homework this time. This is going to be incredibly intense. So the drivers continue this incredibly hard work as they work their magic, trying to push their way further forward as they run through underneath the tunnel and across through the chicane down towards the hairpin bend. It's going to be Patrick Christiansen who leads the way. Norbert Brzezowski in second place. Then Garib in third. Salomonsen is fourth place ahead. Oh no, Salomonsen's got to third. He's got ahead now of Kevin Garib, and that's the move from Granqvist. Granqvist getting into 5th position. Makes the bid there on Alexander Flichberg. So that is... Oh, 4 karts come together there on the run towards the final turn. So 4 drivers in together, I'm afraid. And that is going to be a combination of Noel Hallin, Dominic Opsahl, Philip Slatlem and Adrian Foras. Well, Philip Slatlem has recovered and kept going. The other 3 drivers are out on the spot. That's Noel Hallin, Dominic Opsahl and Adrian Foras. So very much game over for those 3 drivers. Very disappointing indeed. Now, 1 driver is still in the cart. The treble 2 has kept going, I am told. So that is Adrian Foras, and then it's Noel Hallin that's still in the cart, but they have managed to get him out of the cart again. Right, Jack Salomonsen is now in second place, right behind Patrick Christiansen. Norbert Brzezowski, third position, trying to hunt it down. Ludwig Granqvist in 5th place now, right in behind Kevin Garib, and in 6th position, that's Alexander Flichberg. So the 6 drivers going together. Granqvist trying to get the move there on Kevin Garib, has to wait over the bridge. Down the drop. This is going to be the move from Jack Solomonson to take the lead. He dives in on the inside, and Jack Solomonson leads. So Jack Solomonson takes the lead, and he's not the only one through, because Blazewski gets into second place as well. So Norbert Blazewski gets into second place, although that's going to be a brave back down from Christiansen. And here comes Granqvist diving through to try and take third position away from Christiansen. Has he made that stick? Yes, he has. So Granqvist is now in third ahead of Patrick Christiansen. So this is perfect for Ludwig Granqvist. Now he's only got 2 drivers to get ahead of, and he's beaten both of them in the previous races. So the really hard driver to overtake was going to be Patrick Christiansen, but now he's made it through. So Jack Solomonson from Norbert Blazewski, 3rd Granqvist, 4th Christiansen, 5th Garib, 6th Frickberg, and 7th place for Jacob Berget in front of Wilton Ekmenberg, Liam Nord, and Nicholas Gangasalo. Philip Slutnam and Adrian Forrest still going. The other 2 are retirees now, Noel Hallin and Dominic Opsal. So Jack Solomonson is your race leader ahead of Norbert Blazewski down to the hairpin. Blazewski still holding that second place, but looking hungry to go for the move himself on Jack Solomonson. And the man who has won both the previous races finds himself in 3rd place, wanting to continue to make that push forward. So this is going to be tight off the hairpin. Back down the straight, Norbert Blazewski looking good. 2nd place at the moment. Is this going to be a run on Jack Solomonson? He's certainly looking pretty fast at the moment. Decides to wait, hangs back. 5 laps done, 5 laps to go. They come over the top of the bridge now. This is going to be an interesting one, as Granqvist is going to try and make his bid to get through on the inside line for second place. That's the move done from the man in P2. Ludwig Granqvist gets the run, but it's not done yet. Blazewski's going to try and get him back into the tunnel of the bridge. Oh, smart from Granqvist. He lets him go, then gets back on the inside line, but he has to bail out of it. Oh, that was good racecraft from Granqvist and from Blazewski. Now he's going to dive in on the inside and finish the move. And Granqvist has got through this time. Blazewski's going to go down to 4th if he's not careful. It is 4th, because now Garib has to hang back. And that's Frickberg who gets through into 5th position as a result. So Granqvist is now 2nd. Christiansen is now 3rd, but they've got a bit of time to catch up to Jack Solomonson. They've got 4 laps to try and close up on him. But it's not going to be easy to break that deadlock, that's for sure. It'll be really tricky to see what kind of pace they can gain in the closing stages. But Granqvist and Christiansen are going to be working very hard to catch up to the race leader, Jack Solomonson. Solomonson is your leader through the left, tucking up through under the bridge, and then kicking out back up the crest, along the chicane, and up towards the hairpin at the bottom of the loop. It's going to be tricky to see if anybody could go for the move, not just yet. So Granqvist still hanging on in front of Christiansen as they try and gain the ground on our race leader, Jack Solomonson. Coming off the left-hander, up to the final turn once again, and Jack Solomonson really looking good for the leader here, but 2nd position is Ludwig Granqvist in front of Patrick Christiansen. So it's going to be tricky, but Jack Solomonson looking very strong up the lead. Over the top of the bridge again they go. Solomonson looks comfortable. Granqvist 2nd, Christiansen 3rd, 4th position. That looks to me like the parallel of Norbert Blazewski still in front of Frickberg. And then we've got Kevin Garib and Jacob Berget in that mixture as well. So some pretty decent talent in the top 6, but is there going to be enough time for Ludwig Granqvist to close up on Jack Solomonson? Jack Solomonson is your leader, up into the left-hander. There's not a lot between them, 0.4 of a second at the last count. But I've got a feeling it's going to get pretty tricky for Ludwig Granqvist to hang on to this. There's Jack Solomonson across the line. And Granqvist has definitely been making some progress, 47.862. The gap down to 0.4 of a second between Solomonson and Ludwig Granqvist. Over the top of the bridge, 2 laps to go, and Granqvist might just be able to get 3 out of 3 here. Even 2nd place in this race would be very impressive work. It's been pretty tricky all the way. Coming through the double left-hander under the bridge, back on the power, up the crest, through the chicane, and up towards the loop once more. It's going to be tricky to see if Granqvist can make the deadlock. He's made up so much time on Solomonson. It could be very tricky now to see if Solomonson is going to be able to hold on to this from Granqvist. Granqvist is right there, and if he gets a decent draft on the final lap, he might just be able to snatch the victory away after all. They come off the final turn, and Jack Solomonson has got 1 lap to defend from Granqvist, and now he knows he's there. So Granqvist is going to try and do the unthinkable. Can he genuinely come back and make it 3 wins out of 3? They come up over the top of the bridge. Granqvist has got Salomonsen on the run. Surely this is going to be it now. Salomonsen is defending. Granqvist is going to try and get the switcheroo. Try and get back on him as they come back across the card. Oh, there's no way through. Salomonsen being very protective of Granqvist. Granqvist to the inside line. They're going to be side by side on the back straight. Salomonsen desperate. Trying to hang on from Granqvist to the braking zone. Granqvist has done it. What a move. Oh, Ludwig Granqvist hangs on to it in the lead of the race. And here comes the charge. Oh, contact as on the inside. That was Pajewski trying to get through on Salomonsen. Christensen breaks through to second, and that gets the job done for Granqvist. 3 from Ludwig Granqvist. Oh, what a drive from Ludwig Granqvist. Absolutely masterful the way he dealt with Salomonsen on the back straight. Was not going to back down, was not going to concede defeat. And he makes it 3 wins out of 3. It's the perfect day for Ludwig Granqvist in Junior 60. What a drive from the Super Swede. Ludwig Granqvist absolutely vanquishes everybody before him. Sensational stuff. Really good racing. What a drive. Ludwig Granqvist takes the win for the 3rd time today then in front of Patrick Christiansen and Norbert Plejewski. Jack Salomonsen P4 from Kevin Garib, and then Alexander Frickberg ahead of Jacob Berget. Wilton Eckenberg ahead of Liam Nord and Niklas Kangasalo. Philip Slatlem in 11th place ahead of Andrian Foras. And then sadly, Noel Hallin and Dominic Obsal not able to finish the race. So there are just 3 races to go then, and that is going to be Junior X30 and the 2 Senior X30 heats. Those races will continue shortly. We'll kick off with Junior X30 in a little under 5 minutes' time. Here we go then. X30 Junior is going to be fascinating to observe as the drivers get themselves up to starters' orders once again. Sadly, with an absence once more, Fredrik Flud Ingebretsen, Marie Barry Berg in second on the grid from Joachim Askeland and Jonathan Landström. Then Adrian Gjerde and Alexander Rockstad from Oskarvik and Noah Antonsen. Theo Svensson and Henrik Bergstrom from Linja Jensen and Isaac Remen Hatler. Then we will have Venedor Ravnas and Leon Larsen. It'll be Anton Strom Tanevik alongside Andy Alstrin in 16th on the starting grid. Then Theo Hansen, who lines up alongside Mikael Ostvold, Gustav Berglund and Christian Alexander Röst. And then the final two drivers on the grid will be Christian Fay Lund and Sebastian Grondalilis. But it's worth pointing out that there is an absentee, and that is once again Fredrik Flud Ingebretsen, who of course was meant to be starting this race from pole position and has not been able to do so for the second time in 3 races. So very unfortunate indeed that Fredrik was not able to be part of the battle twice in 3 races. So we hope he's going to be okay, and hopefully he'll be able to return to race action tomorrow at the very least. But it's going to be interesting now to see what Marie Barry Berg can do on her own on the front row of the starting grid again, because there's going to be a lot of pressure from the drivers behind to make a very tough race of it, that's for sure. The 2 tram lines already formed, Joachim Askeland and Jonathan Landström together on the second row of the grid. We should see a really intriguing battle to the first corner. But is everybody going to be in a position where they'll be okay from the start? Certainly all the drivers now on the top of the hill, ready for an exciting launch. And as they come forward, we'll see a very exciting race battle. So let's see the drivers ready for another exciting showcase. Marie Barry Berg, Joachim Askeland, Jonathan Landström, Adrian Gjerde, Alexander Rockstad. Who's going to be the race winner? Let's find out. It's a great start from Barry Berg and Jonathan Landström. They've already got straight away to the first corner. Is everybody going to get through without incident into the first corner? No, we've got a spinner at the back. So somebody has spun the kart in the first couple of corners of the race and managed to rejoin. So already there's been a spinner, but it looks as though everybody is just about able to continue on despite the little hiccup. Trying to figure out who it is that's at the back end of the grid. It looks like Linja Jensen, unfortunately. So Linja Jensen managing to recover, but albeit at the back end of the field by the look of things. In fact, I can't actually see Linja Jensen's kart out there, so I wonder if she... Oh no, there she is. It's the transponder that isn't working. So she's in the middle of the field, just in front of the 300 kart of Leon Larsen. So it looks like it was Sebastian Grondalilis that had the problem on the start, actually. So through they come. Marie Barry Berg leads the way. Jonathan Landström in second position. The spinner was the 326. That is Sebastian Grondalilis. So Marie Barry Berg leads the race. But here comes Jonathan Landström diving through to take the lead of the race. So Jonathan Landström dives into the hairpin and takes the lead away from Marie Barry Berg. And they are going to be battling for the victory now under the tunnel. Oh, they go through on the far side, up through the chicane and down to the hairpin once again. And it's going to be tight to see if Marie Barry Berg will retaliate on Jonathan Landström. She won't. So they're going to go up the crest once again. And Marie Barry Berg will follow in pursuit of Jonathan Landström. Third position, that is the Kart Republic of the 373 of Joachim Askeland. So the only driver in the top 3 not to have taken a heat victory so far is Marie Barry Berg in second place. But she's been consistent enough over the course of the first 2 races. If she gets another top 2 finish, it will certainly help her out for the starting position for the grid tomorrow. The photographers are getting the best positions to make these great shots come alive. Jonathan Landström still your race leader in front of Marie Barry Berg as they go under the bridge again. It's looking pretty neat and tidy for Jonathan Landström in the lead, but Marie Barry Berg is very determined indeed to try and take this victory back from him. They work their way through the hairpin. Jonathan Landström still going well for Marie Barry Berg. Third place for Joachim Askeland. It's much better this time from Alexander Rockstad, who finds himself in 4th place now, chasing the pack. 4th position, just in front of the Paralin of the 338 of Adrian Gjerde. And then Oscar Wijk in 6th position. Then Theo Svensson, Bergstrom, Antonsen, Remen Hatler, Jensen, Alstrin and Venedor Ravnas. So again, all of the drivers in junior really putting on a good show. But Jonathan Landström has the advantage here in front of Marie Barry Berg. That is such a scary corner going under the tunnel like that. Of course, that's a blind apex for the drivers. They don't really know what they're going to see when they come out the other side. So that takes a lot of composure as a racing driver, a lot of confidence to know that that's going to be a perfectly good racetrack for them when they come through the corner. But Jonathan Landstrom leading the way here from Marie Barry-Berg. And then in third is the 373. That's Joachim Askeland. Alexander Rockstad, fourth place from Gerda, Vick, Svensson, Antonsen, Remenhatler, Bergström, Alstrin, Ravnas, Jensen, Larsen and Hansen. So still the battle's raging. On the far side of the course, on the run down the drop. Up through the tunnel turns once again. Dropping down to the hairpin. Jonathan Landstrom has a good advantage here over Marie Barry-Berg. It's not big, but it's certainly enough to be relatively confident for the time being. Marie Barry-Berg is not going to put herself in a position where she'll just slam dunk on the inside line to steal the place. She's got to work her graft. She's got to make the cart in front tire out. Essentially, Jonathan Landstrom's going to do all the hard work in the lead of the race. Marie Barry-Berg is going to sit there in second place and stay relatively close to the back bumper in the hope that the way that the race evolves and plays out, it's going to come back to Marie Barry-Berg. She sets the fastest lap, a 43.862, so she's able to go quicker than Jonathan Landstrom just by being sat behind him. But this is about a long-term game plan for Marie Barry-Berg. Second position at the moment, tucked up behind Jonathan Landstrom, down to the hairpin. All going well at the moment for Landstrom, Barry-Berg, and then Askeland, third position. Fourth place is Alexander Rockstad still, ahead of Gerda, and then in sixth place that is still Oskar Rick, Theo Svensson, Noah Antonsen, Isak Remenhatler, and Henrik Bergström. 11th is Venedor Ravnas, the only Icelandic in the whole competition. 12th place is Linja Jensen. So the battles resume. There's been great races all the way through this X30 Junior Pack today. And certainly for the three previous races, we've had some very interesting challenges. Joachim Askeland, a race winner. Jonathan Landstrom, a race winner. And Landstrom is the one who leads. Can Marie Barry-Berg make it 3 out of 3 through the double left apex under the bridge? Still, those drivers are really working their craft, hoping that something very strong is going to finish off their day in Junior X30. 2 heats after this one, of course, and that'll be the Senior X30, where we're hoping for a 5th and 6th different Senior X30 race winner. But Jonathan Landstrom is certainly looking good to book himself a place up at the sharp end of the dais in the qualifying heats today by getting another victory. That will certainly help Landstrom's cause. Marie Barry-Berg is just continuing to up the ante in the hope that it's going to be good enough for her to seal the deal for pole position. A second place should do her no end of good. But there are good battles further down the order as everybody is having a bit of a race of it to try and become best of the rest. So Marie Barry-Berg still second, still tucked up behind Jonathan Landstrom. Askeland third, fourth place Alexander Rockstad. Closing in on the top 3 a little bit now, Rockstad. Certainly going a little bit quicker in the first 2 sectors than the drivers in front. Faster lap than them last time as well. So Alexander Rockstad sets the fastest lap of the race. 43.617 for Alex Rockstad. Clearly feeling that I could actually get a top 3 finish here, so I'm going to push for it. Some really good racing in the back end of the field as well, as the drivers are all mixing it. The top 5 drivers coming through together. And that's Ostwald, Feilund, Rost, Grandalelis and Berglund, all having a really good duel of it. And that just shows you, you're not just battling for the win, you're battling for every position you can get your hands on. So Landstrom, Barry-Berg and Askeland, that is the top 3 in this battle at the moment. And as they come through this time by, it's going to be 10 laps completed, 5 laps to go. Marie Barry-Berg looking pretty comfortable in second place, but every time they come through, Alexander Rockstad is looking just that little bit more confident, a little bit more disciplined to try and stay with them this time. So it's definitely looking pretty close as Jonathan Landstrom continues his hard work. Marie Barry-Berg, second position right behind him. They continue to charge on. It's going to be tight when they come up the crest again. Marie Barry-Berg just hoping against hope. But there is going to be a chance to move forward and continue this great quest to close up on Landstrom. But it's tricky on this circuit. It's so uphill and down dale. You've got to be perfect in the middle section in order to have any chance of catching the driver in front. So at the moment for our pole sitter, Jonathan Landstrom, our race leader, I should say, Jonathan Landstrom, all is going well ahead of Marie Barry-Berg. 4 laps remaining, and all Landstrom has got to do is just stay in tight at the lead of the race and bring it into a very solid position. Doesn't have to work the kart too hard, doesn't have to push expectations, just bring it home in fine fashion, and that will certainly help out the course. There's a technical flag that's gone out, that's for the 388. That is for Noah Antonsen. So Noah Antonsen has got a problem. We're going to try and have a look at his card when he comes through to see what is the matter with Noah Antonsen in the 388. I can't see anything obvious, so I wonder if the chain guard may have fallen off. But certainly the 388. Oh yes, it looks as if part of the, looks as if the radiator has actually fallen on the cart a little bit there. So bit of a dip there, problem for Antonsen, and that could cause a real issue. So I'm sorry to say that Noah Antonsen is going to be out of this race then, with a technical flag that will drop him from the fray. Very unfortunate indeed for Noah Antonsen. He may not be able to see what's going on with his kart from this position, but I'm afraid he has no choice. Once he's been shown the technical flag, or the meatball flag as it can often be referred to in karting, then that is very much game over for Noah Antonsen. He'll bring it round the final turn before the pit lane, and he'll make his way. No, he's going to go past the pits. Well, Noah Antonsen needs to come into the pits then, and he realises he has a look. Yep, and unfortunately Noah Antonsen has nothing he can do about that. He realises that it's his kart that has been given the meatball flag. So I'm afraid Noah Antonsen is going to be out of this race, and he knows it. That's a real shame. Well, Landstrom has pulled away a little from Marie Barry Berg, and third position Joachim Askeland still under some pressure from Alexander Rockstad. So it's not been easy all the way through, but there have been some great battles in X30 Junior. The drivers have definitely given as good as they've got all the way through, as Jonathan Landstrom rounds the final hairpin and will go into the final lap of this X30 Junior heat. It's been a very solid battle for him all the way through. So Landstrom doing a great job there ahead of Marie Barry Berg. Joachim Askeland, third position ahead of Alexander Rockstad and Adrian Gerda. Then Theo Svensson, Isak Renman Hattler, Oskar Wick, Lenya Jensen, Henrik Bergström and Venadur Ravnas. As rather sadly, it is now game over for Noah Antonsen. He has pulled the kart into the pits, parked it and retired. Very unfortunate indeed for him. But it's all been full guns blazing for our race leader. Jonathan Landstrom has held on to his cool all the way through this one. It's going to be a very exciting finish to the race for him as Jonathan Landstrom comes off the final turn and takes the checkered flag. Landstrom gets the win for the second time. Second place for Marie Barry Berg. Third position, a very close run thing there between Joachim Askeland and Alexander Rockstad at the flag. Gerda, Svensson and Renman Hattler, and then it's an absolute squabble for the last positions. And that was for ninth position, the battle all the way to the death there, led home by Oskar Wick, behind Lenya Jensen, who finally gets the result she deserves up in the top 10. It's a little too late for her as far as a decent qualifying position for the heats is concerned, or for the super heat tomorrow is concerned, but she can still be relatively happy with the way that's played out. So a very dramatic end to a very tough race then for the contenders here. But it's definitely been a very tough race for our contenders and a very good victory for Jonathan Landstrom. So the Swedish driver can take the victory for the second time in X30 Junior today. Not a single class has been dominated by one sole driver. It's been a tough mission all the way through. But Jonathan Landstrom takes his second win from Marie Barry Berg and Joachim Askeland. Alexander Rockstad just missing out on a top 3 finish. Fifth place for Adrian Gerda, ahead of Theo Svensson and Isak Renman Hattel. Then it is Lenya Jensen, who finishes up in 8th place. 9th position for Oskar Wick, and the top 10 rounded out by the sole Icelandic talent in the field, Venadur Ravnas. 11th position, that went the way of Andy Alstrin, ahead of Henrik Bergström, Leon Larsen and Theo Hansen. Then Anton Strom-Tanevik in front of Mikael Ostwald. Christian Alexander Rust in front of Sebastian Grundalilis, and then Gustav Berglund. The sole finisher after that was Christian Feilund. Retirements, sadly, for Noah Antonsen and a non-start for Fredrik Flud Ingebretsen. So we have just 2 races left of the day, and they're both going to come from Senior X30. Their heats getting underway very shortly. We've had 4 different winners from the first 4 races. Are we about to get a 5th? In 5 minutes' time, we'll find out. 4 different winners in Senior X30 in the first 4 races of the weekend for this category. The clouds are gathering over KNA Varna. There is a potential for rain tomorrow, but looking at those clouds, there's even potential for rain this afternoon. So let's see if we manage to get through these 2 races without incident or drama. We've had Alexander Johansson, Philip Svensson, Vilma Svan and Elena Lee Rolfsen come through for victories in Senior X30. Could we get a 5th winner from the 5th race? There's certainly a good potential for a great battle, that's for sure. Vilma Svan and Sebastian Svensson will be on the front row of the starting grid. Philip Svensson will be 3rd on the grid with Cornelia Constance Røe Helkrem. Then Max Andersson and Max Bostrom, Felix Johannesson and Jennifer Olsen, William Lundbo and Kenneth Arjnes, Harold Matheson, Amalie Hornseth, William Svensson, Isaac Abrahamsen, Ine Karina Rostad, Ella Lahdemar and Konrad Bergheim Hansen. 17 karts going to battle in this first race of the 2. And then the second will obviously see the contenders continue on in the next port of call. This is Group A versus D. The next race will be B versus C. So the contenders out onto the course then. And it will be fascinating to see what they will make of this circuit now that the clouds are starting to gather. The sun is still in the sky, but essentially it is now trying to poke its way through some very grey clouds here at Varna. So I would expect the unexpected here for the drivers. This is where tyre pressures really starts to become an interesting factor in the races, as we're going to get to see some interesting challenges from the competitors. They will blast their way down the straight in the hope for a really solid start to proceedings. And we're going to get to see what the contenders will do off the start. 2 formation laps, of course. Vilma Svan and Sebastian Svensson trying to work their way further forward as they hope for another solid run. All of the contenders looking for a decent start on the way through. Not easy to predict whether we're going to get a 5th different winner or whether we could see Vilma Svan just check out into the distance of a good launch. Could be a chance for Sebastian Svensson to really ramp up the attack on the opening tour. Could be fascinating to see what will happen as they continue to run through. Well, the formation lap is now completed pretty much. The karts will be in their 2 rows of formation. And let's see who is going to get the launch off the start. Will it be Vilma Svan, pole position? Race winner already today. Will it be Sebastian Svensson making his charge through from the front row of the grid? What about Philip Svensson, already a race winner today? And then, of course, there's Cornelia Constance Røe Helkrem with a chance from 5th on the grid. Plenty of drivers working their way through as they come off the final turn, and then they will charge forward. Are we going to get a clean start on the way to the first corner? This is where things can get pretty hectic. We're waiting for the lights to go out. They do so now, and we're racing up at the line. Sebastian Svensson gets a pretty good start. Vilma Svan gets a good launch forward, and as everybody tries to work their way through the first hairpin, that's a clean start for everybody. They've all managed to work their way through. Vilma Svan up the top of the crest in front of Philip Svensson. So Svensson has managed to get through in front of Sebastian Svensson. No relation between those two, of course. Just very similar sounding names, but it's a brilliant start up at the front end of the field. And Vilma Svan has it. Oh, a bit of squabbling through the tunnel. And it is going to be Philip Svensson that hangs on to 2nd position. But for a while there, Sebastian Svensson looked like he might have something out of it. So a very exciting battle in the first part of the course. Vilma Svan leads the way then from Philip Svensson. 3rd position. Max Carlsson has made a good start. Finds himself up in 4th position, the Swedish challenge. Max Andersson, that is, sorry, rather than Max Carlsson. So Vilma Svan, Philip Svensson, Sebastian Svensson, Max Andersson, Cornelia Constance Røe Helkrem and Elias Hagen. Good opening lap, no major concerns or dramas, as everybody has kept themselves pretty much to themselves at the start of this race. So out in front, that's a big launch from it's going to be Max Andersson. Max Andersson into 3rd position, makes the move then to go up into P3 on the Cosmic, just in front of the LJK of Sebastian Svensson. So the LGK of Sebastian Svensson now down to 4th position in front of Cornelia Constance Røe Helkrem. So the top 5 very close together. 6th position, that's the Falcon of the 411. That's Elias Hagen in front of Krista Purpis and Jonas Berglund. Oh, a bit of an off there, but fortunately everybody's still keeping it on the black stuff. Just a little bit of a run wide, but it's all come together badly for Gründal. So Thomas Gründal-Elis now down in the back end of the field, the 409, struggling in the first part of the course. Right, the top 5 have managed to get themselves a bit of distance. Vilma Svan leading from Philip Svensson and Max Anderson. Then Sebastian Svensson, Cornelia Constance Röherkrem. And as they fly their way through that left-hander in the tunnel, you really can see how tricky those two corners are, because you're going into them completely blind. You don't really know what to expect when you come out the other side. You've just got to turn in and hope that you've got it right. So Philip Svensson continuing on right in the toe of Vilma Svan as they come through on the far side of the course. Getting up to that first corner once again. No major changes. No dramas for the lead of the race at the moment. Svan still your leader. Philip Svensson really starting to get onto the toe. Is this going to be the move for the lead of the race? It is, and Philip Svensson goes for the lead and takes it away from Vilma Svan. So Philip Svensson is into the lead for the second time today. Looking good for win number 2. But then so too was Vilma Svan just a short while ago. So Philip Svensson in the Charles Leclerc chassis hits the front. Then it is Vilma Svan in second position. Max Anderson in third. Sebastian Svensson there in fourth position in the LGK. Then in fifth it is Cornelia Constance Röherkrem. They run together, the top 5 still very close together. But Philip Svensson has got himself a little bit of breathing space now over Vilma Svan. And you do get the sense that when this kart is working good, it's working very good indeed, because obviously they were not able to complete the first lap. This big move on the inside from Sebastian Svensson, but he does lose out there. I think he had a look to try and see if he could get the run on Max Anderson, but Max Anderson has bigger fish to fry. He's going after Vilma Svan. So Max Anderson having a think about the move for second position on Vilma Svan. And this is where Anderson's really going to need to cut a rug on the far side of the course. Just trying to push himself into a decent position. Off the final turn and down the home straight once again. 10 laps to go, 5 done in the first of these pair of Senior X30 races. So far so good for Philip Svensson. He was the fastest driver. Now he's the fastest in Sector 3. He set the fastest lap, but Vilma Svan was 1,000th of a second faster than him in Sector 3. So it's still not done yet for the victory by any means. 5 drivers still in the hunt for the win for my money. Svensson, Svan, Anderson, Svensson and Röherkrem. So all 5 contenders in the mix. And now even Elias Hagen is hoping to make this go from a quintet to a sextet. Could well be 6 drivers then battling for the victory in this one. Elias Hagen trying to join the fray. 7th position currently for Krista Perpis in front of William Lundbo, Jonas Berglund, Ina Karina Rostad, who's made up some places. That's really good progress from her. Felix Johannesson, William Svensson, then Lucas Fossa, Conrad Bergheim Hansen, and then Harold Matheson in front of Thomas Gröndalielis and Linus Harnell down at the back of the field. Oh, battle for the victory! Vilma Svan skates in to go side by side. Contact between the 2 leaders, and that's going to be a charge forward. Surely Sebastian Svensson takes the lead now. He does, and there's damage, I think, for Philip Svensson's kart. Vilma Svan is down the order. Absolutely destructive racing between the 2 leaders. Could get 5 wins from 5, because now Sebastian Svensson is the race leader. Vilma Svan has compromised himself and is down to 6th position. Philip Svensson's coming straight back at him, but if Svensson picks up a penalty, this could be Sebastian Svensson's win anyway. 7 laps remain of this one. Sebastian Svensson is really determined. Here comes the move. Philip Svensson dives into the hairpin, takes back the lead from Sebastian Svensson. And Vilma Svan is really struggling to hold back the attentions of Max Anderson. Max Anderson comes back through and retakes 5th position away from Vilma Svan. Well, the collision between those 2 really has changed the face of this race, hasn't it? Philip Svensson leading in the Charles Leclerc chassis in front of Sebastian Svensson, who really feels like he can come back at him. But this race isn't over. 3rd position, that is Elias Hagen in front of Cornelia Constance Röherkrem. So those 2 battling over 3rd. Then Anderson, Svan, Perpis, Lundbo, Berglund, Rustad, Johannesson, Svensson and Lucas Fossa. So determined racecraft between Svensson and Vilma Svan. And incredibly, it's Vilma Svan that actually comes off worse in all of it. I wonder what the conversation after the race is going to be like from Vilma Svan. He will say, well, hang on a minute. He finished in 1st position. I dropped all the way back to 5th. What are you going to do about that one? So fascinating dynamic in this race, but we are going to complete 10 laps here. And with 5 to go, Philip Svensson has retaken the lead of this race. 2nd position is now the 499 of Sebastian Svensson. Then it is Elias Hagen, Cornelia Constance Röherkrem, then Vilma Svan, Max Anderson, Krista Purpis, William Lundbo, Jonas Berglund, Ine Karina Rostad, Felix Johannesson in 11th ahead of William Svensson, and then it is Lucas Fossa, Harald Mattison, Conrad Bergheim Hansen, Thomas Grondalilis and Linus Harnell. So it's very dramatic indeed so far here at Varna in the penultimate race of the day, and certainly the 5th race of Senior X30. Are we going to get 5 different winners from 5? It all depends on whether Philip Svensson is going to have an investigation into that incident with Vilma Svan or not. 4 laps to go. Svensson can't be thinking about that at the moment. He's just got to focus on his objectives, got to focus on his race, hoping that he can pull out 5 seconds from the leader just in case there is going to be a nasty little sting in this tail. But at the moment, it is going to be tough for Philip Svensson to hold on to this victory still. He's got pressure from behind him. That is for certain. So Philip Svensson just leading this race as comfortably as he can in the Charles Leclerc chassis. Sebastian Svensson is in 2nd position. No relation between those two, of course. But it will be tricky to see who is going to come through as the leading driver of that gaggle. Vilma Svan in 5th position will be brutally unhappy that he is down in 5th position while his main rival, Philip Svensson, is in the lead of the race. So that could be an interesting conversation post-race. But certainly in Senior X30, it's been mighty close all the way. And with 3 laps remaining now, Philip Svensson looks like he's going to become the first double winner in Senior X30. A double win plus a DNF for mechanical problems. It really showcases how strong Philip Svensson can be going into tomorrow. Really hoping for that ticket to the IAME World Finals in Valencia on the first week of November, I should say, in Spain. But now with 2 laps to go, Philip Svensson can just keep it going, have a decent run to the flag now. Just keep it together in front of Sebastian Svensson. Up to 3rd now has come Cornelia Constance Røherkrem. What has happened to Elias Hagen? Elias Hagen appears to have fallen out of the fray. Oh, Elias Hagen's kart has dropped out on the back straight. So that is very unfortunate for the Falcon of Elias Hagen. His race is over. Mechanical problems, by the look of it, have impeded him from what could have been a run at 3rd position. So very unfortunate indeed for Elias Hagen. He was in 3rd position at the time. So that's brutal disappointment for the Falcon driver. It was looking so good up to that point. But now here comes Philip Svensson. He goes into the final lap of this heat. And it looks good for the Charles Leclerc driver in front of the LGK of Sebastian Svensson. And then in 3rd, it is the pink and black CRG of Cornelia Constance Røherkrem. Continuing on the fight all the way to the finish. It's been a very exciting run for our drivers. But out in front, Philip Svensson has made sure that it's going to be a double victory for him. He's worked incredibly hard to make the most of the kart. Couldn't finish the previous heat. Could well have won 3 out of 3 had it not been for that. But certainly, while the kart is working, Philip Svensson makes good use of the opportunity. Comes out of the final hairpin, and Philip Svensson will get the victory for the 2nd time out of 3. That'll do. 2nd place for Sebastian Svensson, and 3rd for Cornelia Constance Røherkrem. Not a bad race at all then in Senior X30. Some great driving from our contenders, and they've given us a lot to get excited about there. So that's 2 wins out of 3 for Philip Svensson, and that's definitely overjoyed, I'm sure, when he gets back to the awning. So a very good race indeed then from Philip Svensson. So the victory goes the way then of the number 416, Philip Svensson in the Charles Leclerc chassis ahead of Sebastian Svensson and Cornelia Constance Røherkrem. Vilma Svan in 4th position in the end ahead of Max Anderson. Then Krista Purpis in front of William Lundbo, Jonas Berglund and Felix Johannesson. William Svensson in 10th place ahead of Lucas Fossa. Ine Karina Rostad come home in 12th place ahead of Harald Mattison. Then Conrad Bergheim Hansen, Thomas Grondal-Iles, Linus Harnell in 16th place, and rather sadly, a retirement in the end from Elias Hagen while he was running in 3rd. So that breaks the deadlock. We now have a double winner. That is Philip Svensson. So what is going to happen in the final race of the day? Somebody told me earlier that we're not going to get any rain until the last heat of the day. Well, guess what, folks? The last heat of the day starts in 5 minutes. And so we go to battle then for the very last race heat of the day in Senior X30, and a very competitive race battle this is going to be. Tor Raugstad, Dennis Bjerke, Elina Lee Rolfsen, Marius Barryberg, Niklas Dottesven, Alexander Johansson, Max Carlsen, Jennifer Olsen, Verti Vananen, Kenneth Arsnes, Joachim Matheson, Amalie Hornseth, Oskar Spora, Isaac Abrahamsen, Jonathan Tangen Söderväg, Ella Lahtima, and Max Boström. And it looks as though we've got one kart just waiting to join up with the rest of the field, coming out of pit lane, having not managed to actually get away under their own steam initially. So which is the kart that's going to be starting from the back of the grid then? It is the 476. That is very unfortunately the 476 there of Theo Thomason Eide. So Theo Thomason Eide is going to be starting from the very back of the grid then, as obviously they're now out of position at the red line. So Theo Thomason Eide. Oh, and there's more problems for Theo Thomason. He just pulls off on the exit of turn 4. So the kart struggled to get away initially, and now Theo Thomason Eide is not going to race at all. He's pulled off just before he got to the bridge. So that is devastatingly bad luck for Theo Thomason Eide, and that is game over for him. So brutal disappointment, I'm sure, for Theo Thomason. But the rest of the field will take up their positions as expected. So for Tor Raugstad, alongside Dennis Bjerke, this could be a fascinating battle. The last one of the day. The lights will go on again. We are not racing. We are in formation once more. And that is, I believe, because of the breakdown for Theo Thomason Eide behind the formation lap conditions. So that has not got us under starters orders, that particular race battle. You won't necessarily see Theo Thomason Eide's kart because it's really out of position. He actually drove on beyond turn 4, but obviously he needs to get himself to a safe position, which is at Marshall Post 1, and that's where he needs to obviously get to. So he's crossed the track to get there. So this is devastatingly bad luck. I've only done something similar to that once in my very brief racing career when I raced in British stocks karts at Sheffield. Not Sheffield, my apologies, at Skegness many years ago, and my kart broke down on the formation lap, and I had to spend the entire race on the infield waiting and watching. So I do sort of know, to a certain extent, how frustrating and how irritating that can be. So here come the leaders, waiting for the start. Now we're going to go racing at Varna. It's a perfect start from Tor Raugstad. Dennis Bjerke to the outside. He's going to be charging forward to try and make the moves come through. So as everybody works their way forward, Tor Raugstad leads as they go up the hill. Dennis Bjerke slotting into third position, no problem. Elina Rolfsen still there in third place, but up the inside, that's Marius Barryberg to get through into third place past Rolfsen. So Barryberg now into third position. Marius Barryberg works his way into third position then. And as they work through the chicane, down the drop to the hairpin, it's a perfect start for the race leader, Tor Raugstad, ahead of Dennis Bjerke. So Dennis Bjerke, second position, trying to close in. A couple of drivers going for moves then in the middle of the field as well. That looks to me like Verti Vananen having a bit of a pressure to try and hold on to the position. The treble 4 still hoping that there's going to be a decent run of it through in 9th position. So a couple of places lost, but there is an opportunity to keep this statistic favourable for Verti Vananen. But in the lead of the race, it is going well for Tor Raugstad. Certainly looking good in the lead of the race at the moment, but Dennis Bjerke is not going to let this one get too easy for Torg out in front, and Tor Raugstad definitely wanting his first win of the weekend. So this is the chance to make it happen in the last race of the day to cement a decent position on the starting grid for tomorrow's finals. Obviously it'll be the super heats first of all, and then the finals after that. But Dennis Bjerke looking very threatening behind Tor Raugstad. He's got a good run off the turn. Would he dive for the move on the inside? No, he wouldn't. Not into turn 2. But you're setting it up for a very strong challenge, that's for sure, if you're Dennis Bjerke. Over the top of the tunnel. This is where he's going to go for the move on the inside line. And Dennis Bjerke goes for the lead and takes it away from Tor Raugstad. So Dennis Bjerke, another driver that is yet to take his win over the course of the race battle so far. In fact, I'm going to do the math as quickly as humanly possible. I'm fairly sure the only driver that has taken a victory in this particular race of the drivers we've got in the field are Alexander Johansson and Elina Rolfsen. Nobody else has taken a heat win yet in Senior X30. So it is very tough to see who's going to come through for the victory. So Rolfsson is down in 4th and Johansson is down in 7th. So it looks as though we're going to get at least 5 different winners from 6, even if we don't get 6 from 6. So Torger Rogstad once again chasing after Dennis Bjerke. Marius Barryberg in 3rd. All 3 of those drivers have yet to win their first Senior X30 heat here at Varna. The driver in 4th place has, though, Elina Lee Rolfsson. She won her previous heat to this one in 4th position at the moment. So it's definitely tight up in the top 4 positions, as 3 of those drivers are questing after their first Senior X30 win. The driver in 4th place would love to get a 2nd. The 408 in 5th position, that is the Falcon of Nicholas Dottersven, who had pretty much no race at all the last time around. Was hoping for a little bit more than that when they came through this time. So all the drivers still mixing it up at the sharp end of the field. The top 4 still very close together indeed, as Dennis Bjerke runs in front of Torger Rogstad, Marius Barryberg and Elina Lee Rolfsson. The last race of the day then, and it really is going to be very close quarters racing, as here comes here comes Marius Barryberg, I should say, in 3rd position, charging after the leading 2 drivers, Dennis Bjerke and Tord Rogstad. Sorry, Marie Barryberg fans, she'll be a senior next time around in 2025, no doubt. But Marius Barryberg certainly putting pressure onto Dennis Bjerke and Tord Rogstad. 4th place for Elina Lee Rolfsson, though, 4th position. Certainly putting Marius Barryberg under some pressure at the moment. 5th place, still good for Nicholas Dottersven. And then Max Carlsen in 6th, ahead of Alexander Johansson. Then Kenneth Arsnes, Joachim Mattisen, Verti Vanenen, Max Postrom, Oskar Spora, Isaac Abrahamsen. And then Jennifer Olsen from Ella Lachtema, Jonathan Tangen Solvag and Amelie Hornseth. No race, unfortunately, for Theo Thomason, who had problems on the formation lap. But the race is still going strong up front for our race leader, Dennis Bjerke, who is looking to become the 5th different race winner from 6 races in Senior X30 today in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. And don't forget, the winner of the final on Sunday will take away a crucial prize for any race driver in Senior X30, a golden ticket for the IAME World Finals at the Catadromo Lucas Guerrero in Valencia on the 1st week of November. It's a very esteemed honour for any Senior X30 driver. But this is going to be tight between the top 4. We've got Dennis Bjerke, we've got Torger Rogstad, we've got Marius Barryberg, and we have Elina Lee Rolfsson. 3 of those 4 drivers have yet to win a race in Senior X30 up to this point. So for Elina Lee Rolfsson, it's going to be a tough order from 4th position to try and work her way further forward. But it's definitely going to be a tough mixture of excitement and tenacity that gets her back into the top 3. We're going to see a really tough pressure cooker from the race leader, Dennis, still trying to hang on. Very, very close battles from Tord Rogstad. Marius Barryberg has just set the fastest lap of the race in his attempts to get into the top 2 positions. So as they go over the top of the crest through the chicane and then working their way down through the hairpin, it's been a very tough race of it so far. Marius Barryberg definitely starting to put Tord Rogstad under some pressure now. Watch out for the 5th place battle as well, because that's Max Carlsen definitely knocking on the door of Nicholas Dotten. Down the straight towards the first corner, Elina Lee Rolfsson now starting to think about 3rd position. 8 laps done, 7 remaining. We are running out of laps now for these drivers to make a stalemate turn into a battle. Elina Lee Rolfsson having a think about the move on Marius Barryberg. Wasn't quite close enough to slam it up the inside there for 3rd place, so has to wait for another chance. Drivers work their way through. That's the scariest corner I know in karting. Going through that double left apex, very fast indeed when you go in blind. It's such a tricky apex of a race corner there. So there is the hairpin. That takes us through the left-hander and then up to this long flowing right-hand corner to finish off the lap. And you can tell that Marius Barryberg is under some pressure now from Elina Lee Rolfsson. Elina Lee Rolfsson really trying hard to get into 3rd position to split the difference. But we have the Norwegian local talent in 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, with Niklas Dotten desperately trying to close up on the top 4, but has definitely got some pressure at the moment from the Swede Max Carlsen. Kenneth Arsnes in 7th position, and then Verti Varnanen leading the field for the Finnish contingent. Top 4 still together. At the end of this lap, there will be just 5 remaining, and that's when the drivers are going to really start to fine-tune their machines at the go. They'll be trying to find a little bit more in the braking zone. They'll be being a little bit more daring through the apexes. 10 done, 5 to go. Dennis Bjerke leads the way. Tord Raugstad, second position. Third is Marius Barryberg, and in fourth place is Elina Lee Rolfsen. Very close for those 4. Rolfsen not quite able to get on terms with Barryberg at the moment, but then Marius Barryberg seems to have dropped a little bit of pace here to Tord Raugstad. You do wonder who's going to make the bid for the overtaking move first between those 4. Is Raugstad going to get a run on the leader, Dennis Bjerke? Is Marius Barryberg going to be thwarted by Rolfsen, or can he drop her and start to make moves and inroads into the 2 karts in front? A little bit of a run wide there from Marius Barryberg. You've got to stay with at least 2 wheels to the right-hand side of that white line for it to be legal. He can't do that too many more times, otherwise he runs the risk of invoking track limits. And of course you can get some big warnings for that, especially if you do not slow down accordingly. So the leading 4 still going away. The quartet very closely matched in lap time. Dennis Bjerke's best time is a 42.948. Tord Raugstad's best is a 42.925. Marius Barryberg's is a 42.923. Elina Lee Rolfsen's is a 42.984. There's basically nothing in the pace between the leading 4 drivers. But with 4 laps to go, now becoming 3 laps to go, Dennis Bjerke knows that if Tord Raugstad is going to be charging hard, it's going to be now. As we've got problems at the back end of the field, one of the Falcons is dropping to the tail end. That's the 432 of Oscar Sporta having a bit of a problem and drops into the tail end. Not quite sure what happened there, but certainly Oscar Sporta does. And that's all the way down to 17th position now for him. Meanwhile, the top 4, no change. Dennis Bjerke still trying to get away from Tord Raugstad. But once again, in X30, just being in the lead is not enough. You've got to hold the tenacity and the nerves of steel to hold on to the lead. You can't just disappear and win at a canter. In X30 racing, you've got so many competitive drivers around you. And that's what makes karting so relentlessly difficult, particularly at X30 level, as the new fastest lap comes in from Elina Lee Rolfsen. So Rolfsen gets a new fastest lap in a 42.856. That is the quickest lap we have seen in this race so far. And she is doing her best to try and challenge Marius Barryberg. If she's going to do it, she's going to have to be incredibly brave on the last lap to move up into 3rd position, because Marius Barryberg is no pushover. This is going to be a race of stalemate, isn't it? Because Dennis Bjerke has suddenly pushed and opened up the hammer a little bit here. But Elina Lee Rolfsen may get a shot on Marius Barryberg on the last lap to go for 3rd. Here we go, final lap of the day in the IAME Nordic Cup Saturday 2024 on the KNA Varna circuit. And this is where we could get a bit of a shuffle of the deck in the top 4. Not from Dennis Bjerke. He wants to win this one going away, but Tord Raugstad in 2nd place could get a big challenge on the final lap from Marius Barryberg and Elina Lee Rolfsen. The 2 drivers really charging after Tord Raugstad, but I think Dennis Bjerke has this one going away. He was able to pull away just at the right moment in the final couple of laps to build himself an 8-kart cushion on the inside line, and that's going to be enough, I think, for Dennis Bjerke to come through and take the victory. 5 different wins from 6 different races in Senior X30. Dennis Bjerke gets the victory in front of Tord Raugstad, Marius Barryberg and Elina Lee Rolfsen. Great racing all the way. We definitely got some great banter out there in Senior X30 and in one of the most competitive race weekends I've seen in IAME X30 for a long time. It's going to be quite the battle tomorrow, with a lot of drivers struggling for a decent crop of 3 results in a row. So it definitely makes for an exciting battle all the way through this incredible race day. So Dennis Bjerke becomes the 5th different winner in 6 IAME X30 senior heats. Tord Raugstad in 2nd place in front of Marius Barryberg. Elina Lee Rolfsen, fastest lap, and also 4th place. Nicholas Dotten ahead of Max Carlsen and Vertti Vaananen. Then Max Bostrom in 8th place from the back. Very impressive indeed. Kenneth Arjnes 9th and Joachim Mathisen in 10th. Isaac Abramson in 11th position ahead of Alexander Johansson, dropping all the way to 12th in the end. A previous winner, of course. Ella Lahtema in front of Amalie Hornseth. Jennifer Olsen in front of Jonathan Dangan Solivag. And then Oscar Sporta, the last driver home. Sadly, Theo Thomason did not take the start. Epic racing so far then from the IAME Nordic Cup. We've had 18 races today. We're waiting for official confirmations, but we will, of course, bring you up to date bits and pieces on the Facebook page and on the social media as well. But it's definitely been very exciting stuff all the way through. We are not done yet in the IAME Nordic Cup 2024. We still have the preheats tomorrow, as well as the drivers' parade and the finals as well. And of course, the winner of the final in Mini, the fastest driver in Junior 60, and then of course the top drivers in Senior and Junior X30 will walk away with an IAME World Finals ticket for the first week of November at the Catadromo Lucas Guerrero circuit at Valencia in Spain. Plenty for the drivers to fight for. They're going to have to take some rest overnight because tomorrow is going to be relentless, brutal, and nail-biting stuff. I'm Jake Sanson. Thanks for being with us for the IAME Nordic Cup on Saturday, but there's always one more day to play. See you tomorrow.